Hello and welcome to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig, and I couldn't be more excited to be back into Runeterra to send a couple people to the World Championship. Skarzig, how you doing?
Feeling great, buddy. Super happy to be here, and as you said, I am incredibly glad to be here for this moment to send our final two players to the World Championships.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we got to talk about how we're doing that, so let's just jump right in with the format. See what everybody's doing. And it's the classic Riot lock, right? We've got different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combinations, and no more than one champless deck. Each player is going to get a ban, and then you cannot use the same deck after winning with it. You've got to win with both of your remaining decks. Each of the rounds will be 65-minute timers, so make sure you are playing fast enough. And this is, of course, going to be a single elimination bracket with 64 players. And Skarzig, why don't you tell me about this very interesting prize pool we've got here for the LCQ?
So we have some prizes, or I should say lack thereof. The thing that the players are battling for today are for those top two slots, folks, to get into the World Championships in December. If you can make it to the top two, to the finals, you're locked in, and that final head-to-head is going to be a nice bragging rights showdown, a nice face-off for our folks watching us today.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest stakes top 64 ever, right? It's like literally there's no cuts anywhere here. It is make it to that final or nothing here in the LCQ. So you love to see such exciting, especially semifinals matches where we're going to get to send those people to the World Championship. And so let's kind of see how our single elimination bracket is shaking out. See what some of these round one matchups are going to be looking like. You saw on the starting soon screen, we're going to go to Cephalopod versus Yrebellion, but here's a bunch of the other matchups. And Skarzig, is there anybody standing out as we kind of go through these couple of blocks of 16?
Right away, I'm looking at Vinicius Luigi, a player that has very recently kind of started to shine in the competitive scene and popped out to my eye. We know historically, Brazil is an incredibly strong region. Maycas also coming from there to throw a wrench into the field.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about Brazil, easy to win is going to be in our next little section here. and potential of running into a player like Sir Termund later on. And Termund has been around since the inception of this game, since the very beginning, and he's constantly been near the top. So the fact that he's here once again, he's going to be a big challenge for anyone on this side of the bracket. But Puffball Panda, we got a shout out, has made it, and I would be remiss not to mention Croc AI in there. My partner in crime for so long in the Runeterra scene has made it to this top 64.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Looking at this part of the bracket, Arrow is a name that I recognize. I am not sure from where, but as long as you're ringing a bell, it means that you've got some clout in the Runeterra community. So as we move through the bracket, these are 64 players that qualified through, yesterday's tournament to make it to this point, and they're putting everything on the line. We move to the final quadrant of the bracket. Casanova, Frozen Thrall, and Shadox definitely jumping out to me.
Yeah, those are some big names for sure. And then we've got, as we talked about our feature match, Cephalopod Yrebellion going up. If whoever wins that may be facing down either M-Tux or Komeda, who are both incredibly strong players as well. I love the Winding God shout out. Is that Yang Zera? I saw the Brazil flag. That has to be Yang, right? I'm trying to think of who would be rocking the Winding God tag, because that is the biggest callback. Like me coming back to cast after a year, and Winding God tag being in the LCQ is very funny. All the old heads, at least, will recognize this reference. Just a dominant player from China that was playing on the NA server years ago, at the beginning of Runeterra, and Yang Zera with the homage there, I think.
That is a great call out to the early days of Runeterra, the early competitive scene, and, a little bit of luck maybe rubbing off on that player to channel that old school dominant energy to get it through. Because again, Casanova, we looked at it. There's no points. There's no cash prizes. This is just pure competition, all or nothing. Make it to the top to get into Worlds to really shoot your shot. I honestly love the system here that a lot of players that have had great performances throughout the season have helped a lot of other players that already qualified scrim, test their lineups, get to that point, but just the cards haven't lined up for them to get the slots themselves, to get that big finish. And this is the last chance for our, best of the best, we'll say, to really prove themselves.
So with that, let's start talking about decks, right? We were talking about Cephalopod versus Yrebellion is going to be our first matchup, and I kind of want to see what they've brought. What can we expect in Yrebellion? To start things off, Teemo Yumi going to be trying to get very aggressive with this, try and go over the top with the elusives.
Yeah, the Teemo Yumi, I actually consider this a bit of a cephalopod innovation. Has been known for being on the forefront of a lot of innovations, and why Rebellion just recognizing, yes, I know a good deck when I see one, and just running some good elusive pile. This is a deck that either you're going to force your opponent to ban it because they aren't prepared for a list like this, or you get to run them over with that burn.
Yeah, and next up, we got Seraphine Karma set. We were talking about this a bit. It's something we expected to see a little bit of for sure, getting that late game power. So we've got a little bit of aggression with the elusives, and now a little bit more of a scaling deck.
Yeah, with the PNZ, AoE isn't really that big in the game right now, but PNZ still has the best that there is to offer. So with the late game greed of Karma and Set, with a lot of defensive potential and burn from Seraphine in the PNZ package, you've got a well-rounded monster here. And now the resurgence of Red Gwen with a new partner in crime, Riven, going to try to beat down with Kato the Arm and the new Enraged Fire Spitter.
Yeah, this is the great thing about rotation is we the last time I cast Runeterra was the World Championship last year, and Red Gwen was a very dominant deck during that metagame. And once again, we have it coming back, a couple of changes to it, but because a lot of her really strong power cards are in the rotation, Red Gwen is still here to stay. Another big powerful list that we've been seeing quite a bit of, Skarzik, is going to be this Jax Ornn, kind of one of the big mid-range powerhouses.
Yeah, if a tournament's coming up, this is the deck that's always going to show up because it's so solid, so consistent, fits into almost every lineup, and Cephalopod has had tons of practice on it for sure. Only one copy of Buried in Ice in this list. I remember when things were at their most dire, most were running 2, but just a great way to fight for board alongside Kayn Aatrox.
Yeah, Kayn Aatrox, another, blast from the past. This was, big world championship meta. Kayn wasn't paired with Aatrox as much, but a lot of people realized how good Kayn was in the middle of the world championship. And after that, a lot of people played a lot more Kayn. It was a lot of the Kayn vein originally. was one of the big things that we saw. But now, pairing it up with the Aatrox, going that full Darken collection, we'll see how Cephalopod's able to string this together.
Yeah, special shout out to Darken Ballista as well. Definitely one of the odd Dark weapons you don't actually see, but also a third deck, a bit surprising to me, Casanova. We got Jack Set. This is a deck that did receive a lot of buffs recently, has good promise in the meta game, but hasn't really put up a lot of convincing numbers. Cephalopod must have a very specific read on the tournament metagame to try to fight through using Brash.
I'm hoping we get to see this. This wasn't really on our list of things we expected to see today, so this is definitely a more fun list to pick up, and I'm curious if Yrebellion's going to end up banning that because it's a bit more of a wild card, but Cephalopod's always been known as someone who will take a pet deck, take something that he's put a lot of preparation into, and bring it to the tournament. Historically, Cephalopod, one of the most storied competitors to not actually find the big win, right? He's found wins so many community tournaments, but not finding that big, win at a Riot event has just kind of been the legacy of Cephalopod, while simultaneously holding one of the best tournament records of just any player in the scene.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking to see Cephalopod in the last chance qualifier, already being qualified. And I love how both players, Casanova, have a weird ban forking strategy, right? You look across the table at two aggressive decks, something with elusives, and then Karma Set. If your lineup isn't built to be incredibly fast, to beat this down, that's going to force your ban, and then you have to deal with elusives. And then it's vice versa. If you have to ban elusives and you're going to try to outgreed Karma Set, which is nigh impossible. And I want to say, I think Cephalopod is sort of forcing the opponent to ban the Jack's Orn to let the Jack Set through. Jack Set is a deck that has very weird matchups. And if you can manipulate your opponent's lineup to give you the games you want, I think you can pop off.
I'm interested how the Jack Set's going to be able to actually deal with this Teemo list specifically. I think that's the one that I'm mostly interested in, but that's not what we're getting first, right? First off, we are going to have that Kayn Aatrox going up against the Teemo, and the early curve is going to have a lot of these elusives. Let's see if there's a way to deal with this. The Violent Discord will be a way to deal with the Teemo, at least out the gates, but it is mulled away by Cephalopod.
Right away, when I'm evaluating this matchup, I think that Yrebellion is going to be a little bit unfavored, just because when Aatrox comes down and starts healing, going to offset a lot of this elusive damage. Yrebellion not blessed with the attack token on one, just a beautiful 3-2 Forsaken Bakai to get some early damage.
Yeah, and maybe that actually informs why Cephalopod ended up mulling away an answer to an early elusive, and instead Cephalopod leaning a little bit more aggressively, trying to become the beatdown, knowing that his unit quality will be stronger than the elusives, and he actually may be able to outrace and make Yrebellion block instead.
Yeah, getting Keeper of the Box is massive here. With Darkened Spear in the hand as well to equip, this is going to be fearsome, lifesteal, massive HP, so Yrebellion is not going to be able to get around this, and it's just a slow stranglehold that Cephalopod has on this match. Yrebellion not going to be able to push the damage through he needs.
Yeah, as you called out, I mean, this is perfect, right? He becomes the beatdown because now your elusives can't race due to this lifesteal. So you actually, as Yrebellion, are now on the back foot, having to deal with this early pressure from the Kayn Aatrox. And then, as you called out, right, the Aatrox later on basically invalidates any of the damage Yrebellion can get through. So if Cephalopod has so much pressure that Yrebellion can't start to race down, start to beat on the face of Cephalopod, this game gets to the point where Yrebellion is now outscaled. So Cephalopod trying to put on this pressure. We'll see if he can keep it up, but Yrebellion at least able to find a trade. Getting that Hungry Owlcat from the Nexus Strike is still going to be a nice way to try and deal with any early board pressure.
Augmented Clockling coming through, maybe with a big Yuumi, could start to scale and just cheese through a win is kind of what I'm thinking. Casanova, we know that we have Skip, King of the Reef in the deck as well. Just allows you to take a card from the opponent. Could throw Cephalopod for a loop if there's something very important like Unforgiving Cold to stay alive for another turn.
Yeah, and being able to go wide with Acorn is also going to just make it so Yrebellion's hand just costs nothing. We're going to get to the point where Yrebellion's just going to be able to play out their whole hand if they want to, and that can just create so much tempo that Cephalopod's not able to keep up. So there's still that opportunity for Yrebellion to get through. And a Teemo level up is still actually quite scary, right? If you start to duplicate these shrooms too heavily and there's no answer from Seth, it actually just infinitely will scale and get out of control. So that is something that a lot of times we don't end up talking about because, you know, Teemos get removed so quickly, or the game doesn't go fast enough if he doesn't get removed. But there's an opportunity for Seth to continue to maintain his HP and then run into an issue of just too many mushrooms.
Very well said. As I look at the board state develop, I am just thrilled by how even this actually looks now. Kane's going to come through, do a little bit of extra work. Ranger Knight Defector forcing some blocks from Yrebellion. And that might be the key now, Casanova, is Kane coming through with Challenger, getting some of these smaller elusives out of the way to allow Cephalopod to flip this HP tug of war back in his favor.
Yeah, Kane's a great answer. I'm curious if he can get enough power to take down the Teemo with the Kane. I think that's definitely going to be important. We do have this momentous choice, which that could be able to get there, but not enough mana on this. Well, actually, no, it is reduced. So yeah, there is actually the ability to play momentous choice and try and take care of that Teemo.
And I suppose what's great about this is as soon as Teemo goes down, you have mana to reattach the Yuumi elsewhere, keep forcing through that damage. But the lifesteal from Keeper of the Box, allowing Cephalopod to truly exist in this game. And here in 1 or 2 turns, it's going to be Aatrox coming through, and that's going to be the door slamming shut on Yrebellion's chances, I think, here in game 1.
It's actually nice. The Kane has some protection against anything Yrebellion can do as well, because he's just going to get the +1 from the Scythe initially. And so Momentous Choice is just the follow-up if needed. It's not going to be needed here. Able to take out the Teemo, get closer to that Kane level up. And, you know, we're now in a spot where a lot of the pressure has been taken off. The life still coming through. Cephalopod having 14 health still feels pretty safe because all this chip damage is just a little bit too slow. Threatening lethal on Yrebellion on the next potential turn. Of course, Yrebellion has plenty of blocks, but it's not really what he wants to do. What a pickup.
The Unforgiving Cold, the card that I was worried about in this matchup. Even if Yrebellion was able to chip through damage, set up a lethal swing, that Frostbite is going to put a break on these wide swings. Cephalopod just doing a quick calculation now to see, can I take 7 right now? Blowback in the hand for Yrebellion. Just a little bit more burn possibly to be had with Augmented Clockling predicting, looking through the deck a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a way to get the reach, but it's not enough to get through 7, so Seth might just take this. I think there's consideration to doing so, and then waiting a little bit longer. The reach isn't too crazy in this list overall. There are Mystic Shots, which has to be the consideration. It looks like that will be the reason Seth goes for this. Deciding that 7 is still a little bit frightening when you can stop all this damage now, heal back to a safer total, and utilize the Kane to deal with the bigger units while there's still just these 1/1s that are not getting enough done.
And when we evaluate the hand as well, there just really wasn't anything else for a Cephalopod to do this turn. So might as well use that Unforgiving Cold and trust that you're going to stabilize. I believe it's 1 more Darken to play to tutor the Aatrox. Weapon to equip, rather. But they have to be different weapons. This was a change that was made a long time ago, and this also speaks to why Cephalopod has that Darken Ballista in the deck, having a different Darken weapon to get that Aatrox tutor. So despite everything, forcing that early Unforgiving Cold, no Aatrox in play as yet, Acorn going crazy like you talked about turn 1, Casanova, with the 2-mana blowback. It's still anyone's game. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, Acorn just doesn't do anything anymore because Yrebellion's hand becomes so cheap that the mana doesn't matter. And you can just always play everything out. And we've actually kind of reached that point of the game, right? Turn 7, nothing in the hand is going to cost enough for it to really matter. Here's a Pie Toss, that Perilous Pastry. Try and start taking down the Kane.
Putting, oh, wow! Blowback to take out the Kane. Does not want red Kane to come through and start healing in place of Aatrox. Now with Eye of the Storm in Yrebellion's hand, going to be a little bit more card draw, and this could be the Hail Mary that they were looking for. So back over to Cephalopod. We do have Heedless Resurrection to bring that Kane back, but going to reset that level up.
Yeah, and I do think this Furious Wielder draw off the top is incredibly important for Seth to keep protection. This actually did get a little scary, right? Kane not being able to clear a little bit more of the board. You look at all these elusives, right? You've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage represented on the board. And on top of that, you still got the Eye of the Storm to add an additional 2. So there's also still just even reach in the deck. So having the Furious Wielder helps, but it gets pulled out.
He's a god! Cephalopod not going for Heedless Resurrection first, just wants to take the scout attack with Ranger Knight Defector to figure out what Yrebellion is going to do. And if you're Skip, you get offered 2 godlike options.
Yeah.
Takes Heedless Resurrection to deny the Kane, recognizes that the Furious Wielder isn't going to do enough with the current board.
Yeah, it was perfect. Like, Heedless in this spot would have been so good. Get the Kane back, clear something, and then you have Furious Wielder or when Yrebellion is attacking you, right? You get to save that for the next turn, but finds a Kane off the top of the draws. We'll still be able to get a clear with that, but it's not quite as good because you can't buff it up to take out the bigger units.
I forgot about the Cultist Tutor. Cephalopod still trying to hang on. Can play Kane this turn, has the attack token thanks to the scout on Ranger Knight Defector. Can at least crash into something, can pull Skip, get Heedless Resurrection back once that dies. And maybe next turn we've got Furious Wielder to take out a little bit of damage. But when we crunch the numbers, Casanova, it might actually just be Furious Wielder on Keeper of the Box to heal for 2. Gonna buff it up right now with the gems.
It's actually so crazy. I didn't realize that was the 4th cultist, but there's that option coming through for the Kane. Going for the healing instead. Furious Wielder gonna give you that healing and getting rid of something as well. Is this just gonna be a momentous choice? Try and clear this now that the block comes through?
Ooh, I'm really... Yrebellion going for a greedy chump block right now. Trying to get this Keeper of the Box off of the field. Because there isn't mana for the Furious Wielder, which Yrebellion knows is in the hand. Doesn't want Cephalopod to double dip on the lifesteal. So if you're Cephalopod, are you going to momentous choice to buff the attack to clear this Vandal Commando? Or are you going to buff the HP to keep your Keeper of the Box next turn to set up a Furious Wielder?
Ooh, that's a good point, right? Because you could do it now. It gets you that 2 extra points of HP. You clear the unit, but the Yumi comes back to Yrebellion, and there's still mana to play it down. So I think there's definitely consideration to hold on, try and get that additional lifesteal on the next turn because it's worth even more points of damage. But I feel like Steph has to do something here. It looks like the +2 is still going to be the option. There have been Yumi buffs, right? This is still a very big elusive, and even with Yumi getting replayed, you're still healing 6 here. It is massive for the side of Cephalopod.
Yeah, that is the consequence of healing 6 now, or the potential for 8 or more later. And because now Cephalopod is so close to getting Aatrox and fully stabilizing the game, is going to call out and say, Yrebellion has 1 card in hand. I think I'm good from here. But that card is Eye of the Storm. 2
another
more
one gets drawn
for Yrebellion.
Another Eye and Mystic in hand. Furious Wielder, though, is available for Steph, but is there any way to get something strong enough?
Yrebellion just extending with the double Eye of the Storm, says you don't have second Frostbite into Heroic Refrain, all in 16 damage.
Hey, Furious Wielder comes out, but that's going to put Steph on 2. Mystic Shot in hand.
And the Acorn still connects. And Cephalopod now does have that second Kane in hand, has the Forsaken Bakai to try to draw into something a little bit more. Still no way to tutor Aatrox. That's definitely been the big X factor in this game, Casanova. I am still stunned at how close this game 1 has been. Is this a skip? Hard fish, maybe you get the Aatrox off the top? What are we looking for? Unforgiving Cold's not going to do it anymore because the threat of burn from this position is too much to handle.
I don't think he's gonna have a way to heal in time. Get around this Mystic Shot. Just
yeah,
2 damage.
The thing
the
about
draw could even just kill him with the mushrooms. Not actually gonna hit. There's only 8 in the deck.
outstanding. With Aatrox Kayn, it's a deck that you know back in front. You know exactly what sorts of combat tricks they have access to. There's no lifesteal in play, so you know that combat trick healing isn't going to be an issue. Yrebellion can just let this Mystic Shot fly as soon as he receives the token. And what an exciting way to kick off this last chance qualifier.
Yeah, the only way to get there would have had Seth needing to play Aatrox first action, get the heal 2 from the summon effect. It's just not going to do it. Doesn't find it. No way to get the Aatrox. Seth's going to lose game 1. Yrebellion finds the win on the Teemo. The Elusives working out against the Kayn Aatrox. Incredibly close game,
impressive.
but now still got to get that one more win through on the Red Gwen.
This is another aggressive list, forces a lot of blocks, forces a lot of combat, but has that scaling thanks to the hollowed buff. Opulent Foyer gives you so much consistent pressure, and Cephalopod's got 2 shots to do it. I like the chances of Kayn Aatrox, but could very easily be Jack's set because this list does not deal with Brash very well.
Yeah, well, Seth has to win with both of them, so he's just going to continue on the Kayn Aatrox to set things up. In this matchup, are there any specific power cards you're looking for, Garzig, for the Kayn Aatrox side?
For Kayn Aatrox, there's really not a lot that you need. It's more about, I like keeping the Ranger Knight Defector. Having Tough gives you a little bit more blocking potential. Furious Wielder is going to be so good to shut down Gwen as soon as she comes into play. Just remove that threat and keep that chip damage, that burn from her snip from hitting your Nexus.
So we end up with triple Buru Cultist, and it just put a lot of aggression early on.
Cephalopod once again getting that attack token early, putting on that early pressure. And Yrebellion's got the Rune Squire, has Challenger, can kind of chip away at this, but goes for an aggressive development with the Phantom Butler instead.
This is potential for just like a lot of pressure and a lot of damage from Seth with the triple Buru Cultist. He has a weapon as well, so he can equip and just get the triggers from the Buru Cultist coming through and put a lot of damage on Yrebellion early in the game, and it's still a lot of board pressure to have to deal with. Gonna hold on to some spell mana, play it a little bit slower.
I like the idea there because you can develop double Buru and just attack for 6, but if you float that mana, you get to scout, right? And Cephalopod showed a little bit of this in game number 1, wanting to take more methodical approaches to turns to see how Yrebellion's going to react. Everything's riding on this game number 2 for Cephalopod to stay in the tournament, to keep advancing towards the last chance, but Yrebellion showing a bit of an aggressive oddball lineup might have a stronger read on the meta than we gave them credit for.
Yeah, Seth even being able to set up with this quick attack to try and create an equipped ally that can just continue to trigger these while they stay on the bench. I'm going to hold back for now. Doesn't want to swing in, even with the quick attack.
Very interesting. Cephalopod not provoking any aggression. Just kicking back, holding the mana, trying to threaten something specific.
Yeah, considering not wanting to give the Hallowed procs either, but this is very, very interesting from Seth.
I definitely got to take a closer look at Yrebellion's deck. Maybe not trying to extend a weapon into a Quietus potentially. Because the Darkened Spear was at the time the only weapon. Now that we've got Bloodletter, Cephalopod has a bit more play, but unfortunately, Yrebellion's able to get this Gwen to stick and is not going to get scooped by Furious Wielder immediately.
Yeah, the Gwen's going to stay for sure, right? The Tough actually is pretty impactful, but there's a lot of combat tricks, and the Elixir of Wrath is really the scary one here. It's not in the hand for Yrebellion, but it has to make Seth think about this block. Plus, there's just the Challenger. I actually didn't realize there's just a Challenger on the board, so the Gwen can't even be blocked by the Tough unit. She's going to get some snips.
Yep. No hallowed stacks yet, so no buff. Calling out the momentous choice. What's great about, Red Gwen is you're forcing your opponent onto the back foot. They have to respond and, remove your board, and you get a bonus for doing it. The Hallowed is just going to make everything you develop thereafter more threatening. Cephalopod already down to 9 HP remaining, has to get some lifesteal. Aatrox has to come through into this hand to stabilize one more time for Cephalopod. Can he do it? 2 weapons in hand, nothing's been equipped.
Yeah, he just equipped a single Bloodletter, I believe, down to...
Okay.
Oh, sorry, no,
Onto
it was
the
a
Ranger.
Darkened Spear.
Okay,
Hunter
good.
Ranger. He's got one more.
This is already looking so rough. Has to develop the Buru Cultist to tutor the Kayn. Doesn't have mana to play it this turn. Cephalopod's just going to try to go wide to block down. But when we look at Yrebellion's hand, has Thread the Needle, Kato the Arm, incredibly aggressive finishing potential already waiting in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is really cool from Seth. This is a very nice way to get a lot of damage with these triggers. You're able to put 3 triggers on the stack for the scout attack, and you'll be able to do it once again on the next swing. So you're guaranteeing these 6 damage through this turn. And these bodies are going to help block out a little bit, but they can't block Fearsome notably. And Gwen is, notoriously good at getting over the top, especially when you do have this Kato the Arm in hand to help push the extra damage. So Seth's gonna have to try and hold on. He's not gonna be able to combo this out for multiple turns in a row.
And Yrebellion just making a casual call out. I can take 7 damage here. I know that Kayn Aatrox doesn't rally. I know they don't have burn damage, but wants to get a Hallowed stack into the pool for Gwen's sake, which I definitely approve of. That's almost a free block. But as it stands right now, Cephalopod retains the attack token thanks to that scout attack and has a wide swing to come through, trying to force Yrebellion to sacrifice even more of their board.
I'm just going to put the Bloodletters onto the Shadow Fiend. Actually just sending everything. Going to push 21 potential damage, so forcing the blocks out. Expect to see the chumps on the Cultist. You have to stop the bleeding from these triggers. Still going to keep one of them alive. Actually, a lot of damage coming through, and it looks like, yeah, Yrebellion try and slow this down even more, but going down to 5 actually going to be quite tough, and it's just a matter of Yrebellion, can they push even more pressure on the crackback?
Yeah, after this board goes down, Cephalopod does not have momentous choice, which Yrebellion is very much hoping against. Maintains Gwen, maintains Riven. And now with the open attack, depending on which fragment Riven creates, we can have some nice overwhelm into an open attack. And if that's not the case, then Yrebellion is very happy to just develop this Kato the Arm, I'd say, and threaten overwhelm that way.
Yeah, Gwen also about to hit that level up, but we do see the Keeper of the Box picked up. The lifesteal could be incredibly impactful if Cephalopod is able to establish it to the board, get a weapon on it.
Yeah, the open attack isn't as appealing here because of Unforgiving Cold. And once you use that attack token, your turn is going to be up. Yrebellion now down to 5 HP, recognizing the danger of and the pressure. I need to win this turn or Cephalopod is going to completely destroy me on an open attack.
Yeah,
Yrebellion.
If Rebellion doesn't get a really impactful swing in here, and Cephalopod's able to hold on to these cultists as well as the scout, that is actually just 4 of the 5 damage just unpreventable going to be done by Ceph. So Yrebellion actually needs this board state to flip around, needs to create enough pressure on this board that Seth cannot just hold on to this inevitability. And Kato is going to put a lot of pressure, but can Seth just deal with this? Can he just stop this?
There's Kayn, massive HP pool, considering everything that's in the hand right now. Cephalopod goes for Zolani instead. 7 HP worth of blocking potential. And here comes Kato, grants overwhelm to a supported ally. It's been a long time since our boy Kato has seen the light of day, but this is the perfect deck that you need him to be on. Yrebellion kind of also looking at the Overwhelm Fragment, the Elixir of Wrath, a lot of strong options now to just fully extend. 5-4 Overwhelm, Kato the Arm, +3 attack, and Overwhelm for Gwen. They're both getting buffed by Hallowed. Is this too much coming through?
That fragment was massive, and we see that Elixir of Might in hand. I think that's going to get there for Yrebellion, going to be able to find the 2-0 over Seth. Xaxes, so impactful to have the Overwhelm fragment in hand, make 2 threats where Zolani can only staunch one of them, and Yrebellion going to find it, taking that first round and advancing to the top 32.
Cephalopod opted for a classic lineup, the Kayn Aatrox, the Jax Ornn decks that are tried and true, we know are strong, and Yrebellion kind of coming out of left field with some incredibly aggressive picks that I was not considering players were going to be bold enough to bring to the Last Chance Qualifier, but Rebellion got there with a clutch King of the Reef skip in game number 1 to take that Heedless Resurrection, resetting Kayn's level up, so no red Kayn to stabilize. And in the second game, when Riven, that overwhelm, that aggression is just something that Kayn Aatrox can't deal with, especially when Aatrox doesn't come through the way he used to.
Yeah, just showing the power that Red Gwen still possesses, still being able to put on the pressure, because it felt like the defense from Cephalopod was quite good, having a lot of units early, be able to block a lot of counter pressure, even having, as you called out, the Ranger Knight Defector, still just not able to piece it together.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure of Ranger Knight Defector is known throughout the land, but just there's not enough time. I think that if Cephalopod hit the right matchup, that was definitely a lineup where you're anticipating a much more mirror-based meta of trying to beat down against Jax Ornn or another Aatrox player.
All right. Seems like we're trying to get into another game, so let's jump into that one as soon as it's ready.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick match.
AJ versus Sleeping going on here. Let's try and take stock of what's happening in this game already, Scars. Like, we've got a Jax Ornn on one side, and then is that an Ahri? I didn't expect to see Ahri in this tournament.
Wow, Ahri P&Z going for another aggressive idea here with Adnir, the new card that was just added, developed by Rusticles, and summons the 1/1 here, the Child, and its stats grow, whatever it's being supported by. So this is just a battle of, board base. Normally, Ahri's known for being more aggressive with elusive tech, and this one is also trying to force the opponent to block down, has that discard package we can see by Boom Baboon. But when we compare that to AJ, playing the Weapon Masters, playing the Jax Ornn, has just a lot of generically strong pressure and good stat lines that Ionia historically does struggle against.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look through. It's Ahri Zed for this side, having that elusive pressure, but then using the Ephemerals, using the Zed, trying to get that extra damage through. Using the PNZ pressure to try and get over the top. Blowback Mystic Shot coming through. Very aggressive version, and the mid-range list a lot of times will eat up the aggression, and so far we see the board fully in AJ's control, but a decent amount of card advantage for Sleeping at the moment. So if they can get back on board, they're going to have a decent shot at this.
Yeah, there is the Sign in Thousand Tailed for reload. Going wide, it looks like, with Ahri, Flame Chomper, Keeper of the Masks to AoE buff this board. AJ's HP total, when we look at the units in play, is pretty low. The main objective for sure is to get rid of that innovative blacksmith. That continuous healing is really keeping Sleeping from setting up any sort of burn out as we head into the late game.
Yeah, because usually you'd want to use this sign in, find the opportunity to get the win off of that. AJ still just presenting too much defense to make it happen. And we even have really, really interesting card here. The Wildclaw Ferocity going to be able to set up a potential lethal turn for AJ, get that extra pressure, turn this, 1-2 into an actual 7-6 with Overwhelm and try and push through the damage.
Dopify lines up against Fish Fight. That means that Sleeping will continue his game plan for this turn. The Flame Chompers as a 1-2, really clutch as well. That the Combat Cook has tough right now. thanks to the Pan of Pain. But yeah. And you can see here, look at this buff. Ari's becoming a 5-2. That little tiny 1-drop also becoming a 5-2, forcing the chump blocks. And because the entire board is sacrificed, AJ no longer has a good target for Wild Claw's ferocity. I would have liked to maybe hold one more blocker back to receive that buff, but I think that AJ's just respecting the potential for burn damage.
Yeah, I mean, and even just do that, though, it's a bit of a blowout coming through from Sleeping with that Ahri sign in to help refill, right? You're going to have these extra draws. Question comes down to AJ, right? He's got these weapons he's trying to cycle through, but not having a good target for the Wild Claw Ferocity is going to hurt. There is now one that can work, right? This 3-2 turning into a 7-6 Overwhelm, still quite strong. Here comes sign in, just going to buff up on this turn, try and get the refill, utilize the mana.
Yeah, overall, Sleeping has managed to stabilize. It looked like AJ was going to swing through with a lot of overwhelm, but the pressure of the Adnir and the Keeper of Masks forced the block down, and AJ's trying to pick up the pieces and close out before it's too late. Sleeping confidently going down to 5 HP remaining. Green Glade Duo developed, and I see 9 lives in the hand. A card that has always been so strong on paper, but has never had the right deck to shine. And now we get a burst development of 2 attackers to get through some damage on the sides into AJ's list.
Oh, and then blowback to follow it up, right? You've got the Liminal Guardian, you've got the Jury Rig, actually, which could be played out just to get 1 extra damage through. And this is really kind of where Sleeping has to go, right? You have to get around these blockers. The blockers are too big, you're not going to take them out. So how can you buff up this Green Glade, and how can you push around the sides? And developing 2 attackers at burst speed, and then holding a blowback for additional face damage. This might be an opening if Sleeping can get this to 12. I think it's actually very close to being able to push that lethal.
Oh my god, and the 1-drop's another elusive. Sleeping doesn't care. I need Flame Chomper instead. I'm pulling this Ornn to the side, and I'm going to attack. Because of Ahri swapping in, let's see here. We've got 8 damage worth of elusive coming through with the Green Glade Duo. Sign in Thousand Tailed going to be bounced by Ahri to get a little bit more card draw, maybe trying to fish for more burn. The issue is that with the Wild Claw, with Ornn, AJ can just present lethal immediately at the start of the turn.
Yeah, this blowback is here, though, at fast speed and can get exactly to that damage threshold, right? It has the cards in hand to use the discard effect to get the additional damage. And Sleeping developing that way, I didn't recognize that AJ actually has both of his cards face up, right? So the Sleeping was able to recognize that you could just develop slow. You didn't have to go for the burst play to get around. That gets to 2. There's the blowback. And this should just do it. AJ, not sure, does he have any quick healing? It looks like he does not.
No Innovative Blacksmith. The Scholar can grab some healing, but it's not going to be enough. Just has to attack to find that lethal, but Sleeping has the blowback. Another nail biter here as we jump into game number 3, and Sleeping will be advancing to the next stage of the World Championship Qualifier. Last Chance, still strong.
On the back of Ahri Zed, amazingly done. Not a deck that we thought was going to be coming out in force, but still paying dividends for Sleepy there at the end, being able to just get that blowback, get that extra reach, and the amazingly wide attacks, the extra draw, even in a matchup where your card quality is a lot worse than the Jax Ornn, right? Everything he's getting so much value out of. Ahri Zed just having the extra card draw, the replacement effects, right? Shadow Assassin, getting to replace itself in hand, sign in, drawing 2, having all these extra cards, allowing you to just go wide enough, get around. It doesn't matter if your stuff dies, you just get that damage through and the blowback at the end to finish it off.
The players seem to have identified that in the current metagame, there's a lot of powerful mid-range options, a lot of strong stats, but the classic weakness, they lack healing. So if you can get some early aggressive through, by the time you're under threat of these big stat lines and lots of overwhelm to close out the game, those burnouts always looming large over the opponent's board. All
right. Well, I mean, that was an amazing round 1 overall, right? We had, Yrebellion moving through, Sleeping moving through. I'm sure that bracket update will come, and we'll be able to find out, kind of everybody who's made it through that top 64. But Skarsgård, I mean, any surprises from the first round as far as the decks go? I know we expected a lot of the Jax Ornn. I know we talked about some of the decks we didn't expect to see so much, but is there anything that really stood out to you?
Definitely Jax set. I like the idea behind the list because when the metagame is in the right position, the deck is quite strong. There are several lists like these elusive decks, right? Running a lot of 1/2s and 2/1s that can't deal with Brash, get beat down very heavily. And I think when we saw the preview of Sleeping's lineup, I saw that Bilgewater Ionia might have also been on the Jack set.
For sure. I think that's definitely something that's really interesting. It seems like we've also got another matchup coming up, like Russo versus Luigi that you were talking about earlier, someone you were excited. And we didn't even get to mention that his opponent, Russo, is kind of a Brazilian player who's been around for a very, very long time, incredibly strong, and another player that always would be a threat to make it towards that World Championship. So let's jump in to this matchup.
Absolutely. Super excited to see what this is. It is game number 3. Both players on Jax Ornn. Right at an initial glance, Luigi looks massively favored with the Overwhelm weapon on Combat Cook and a Jax in play. Russo developing a Castaway has 2 choices, Pot of Pain for blocking or Combat Reel for aggression.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, being a little bit behind Pot of Pain, going to try and help you stabilize and use these 3 sisters to try and actually turn around the board state with the combat tricks available to you. Because at this point, right, you've got some of your bombs, you've got the Orns, you've got the Glacial Saurian as well to try and create some more board pressure once you get there. And it's just about buying some time. So I kind of like Pot of Pain a little bit more here.
Yeah, and plus with double 3 sisters in hand, the flash freezes are going to be amazing to trade down if Luigi tries to, recognizes I've got a strong board now, but no Ornn. I need to cash in on this mid-game dominance and starts to swing very audaciously whilst Russo has the punish.
Right, so there's the big overwhelm attack, but this will just be an easy trade for Russo. This is exactly what you kind of wanted with the Pot of Pain. Preserve some HP, but still get the trade down on the overwhelm. Of course, the weapon still comes back, right? So this is still going to be threatening units on the board, but there's not a great target to equip it to just yet for Luigi. Gonna have to try and develop something in this next turn.
And incredibly patient there by Russo. I believe the mana was there for Flash Freeze off the 3 sisters, but just holds it back anyway, not wanting to walk into a Sky Splitter. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and that's all you care about. Keeping the numbers even. Jax Ornn developed a reputation for just being a stat check deck, big overwhelm numbers, but in the mirror, it's becomes more of a dance, right? More of a fencing match. And Luigi now, after losing that big combat cook, is seeing a lot of their pressure evaporate.
And even then, I mean, there is a little bit more of that delicate dance, but Russo also has the potential to just stat check Luigi, right? With the Ornns, having the big units in hand is so important. And Luigi finding that Ornn off this last draw is very impactful because I think it being asymmetrical and Russo having the Ornn versus Luigi not could have led towards a blowout so long as Russo was able to protect the board. But now Luigi going to be able to have that answer, is able to even just answer with the Fisher Whack going up against the Pot of Pain. So once again, we just have this situation where big 6 power unit on each side, but Russo going to hold back because Luigi has the mana for that 3 sisters into the Flash Freeze potential. Once this is played, though, Russo might consider an attack.
Yeah, just extends anyway and says, now I'm +2. You still can't attack because I've got the 1/1 into your only threat. Luigi enjoying the fact that he's got multiple threats. Arsh wins now to back up this strike. This is going to count for leveling up Jax. This is absolutely massive. And if Jax connects, I'm almost certain that this will level Ornn.
Yeah, Jax is definitely getting to that level here. Pull out a game for a second. Get back in.
Censored. I don't want to look at Jax level up.
The Jax level up's too disgusting here for Luigi. We can't show that on camera. He's coming in.
And look at the bans here as well. Like Scouts was banned from Russo, and it looks like potentially War Mother was banned away from Luigi. Both players opting into the Jax Ornn mirror. Really liking the chances.
And this attack just threatening lethal casually, right? And pushing ahead to this, putting Russo down to 2. If this connects as is, right? 7 mana floating for Russo. Does have the ability to play around these 3 sisters, but it doesn't really feel very good to have to fire that away and not actually create more value. Just having to use it defensively and not clearing away the units that you're freezing.
Precisely. Russo wants to use the flash freeze to basically flip the entire board. When you are attacking into your opponent and they've already used a lot of combat tricks or developed and they can't respond, you use it to take over the board with some favorable trades, and there's no way for a deck like this that's developing one body at a time to realistically catch up. But now that Russo is forced into this Three Sisters flash freeze,
oh no!
The curveball, Fury of the North. Russo says, you know what? I'm gonna level my Ornn right now too. Let's do it up.
Yeah, but this is very much Russo saying, okay, if you have it, you have it. I mean, this can be blown out by a freeze pretty easily if Luigi wants to keep the board pressure. Could consider just letting this attack through, take the 8 damage, and just develop afterwards, but it feels like a freeze is pretty easy.
The final frame goes for the Entomb!
Just push the damage. It's lethal, actually. I didn't even consider this. The Entomb just allows that extra 6 to come through, and you just win the game on the spot. What a play by Luigi to advance to the top 32.
Okay. Now I understand why that took the entire timer to think about that one, because
well done.
Listen, huge shout out again to Luigi for seeing that line. You get so caught up in what my opponent has, what they could have, what am I going to do on the next turn, when if you focus too much on all of those extraneous factors, you lose sight of a potential lethal, and Luigi seizes the opportunity to advance.
Yeah, I mean, recognizing Entomb actually just gets played so infrequently because it's so expensive, right? 6 mana Entomb. You have to find the spot. A lot of times it leads to you getting blown out because you're spending pretty much your whole turn just casting that Entomb. But in this spot, of course, you see your opponent tap out, playing into the Fury. It opens up the line to go for the lethal instead of just playing for more board pressure. And because he had the more aggressive draw where the Ornns were on the other side, it sets up an opportunity to push in that extra damage. And Luigi finds the win, advancing to that top 32.
Right. And also Russo going for, the Fury of the North, trying to level up Ornn definitely seems like the correct line there for that player, because the attack token was coming over to Russo, would be able to just slam that Ornn. If you force that block against Ornn's massive stat line and it's, elemental he summons, it's too much to handle. So Luigi seizing the perfect window of opportunity to close out the game before potentially the game is completely taken away from Luigi's hands.
Yeah, and we'll have to see as we continue on. It feels like Jack's Ornn is going to be one of the major power players. This was expected going in. This is kind of one of the big boogeymen of the meta right now. It's a deck that we expect to see a lot. Doesn't feel like it's too crazy a lot of time. I feel like a lot of the other meta decks can find wins, but is stable, strong. It consistently does what you want it to do. And we even saw in this matchup, both players did have really strong setups. Just Russo's was a bit slower trying to get the Ornns and ends up getting punished trying to defend against the double overwhelm. But with that, that's going to be our round 1. That's going to be our top 64. We're going to go to a break. And then when we come back, top 32 of the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzik, and we are moving on to that top 32. Scar, this is going to be a very, very fun matchup. I'm excited for it, but I also, I want to I want to talk about the previous round just a little bit, right? We got to see a lot of Jack Soren, a little bit of Spice here and there. We saw some Ari, we saw some Set. Anything else as we've been perusing the decks that you're excited to see?
Everything that I'm kind of excited for, I'm seeing a little bit of Poro King out in the field, and this is an interesting list because you kind of get the best of both worlds, where you have the early chump blocking potential like we saw from a lot of these Bandle City decks, but then you have the scaling stat lines that allow you to compete against mid-range decks, and just kind of your choice of what region you want to splash, Freljord, Targon, Shadow Isles, but overall, I like the variety here. Players are getting very hungry, as we saw in those last rounds, for something aggressive to play, especially in a tournament. So I can't wait to see what these players came up with for their best aggressive ideas for this meta.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket update and see kind of where these players have advanced, what happened in that round of 64. Now in that top 32, see, P-Tash has advanced, and Meika's going to be the one that Luigi is rewarded with matching up against.
Ooh, that's going to be another Titanic match. And P-Tash, I'm also very surprised isn't already qualified for Worlds, but trying to also get in there. We know P-Tash is a big name to look out for.
Yeah, he had dominant seasonal success previously before the move over to Opens, and it's good to see him back, in form in this top 32. And we've got our feature match on the screen, Rusticles versus Puffball Panda, two prominent community figures. Puffball, of course, going to be a beloved streamer in the Runeterra community, and Rusticles, of course, did just develop a card with the Runeterra devs. He's famous for being able to qualify through seasonals using an eye tracker. I mean, Rusticles, awesome success story, and we even saw his card in that last game. Moving on to the next bunch here, I see Void from Argentina, incredibly strong player, still at it once again.
Yeah, Argentina always slept on a bit, right? Brazil kind of always shines very brightly for that LATAM region, but Argentina is no slouch. Sleeping, who we saw on the tail end of round one, going to be advancing to fight Kid with a Pig, and Stolen Conch still in the running, Casanova, against Brazilian Winding God.
Stolen Conch has stayed alive. We've got Yang Zero. The Brazilian Winding God is so funny. I love it so much. It's got to be Yang, right? I don't know if we've confirmed that, but I know he played with the tag in the past. But then, Yrebellion going up against Neptune. Neptune is M-Tux, a name that many of you may recognize. And played many a seasonal. And that is who Yrebellion is rewarded with going up against. But Rusticles versus Puffball. This is the very exciting matchup. I want to see those deck lists if we got them, so that we can start talking about this, because you and I were talking over the break about these two lineups, and they're a lot of fun. Let's start with Puffball. Timo Kale, the first bring. This is a deck I think we expect to see quite a bit today, and we just are going to get our first look here with Puffball.
Yeah, this is kind of the new kid on the block deck. I mean, the Bandle City with Zolani top end has been an idea that's been around for a bit, but thanks to the newly buffed Yordle Explorer, the Yordle side of the deck, the Bandle City side of the deck, can actually do a little bit more heavy lifting, and it's not as all in with Zolani.
All right, and up next, Fizz Yumi. So we're continuing on with the ability to stay aggressive here, and this is including the Bone Club. Go and equip Fizz with a big club and start sending it face.
This is a terrifying deck. If your list is not able to deal with this, if you aren't running Frostbites for Fizz or Challenger units, you can get snowballed on immediately. Fizz with the Bone Club, even Pouty Poro with a Bone Club is very difficult to deal with. And Puffball Panda's rounding out this swarmy concept with the Targon Poro King, another Zolani deck. Moonlight Affliction, Targon Tellstones for Hush, and Sunburst are fantastic utility tools in the current metagame, and you just have this constant onslaught of pressure with Poro King. If your opponent's too slow to end the game, and once you get to turn 6, 7 plus, those snacks are going to put your opponent in the dirt.
Yeah, just trying to go very fast, very wide, and then have the finisher for Zolani. But on the other side of Rusticles, Gonna be running some board clear here with the Jhin Nora. We've got that broad main plus pings to try and deal with a lot of the pesky mid-range decks.
Yeah, Riptide Rex, also a great late game finisher along with Condense. Even though this card was nerfed, the idea is still sound. Lord Broadmane turning all of your pie tosses and group shots into just hard removal is so good in the current metagame. And Rusticles also bringing Deep, another anti-mid-range concept.
Deep is very, very fun to see here. Deep is, yet again, I mean, a deck that it always kind of crawls back, right? It always lurks in the deep, but not lurk. It's deep. You know, it's always hanging out. Could always return, and Rusticles brings it back. You were telling me, this beats up on the Jax Ornn, which is understandable. It's always beat up on mid range. Is something that Deep has just been able to consistently do. And unfortunately for Rusticles, the matchup against Puffball Panda is not going to have so much mid range. But Rusticles, of course, going to bring that Jax Ornn themselves because he's, of course, expecting this to be a very strong deck. That's why we even see him targeting it.
Yep, you bring it. You force your opponent to ban it, and then you get to play the other two decks that you're really confident in for the metagame. Notably, this version not running Buried in Ice, going for the throat with more aggression. And when we evaluate the bans, I know you said earlier on the break, Casanova, that you were expecting Puffball Panda to ban this Jhin deck, but I wonder if there's just too many Yordles, and maybe you think you can outlast with Poros as well against all of the removal that deck might have.
Yeah, it's possible, right? I think my main thought was, okay, all this extra removal is going to help deal with the elusives, but theoretically, if Rusticles bans one of the elusive decks, then suddenly, this Jhin Nora deck isn't as necessary for him, so he might be in a really good spot. If the Jhin Nora gets banned, he bans elusives, he's got his two kind of more mid-range decks against the more board-centric lists. I think Deep might end up being a pretty weak link in this matchup. I think it's going to have a little bit of a rough time with how fast Puffball wants to go.
Yeah, and I mean, you're sort of forced to ban Fizz, right? I think that maybe it's a deck that's going to, at least myself as a player, I get shaken up by this deck that's just going to snowball, beat me up. Oh no, I can't deal with Fizz, and I lose. And you have to approach the bans with a level head. Don't just go with your initial gut instinct of, oh, I hate this deck, I don't want to play against that deck. Ban the thing that is best for your lineup. And Rusticles has to ask himself, can I beat double Zilani with this deck as well? Because Zilani's just going to go above and beyond even, Jax Ornn stat lines if it gets that late.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. I think I'm just kind of looking through Rusticles' decks to see about, this Fizz pick, right? Like, what does he have to deal with that? And it's not a ton, right? Entrancing Lure in Jax Ornn will give you Challenger. It gives you an opportunity to try and get that Fizz and take care of it. Jaw Hunters is kind of the best you've got in Maokai Nautilus because you're never resolving a Vengeance into a Fizz. And then for the Nora and Jhin, I mean, I think you've got the ability, because you have so many cheap spells, to kind of force Puffball into a spot where you can resolve a Pie Toss or resolve a group shot. It can kind of get there, but it's still not really that phenomenal. You don't really love this situation you're in. At least you've got some amount of elusives to try and block him, but yeah, it feels like that matchup's pretty terrible, and I'm kind of with you on, hey, maybe this Fizz has to go.
And Puffball, when we flip the script, looking at this Jax Ornn, the big missing piece is the Buried in Ice. No longer is there that punish against a potential Zilani development. And the main win condition that two of the three decks in your lineup are built around is going to be a bit more prominent. Maybe you leave that matchup open. It's always dangerous, right, Casanova, to say, my opponent's playing one of the best tournament decks.
There it is.
I'm not going to leave it open. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as you said, you were still saying it. You were saying, hey, this Jax Ornn is just too good. You can't let it get through, and understandably, it does get banned. And considering that Puffball probably expects her Fizz deck to get banned, I think the other two matchups into the Jax Ornn are not quite as good, right? He can still get on board. He can create a lot of pressure, take you out. So instead, we are going to see Deep from Rusticles. He's got to find the win on it, trying to look for a win into double more aggressive board-centric decks. This is going to be pretty tough for Deep, and The draw not looking great to start things out. We do have a Mull and a Sea Scarab is found. That's pretty good.
Yeah, great early start. If Rusticles gets deep very quickly, it's going to be difficult for Puffball Panda to actually close out the game. It's going to be a lot of chip damage, a lot of early swarm, however. So by the time Rusticles does stabilize, get into a threatening position, could be too late.
Yeah, well, out the gates, Soul Harvest pickup for Rusticles is going to be nice. Help clear some of the board and also hitting the Dead Bloom. So having the curve of Sea Scarab, Dead Bloom into Megatusk gives you the ability to, heal a little bit. Megatusk, of course, once you're deep will heal, but also just having some board pressure, having healing from the Dead Bloom. Ways to deal with aggression. Deep has hands that work against aggressive decks, or else people probably would never bring this list to tournament. But the reason it's been a long-standing tournament list is it does even have wins against matchups that it's unfavored, and this is one of those draws where I think it can get there against a more aggressive leaning deck.
Yeah, having the Soul Harvest immediately for the Yordle Explorer, the one of Title Invocation, aka Soggy Feast, to take out a Teemo. Already Rusticles putting up a fantastic early defense against this deck. Puffball, meanwhile, gets Bandle City Mare, has Conchologist, still a lot of value and potential to keep up the pressure as we proceed through this early game.
Yeah, and as you talked about your Soggy Feast Title Invocation, it's rid of a Teemo. This is why you put the one of in the deck, help you out against some of the early aggressive matchup. You've got kind of the draw for it, and even Heavy Metal gonna try and find a way to actually get use out of that. Is there even any equipment in this list? Yeah, there's the
now it is important to note that with this deep list, it's very classic, no watery grave shenanigans, even still running Shipwreck Hoarder over some of the other top end like Terror of the Tides. So gonna be exactly what we're used to seeing.
I was like, is there any equipment in this list? I was looking through, it's like, there's not, but I was looking at the hand, I was like, that's a combat cook, isn't it? Because it was manifested, and now this Heavy Metal gets value. This was going to be an unplayable card in hand.
Absolutely insane value. Puffball Panda getting just kind of shut out right now in the early game. The Soul Harvest lining up against Yordle Explorer, and now Heavy Metal finding a premium target. The bad news from this position as well is these Yordles haven't been buffed. They aren't counting for Zolani Bloodweaver to get boosted either. Could be another attempt at an open attack from Puffball Panda. Goes for Conchologist instead. All
right. Poro Stories, Yordle Portal, or Zenith Blade. I'm
not very strong options, unfortunately. I kind of like the Poro Stories. Just keep going wide. But overall, we need some power cards. Puffball Panda is hoping for Kale or something to get an AoE buff onto this board and really start turning up the heat.
All right, now the Dead Bloom gets to come down. There's not been really much damage taken from Rusticles yet, so the healing's not going to be insane, but that just being established to the board is quite good. You take some damage, you get to throw it back, at least get a heal to 3, and you get the early toss coming out of that.
Yeah, the Sea Scarab being developed early is massive because Puffball Panda can't just go for a wide swarmy hit to allow Rusticles to block and advance those tosses. Slowly but surely, this Teemo might level up. Again, there was only one Title Invocation in Rusticles' deck. Picks up an Undergrowth. I wonder if we're going to extend to take out Teemo, but Puffball Panda draws the third copy. And we know with Deep, right, there is this weird relationship with the Puff Caps. If after you go deep, you have very few cards in deck, suddenly a bunch of Puff Caps get doubled into your deck, could result in a very spicy lethal for game one.
Yeah, that makes the Teemo just extra scary. You have to be worried about that at all times. And losing an Undergrowth to the toss, this is a card you kind of want to draw in the matchup. You don't really want to lose, but early in the game it is okay, especially since one has been drawn already.
And Puffball Panda does have a little bit more threat than what it seems like on the surface. With the Yordle Portal grabbed off the Conchologist, That's going to be another attacker developed at burst speed for an open. Targon Tellstones in the hand, going to be beautifully used with the Blessing of Targon to put massive permanent stats onto this final Teemo, perhaps. And with only 3 mana left on a Rusticle side, you could very easily fully extend. Ooh. Yordle Portal hitting another mare. The discounts coming through heavy. And I do like just using the Blessing of Targon right now just to be mana efficient. I think that you're going to go for an open attack almost always. Only pushing through a little bit of damage, however. Rusticle still sitting pretty at 19.
Oh, wow. And the Blessing of Targon is going to be huge to be able to turn this around, right? Keep your unit on board. Go for the big swing. Prevent this Undergrowth from taking out your last Teemo and actually push him closer to a level up.
I think that that's...
Does it resolve?
Ooh, lets it through. The Targon Tellstone's going to be held. Maybe trying to save it for a Hush down the road. I believe Behold the Infinite is also in the Targon Tellstones. So Puffball Panda going to try to look to the skies here.
Wow, yeah, going to take Behold. Actually just looking for
Living Legends! She's cracked! She knew exactly what the win con was here. Even if Teemo survives and levels, it's not going to be strong enough. Living Legends is the Hail Mary to get a massive threat from this position before Rusticles gets deep.
Yeah, recognizing how rough this spot is because Rusticles had all this early pressure, had every answer, even the freaking heavy metal, which is completely worthless in the matchup, got a lot of value here, right? So everything was lining up for Rusticles. And Puffball, going for the Hail Mary, finds the Living Legends, which is exactly what you would want in this spot. And
beautifully calculated. Even has a Pie Toss now to get rid of the 1/1. Just float some mana, chill, set up for the next turn, do some floating. Some innocent chip damage. Wow, this got real spicy, real fast, Casanova. You got to be rooting for Puffball Panda at this point. Big Bad Nautilus comes through. The Living Legends still chilling in the hand. Another Targon Tellstones. This is an aspect of the deck that I didn't even properly evaluate. Its ability to invoke, thanks to Targon Tellstones, to find some over-the-top value when it's required. This is going to be Soul Harvest number 2, hitting the Bandle Commando, and this is finally a buffed unit going down to count for Zolani. If things do go that late game, as long as Puffball can chump down versus all these big, deep monsters, has a fearsome blocker in play to stop the Nautilus, still could just be a good old-fashioned Bandle City chump down.
I don't think we're going to get to Zolani because of this Living Legends. I think that Rusticles just has to find a way to push this Nautilus over as quick as possible. And as we're seeing right now, Nautilus is very close to deep, right? There's 21 cards left in deck. Has to get rid of 6 more. There's a Jettison in hand, so really we're about there.
I'm going to tell you the prophecy right now, though, Casanova. We need oh my god, what is that card called? The AoE 2+2/+2 buff? Doesn't find it, though.
Yeah.
Cosmic Inspiration.
Cosmic Inspiration's the one. Yeah, the permanent. That would be insane for this deck, but Living Legends on only 8 mana means some of the biggest bombs you're actually not able to play here.
Has a Moon Silver, could squeeze in the I Am a Dragon lurking there in the hand. Oh yeah, goes for the big boy, the Great Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, this makes the most sense, right? Spell Shield elusive, that's incredibly difficult for Deep to deal with. The HP is too high as well for a Devourer to even get through. Even a Devourer that's Deep is going to have trouble getting through this. You've got Yeah, with that spell shield, it's
Tidal
massive.
Invocation is gone, so your easy ping no longer there to pop the spell shield. Puffball Panda has the second Targon Tellstones. After you invoke into something amazing like this, you gotta look into the void once more to get that. Again, Cosmic Inspiration completely flips this game and turns Zilani into a real problem for Rusticles. There's a attack token coming through. Free attack, it looks like, for just 10 damage, setting up the 2-turn lethal. And Rusticles just barely hanging on. The only out that Rusticles has from this position is maybe a clutch Maokai coming through to win the stalemate, or Shipwreck Hoarder hitting something insane.
Yeah, you kind of need a 2-card combination almost as well, and the best card for it is that Tidal Invocation, which is already gone, as you mentioned, right? Vengeance trying to find its way to get through this Great Beyond.
Wow. So Puffball Panda really recognizing the situation. The pressure is on me right now to close out this game as fast as possible, and develops another elusive threat, calling out that there is no Abyssal Eye from Rusticles. So gets a bonus damage for her troubles, and another Owlcat to help chump down against this eventual deep pop-off turn.
Yeah,
and I still like the Pythos
attack.
By attacking with just elusive units, Rusticles can't chump to get value out of the Sea Scarab. It's coming all down to just natural draws and tosses, and eventually this Jettison.
Jettison will get him there exactly. So this next attacking turn, Rusticles should be deep. Okay. He's got healing from these 2 Mega Tusks.
The Mega Tusk healing is great, but Puffball Panda, because deep doesn't really put on a lot of early pressure, can just kick back and take 13 from Nautilus. Even though there is no Fearsome blocker in hand right now. And slowly but surely, Puffball Panda has now Perilous Pastry to ping Nexus or get rid of this 1/1 Tentacle. And just make room for the second Living Legends, because I've been operating under the assumption that there's no way Puffball Panda whiffs and is going to hit the second Living Legends. It is foretold.
So, Skarsgård, the Mega Tusks can actually heal Rusticles out of range of just the Great Beyond swinging in, but the Tellstones going into Blessing of Targon would give that added reach.
Oh,
for
yeah.
Puffball to get over the top.
Puffball Panda made the right choice to not go for Blessing of Targon on Teemo and went for the Living Legends, and now may pivot to recognizing, okay, I can just do Blessing of Targon on Great Beyond because it's safe. If we look at Rusticles' list, right, if you attack, the only out is double Vengeance or something to get through the spell shield and still hang on. That's the third Undergrowth, by the way, as well, being tossed.
Yeah, Undergrowth Vengeance would have been another way to potentially deal with this Great Beyond, so that's off the table. Comes down to these deep swings, but Puffball has the chumps.
Yep, just very easily blocking down with all of the Owlcats. The Vandal Commandos didn't do as much damage as they would have liked, but still tons of blocking potential. Puffball does not need to react. I love the pass.
Garzik, actually, the Mega Tusk plus the Dead Bloom, if the Dead Bloom goes in and connects, that would heal out of range of Blessing of Targon on the Great Beyond as well. There would need to be more reach.
Vandal City Mare's there. From this turn, so Puffball Panda does have 2 choices. I don't think the Zilani is anywhere near close to leveling up.
No shot.
You're going to trade down your whole board here anyway. So I think you maybe play the Perilous Pastry to open up as much hand space as possible, and indeed go for that Living Legends, because you can hit Golden Sister, you can hit... again, Cosmic Inspiration might be fine. But the Great Beyond doing its utmost to win this first game. It's going to come down to this next attack token for sure.
Also comes down to Rusticles playing out this Mega Tusk. It is free to play. There is a board space.
Yeah, Rusticles not going to get too cheeky about holding this back. Behold the Infinite is the choice.
Cosmic
No Blessing of
Inspiration.
Targon.
That doesn't get there, though. It's only 12.
Boosts it. So, Yrebellion now as a 12-8. And then one more damage from the Perilous Pastry is 13. Mega Tusk gonna come through with that additional healing, and Puffball Panda needs to find 3 more damage somewhere. Top deck here of an elusive would be massive.
Hellstones? It's not Tellstones, Paparo. Manifest a Yordle, though.
I think it has to attack
and gives it +1 on the attack.
Is it on play and attack?
On play, he manifests. On attack, he gives +1. So he finds an elusive Yordle. He doesn't find one.
So close. Conchologist maybe finds Heroic Refrain. Oh, there's still so many. There's so many ways here. There's so many outs. The Conchologist looking in the mystery box one more time.
Hail Cascade draw and +1.
Oh my God, Calcinoma, this is so
Hail
close.
Cascade on to Great Beyond. You get another draw.
13 and draw another card.
You need to find 1 more damage with the Perilous Pastry there. 1 more damage.
Kale, it counts.
Kale.
She'll buff the Great Beyond.
Wait, is it just +1 though? Oh, but Popper +1 to only Yordles.
All right, so it's 14 from the Great Beyond, and then you just have to survive the next swing.
Yeah, you have to survive the swing, which you can't.
But it's 4v6.
You can't. It's a 1-off.
The Perilous Pastry, no. It's in the hand at slow speed. It's not going to be enough.
Hail is 1 mana short.
And Puffball Panda surrenders.
Rusticles surrendered.
Wait, Rust surrendered?
Am I missing something? Was he 1-off? Was she 1-off? Puffball was not. Puffball was 1-off, right?
I think maybe looking at the blocks, like you attack with Great Beyond, set down to 1, and then on the next swing turn, everything is blocked except... No, because it was 4v6, right? There were puff caps in the deck.
I mean, there were puff caps, but I mean, Rusticles just went deep. There was like 6 puff caps, right, in 14 cards. Yeah, it's not amazing. You'd rather not be on 1, but it wasn't lethal.
Maybe honestly could have just...
I thought Puffball potentially surrendered, but it doesn't make sense for either to surrender with the puff cap still in deck.
It could have just been a slight. It could have just been a slight miscalculation, right? Where maybe Puffball just was crunching the numbers and didn't surrender yet, and Rusticles cracked under the pressure. Maybe saw some math that wasn't there. Maybe just didn't remember that Perilous Pastry was slow speed into an open. Maybe wasn't confident in the open attack. But regardless of everything, that was still an amazing game number 1 with Puffball Panda finding that incredibly narrow line to even put on that much threat potential. And Rusticle's going to try to hang on with Poros versus Deep this time.
That's so crazy. I'm stunned. I'm stunned, Skarzik. Being able to even get him to 1 was insane.
Yeah.
But it would have come down to a puff cap. It would have...
Maybe Rusticles is the type of player that's like, you know what? I'm just going to go next, because if this puff cap hits, it will irreparably tilt me for the rest of the tournament. And so it was actually a mental concede to just take the L on your own terms and not leave it up to random.
All right, well, Lure of the Depths has been played. We got the treasure potential coming through.
And I gotta say as well, the Zolani is a much more prescient threat in a Poro list, because you just play 1 snack, and then the rest of your engine is online. Getting the elusive keyword on Patch Porobot is also nice for some early aggression, and Rusticles still getting that great early suite of cards. Has the title Invocation once again, double Dreadbloom and Sea Scarab.
Yeah, I think LoR was also just absolutely insane to get, right? Reducing the costs of all of your sea monsters, drawing another sea monster. Just massive to have that.
Title Invocation finding a great target here. Puffball doesn't have the Poro Snack in hand to deflect. And you get a nice chump blocker besides, and another body that feeds into the Sea Scarab. The way this is lining up, in the other game, Puffball was able to attack with just elusives, and she's trying to replicate that in this game. To deny blocking potential from Rusticles means that there's no more units to sacrifice to toss with Sea Scarab. Another strong option here of just playing the Poro Sled, going a bit wider. A 5/5 seems pretty safe here, and I like developing to potentially force a Vengeance to clear a path for the Poro King to stick.
Yeah, I like Poro Sled a lot. I think that there's not a lot of things that can be done for deep to deal with that 5/5 body. As you said, Vengeance, right? But again, Poro King then becomes, you know, a major threat, and you kind of need to hold this Vengeance for that opportunity. And its HP is just too high. Gets around Devour of the Deeps as well. So now it's just Rusticles just putting up a front of all this lifesteal, try and continue to protect the life total, and chump away to try and get the Sea Scarab procs. This is going to be a much faster game going deep for Rusticles, though, than the previous one, right? We've seen a lot more of these tosses. There's actually the ability to chump this time. And once again, having the Jettison. Last game, not even needing to use the Jettison to get there. This time, with how fast Rusticles is being able to push towards deep, I think this Jettison will probably come out, especially with all these extra sea monsters.
Mm-hmm. And Rusticles trying to set up as well, you know, for the Undergrowth or something to clean up this Poro Sled. Tosses one. The math is getting a little bit muddy, Casanova, but this is the moment here in mid-game where Rusticles needs to clear this wide board of Poros before they start to get buffed by snacks. The summoned Poro Fly as well from the sled counts towards Poro King. If this 5/2 stays alive, it's so many extra procs to develop snacks. It counts as a summon for the King's effect.
Yeah, it's absurd for sure, but also absurd draw from deep, right? We've got double lure already online. Look at these 2 mana 3/5s that are eventually going to be, you know, healing Rusticles later in the game, and also going to be buffed up by deep, right? These are massive that you're getting for such low cost. Same with the 4-cost Devourer of the Depths, right? These are great ways for Rusticles to come back on board. Devourer can get slammed to try and take out the Poro Sled as an option, right? And as we can see on the right side, Nautilus, 21 cards left in deck, so we just need 6 more tosses to get to deep, and Jettison's there. It's just 2 cards at this point that need to come out of the deck before Jettison can get us all the way.
I love the patient play from Rusticles as well, holding up that Vengeance mana, keeping Puffball from developing Poro King. She's pivoting to a different line, guiding Touch to keep the sled online. There's no Poro Snacks as of yet, so this presents a massive window of opportunity for Rusticles to get rid of these Poros before they begin to outscale the deep sea monsters and before they offer credit to Zilani Bloodweaver.
Wide board still there.
Another wide swing beaten threatened, and because Rusticles no longer needs to hold up that Vengeance mana, can develop in kind. I love the second Megatusk here. A couple more trades down the line with Sea Scarab backed up by Jettison could get there, but floats it. Wants to have full spell mana to keep this Vengeance up and alive. Once you have that 3 spell mana floated, it offers so much freedom to the deck to be able to Vengeance while still developing threats. So really patient again from Rusticles in the face of the Poro onslaught. The King is leveled, going to generate a Snacks immediately. Espresso Snacks is Challenger, if I'm remembering correctly.
I believe so. Going to be the Espresso Snacks coming out. Immediate Vengeance, this is what we've been holding it for. And because of the Lure of the Depths, you've actually got options to still develop more sea monsters with this additional 4 mana if you would like. It's consideration probably for playing out the Tusk, but because you're going deep so quickly here and you're at 18 life, I think Rusticles probably wants to get the value out of the heal with that sea monster. And Devour, he really wants to take out a Poro Sled or to take out a Poro King once he has gone deep and it has more value. So this time it is going to be full.
Yeah, that is very cheeky.
The challenger, you actually want to swap positions with the Scarab. You want it to die first so it doesn't get another toss, but realistically, it's not going to matter much here. You're already so close to going deep.
You're trying to revert tosses versus pushing through a little bit of damage versus the life steal. It's definitely a negligible difference. These elusive Poros are starting to get really threatening now that Puffball Panda has the second Poro King in hand. This is a kind of a rehash of what we saw in game number 1, Casanova, right? Where Rusticles is going to get deep, start putting on massive pressure, and Puffball Panda also on the back foot a bit with massive threat potential to scale.
Yeah, I lost my count a little bit, but I think this, we can see from the eye, this is a bit of a punish with the ordering because this is going to go deep. We have the Scarab getting buffed up from deep due to that jettison. And now actually forcing that Pale Cascade to keep the Poro Sled alive. However, having that answer is quite good. Having the Sled stay alive, still get to deal with the Scarab. There's going to be a big hit there, but still having a lot of board pressure. Only a single sea monster here. The Lure of the Depths, though, is quite terrifying due to the fact that there's all these discounted sea monsters that are in the hand in the deck. And we've gotten to the Nautilus turn.
Finally, Nautilus comes through to stabilize. Devour the Depths being 0 is fantastic. Pressure now from Maokai to destroy Puffball Panda's deck and put a massive clock. With no deck, no Poros, no procs for the King, no snacks, you can see how it becomes a domino effect of Deep taking over the game from this position. Maokai just on the verge of leveling, 20 out of 25.
Yeah, that Dreg Dredger is getting very close to a Maokai trigger here. Maokai maybe gets played out later, right? This turn is pretty obviously just going to be Nautilus into Devour. It doesn't feel like there's really anything else that would make sense.
Yeah, and it feels terrible to develop the 6/6 Poro King into Devourer of the Depths with no snack to buff that up. If Rusticles, and now here's the thing, Rusticles has to Devour now, right? Because if you play Nautilus first, then Puffball gets to develop a Poro and get a snack to develop Poro King out of range of the Devourer. But Rusticles values getting a big threat in play rather than actually answering the Poro King here in the 11th hour is going to make the bet that the snacks just won't scale fast enough.
Yeah, it's almost an impossible decision to make for Rusticles to actually go for Devourer first, because then you wouldn't be able to resolve Nautilus.
Did I miscalculate that? I'm sorry. Was that a pass?
No, Puffball passed. Yeah, Puffball passed. You calculated correct. Puffball could have played out this elusive Poro and gotten there, I believe.
Didn't want to overwrite another body, I suppose. Wanted to keep as much threat in play as possible and is focusing perhaps on just a pure elusive win con. There is still one more Poro King in the deck. It'd be possible to rectify that mistake. But yeah, if you got that snack off, then the Poro King's a 7/1, gets a cleaner trade into the 7/7. Your elusives are much more threatening. Really unfortunate that the Devour of the Depths did connect. Could have been that Puffball Panda had a read that there wasn't one based on some of Rusticles' plays from earlier.
Yeah, totally possible, right? Considering how long the sled has stuck around, you would have felt like, hey, maybe there was a chance for this to actually deal with that earlier in the game. So maybe you're not on Devour out of these two cards, but still, Rusticles just holding on to it throughout this entire game. Has been in the hand since the very beginning.
And Rusticles had developed a Nautilus first, right? Opening up that line.
Had to, yeah.
So then Puffball Panda said there's no way that Rusticles would actually open up the line if there was a follow-up Devourer, because I have the threat of snack. You know, therefore, this is a weird cat and mouse of players making reads based on what the opponent is doing. And it's come up with Rusticles on top in game number 2.
I think the other big thing for Rusticles there is, like, if you go with the Devour line open, you can't develop Nautilus. And if there's just a natural Poro snack in hand from Puffball Panda, you just get completely blown out because you haven't seen a single one all game, right? There's 3
That's
copies
so true.
in the deck. So really, there's just no choice for Rusticles there. Just has to go for the Nautilus line, create the biggest board possible, put Puffball to 1, and just hope that it all pays off. And because the Devourer is able to actually take out the Poro King, we're now at this moment where Puffball is not really in a good position to push over the top for the 15 damage. There's 3 elusives. I mean, it's a lot of damage, and 1 snack was drawn, but it's only 10. It's not 15, right? So it comes down to maybe the Poro Sled can bring out something else that's incredibly strong. Doesn't look like Puffball wants to go for the attack, though, just trying to keep it alive as a blocker.
I would have also liked to see a Sunburst on the opener.
Here it is. Okay. Potentially sending the impacts.
7, 10, 12. Plus 1 more Poro could be an elusive, would be gargantuan. The sled is the real king.
Oh, but the sled doesn't pull the elusive, so now Rusticles gets the block down.
It's to block down versus all of this. Puffball has Sunburst. It doesn't have Daybreak anymore, but it still deals its damage. So can clean up here to maintain presence. Let's see. Because it's 3v6, 1 HP. Yeah, unfortunately, Puffball Panda is not going to get there, right? Only has mana for 1 Sunburst. Still going to be lethal on open attack for Rusticles.
Is there a way to live? The one of Guiding Touch was already played this game.
This is Targon Poros, so no like harsh winds from the Freljord version. You can get Moonlight Affliction to take Deep away, but no, you need bodies.
On 1, right? So
yeah, you need bodies. Like the Moonlight Affliction's there, but it's not going to save Puffball Panda here. We're gonna go to a game number 3 after the full send.
Yeah, it was kind of the one potential out, was the full send everything, use the impact and the potential to get an elusive, because an elusive Poro would have been the 3 damage. That would have done it. But just Poro Sled not coming through this time around.
He tried his best to carry in the absence of the Poro King. And, of course, Puffball Panda getting a little bit unlucky. That natty Poro Snacks that's in the deck list itself was drawn incredibly late. And if that was indeed in the hand to survive that Devour the Depths play, would have been gargantuan to swing that game number 2. But now, game number 3, the Jhin Broadmane Riptide Rex Condensed list versus Poros. This is the battle of attrition for the century. Casanova. Poros seemingly an endless stream of scaling 1/1s versus Broadmane's ability to very quickly and cheaply answer almost everything, combined with portals for blocking potential. This is, if there's a game where Zolani Bloodweaver is going to show up, it's got to be this one.
Yeah, it does feel like that should be the case, or at least could be the case in this one. I want to say I'm very impressed with Deep, though. These were 2 matchups that I felt like were going to be very hard, and yeah, I do feel like Rusticles had the draws that were necessary against, you know, these more aggressive decks, but also just piloted it really well, really safe, and it ends up just being a more impressive list into these decks than I ever thought it would have been. So really cool to see Deep show up, find this win, and now it's coming down to that Jhin Nora to see if it can be closed out against the Poro King, and Puffball, she's not going to let it happen too easily.
Yeah, just a lot of early swarm, a lot of aggression. 3 different Poros is great for advancing Poro King. And the ideal scenario, right, is Poro King is able to stick for maybe just 2 turns, maybe even half a turn to get a snack. And I think that as long as each Poro King develops a special snack, it's going to be great for Puffball Panda's chances to scale. Because all Rusticles can do is block and remove, and that is going to perfectly set up for Zolani Bloodweaver if Rusticles runs out of ammunition, so to speak.
And he's got a couple drop the bombs, which is a little bit slow removal into these Poros, right? You're paying 2 mana just to deal with the 1. You are going to get some damage out of it, but it's, you know, not your favorite piece of removal for this matchup. It'll get the job done. the other side, Puffball has found additional Poros, right? Found the Poro Herder, which is going to just allow for that patch Poro bot to come through, set up for different keywords, just get a bigger Poro onto the board anyways.
Yeah, I didn't see what keyword the patch Poro bot grabbed. Puffball Panda just recognizing I can develop a little bit more here. Rather than open attacking to go for the 2, and to just get some damage. One more. Floating 2 mana as well. This is very even play. Make it easier to weave in a Poro snack down the road, not going full tilt into this portal deck.
Just one portal established for Nora. So far, we had the Junk Construct. Be able to grab that. This time, we've got we've got Skip drawn into hand. Wondering what cards you really want to target. Snacks, I guess. If you can,
it could
snack
help
out of the hand.
Hitting a sled would be fantastic. The only interaction that Puffball Panda has in this list is, Sunburst, and because of the silence, you still get the card back. Is it like an actual capture? You know how you do it like way Tom Kench, you silence your own guy and they don't get it back with Hush. But I think the way Skip is worded that it doesn't actually obliterate the card.
It just says capture it, so it might obliterate it. I actually don't know the interaction, so we'll see if that comes up. But in any case, if that is the
someone in chat knows.
Ooh,
what? Oh no!
Wow!
The portal gets Trifarian Glory Seeker, which cannot block versus this. Now, if you're Puffball Panda, you're still very much incentivized to remove a 5/1 because it threatens so hard against Poro King. But we've got Affectionate Poro as well. We're gonna run up and give this girl a hug.
Yeah, Affectionate Poro is perfect for this, right? She just has 1 health. You will trade this, absolutely. You're like, okay, the 5/1. Yeah, this can deal with a lot of my big threats. You got to get rid of it. I know there was that consideration for just 1 second there of Puffball, like, I can just push more damage, but it makes sense to deal with this unit. You really do not want this floating around to hit your sled, hit your Poro King.
Not wanting to get any value trades as well. This is a big telegraph, right? That suddenly Puffball Panda, rather than going aggressive, is now maintaining board state. This signals to Rusticles, okay, there must be snacks in hand, something that's going to try to bait me into an aggressive turn, because this Vandal City Jin deck doesn't have any healing. Puffball Panda is incentivized to go aggressive, but is already thinking about the macro of the matchup. It doesn't matter if I deal early damage when I'm just going to infinitely outscale.
Yeah, and looking at Rusticle's spot too, like, drew all of his late game, right? This is, double wreck as Broadmain. Really not what you wanted to see early on against the Poros, because you didn't want to leak damage, but the fact that Puffball hasn't found any natural snacks yet again in the early stages of the game has kind of kept Rusticles in it to the point where, hey, this Riptide Rex actually won't be too terrible. And we even see the setup of the Scrappy here to get the bomb going, so that when this countdown finishes, we're actually on the Rex turn.
Oh, that's a classic play from long ago. Rusticles also setting up the Scrappy Bomb to damage the Poro King to prep for Broadmain on action number 1 of the turn to get rid of the King. And Puffball responds with the clutch Guiding Touch to heal. The King survives. Rusticles has to go for Wallop to get rid of the King, to resolve that damage before the Gauntlet.
That's very rough, but you have to get rid of him. You have to deal with this. So that's kind of the last spell that Rusticles even has. The rest of this hand is really jank with the double Rex. Concolage is actually kind of nice, being able to just develop that, get another spell, but no more mana left. You had to use everything to deal with the King. And now Panda's still got 6 to try and send back, but the problem is Panda just doesn't have that good of a hand. Realistically, it's just a couple of Poros. Mighty Poro at least helps. Maybe you even look to cycle with Hail Cascade, but I suppose it's not Puffball's attack token, so you can wait a little bit longer.
I would have greeted, I think. I would have cascaded to try to get second King off the top. Because if I can develop this turn, the King to stick, you get that guaranteed snack. There's still, again, this is the 3rd game we're seeing with these decks, the Poro King, and no snacks. All these Poros going down aren't crediting Zolani Bloodweaver. This Pale Cascade is massive. Please get a Poro snack. Turn up the juice. Rusticles is in a very awkward spot, as you already talked about, Casanova, because of drawing all this heavy late game, but Puffball Panda has not been able to develop any sort of pressure, so there hasn't been a punish.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, though, is now we've gotten to the point where this hand is a lot less awkward, because you've got Broadmain developed. You'll be able to develop the second one whenever, right? Get value out of it. But also, because of the drop the bomb, we have the scrappy bomb that was picked up. Played perfect timing. Rusticles' next turn is going to deal 1 to Puffball's Nexus. Plunder turned on. Rex comes down and just wipes out this board.
Yeah, the cannon barrages combined with Broadmain's effect means that it doesn't matter how big the Poros even are. That beautiful attack comes through. Poro Scholar's just been hanging out the whole time. And Skip, King of the Reef, took away the Targon Tellstone. So that's one less option that Puffball Panda has to fight out of this very awkward spot.
I mean, this is yet another game where trying to behold the infinite and find just a win con that way feels like the spot Puffball's in, but Skip taking that away doesn't even allow for the shenanigans of, what happened in game 1 where Puffball was digging and finding that Great Beyond.
Oh my god, the Poro King off the Pale Cascade. Rusticles has Broadmain in play, but only 1 ping.
So here's the thing with this as well, right? If Puffball develops this, might be able to get a little value out of this turn, but here comes Rex on the following turn, right? This has to set up some kind of open attack and try and get some value from Poro King, but usually you need to develop a Poro in order to get the Poro snack, but if you develop a Poro, you get Rexed. So it's a very, very tough situation if Panda has a read that there is a Rex, and considering how slow Rusticles has had to play, you kind of feel like there are some powerful late game cards that were drawn. It was an earlier kind of bricked hand.
And so Puffball Panda, when all is said and done, has to pass this turn and hope that the cannon barrages are kind.
Yep. I look, good recognition from Panda. Really a heads up. Be able to pass the turn. Instead of just playing out the Poro King, you've got the snacks now, and Rex is just going to come down first. So you've got time to redevelop.
That's disgusting!
Everything, but with everything being this low and 7 barrages, I mean, you're pretty much just guaranteed to wipe the board.
Let me see. Each barrage deals 2, so the snack in hand still doesn't save the Poros. So they're just going to tank. And this is removing 5 chump blockers as well. So now we've got a massive 7-5 threat. Broadmain still chilling. And Group Shot to get rid of this 2-1 potentially to clear a path for even more damage. Puffball Panda is incentivized to actually develop one of these smaller Poros just to block and try to survive rather than developing the King into a dangerous position.
So I guess you could potentially play King, but if you chump block with it, you do just get Group Shot and Broadmain kills you off. It feels like the most natural play is to play King and then block, but the Broadmain makes that feel really bad. And developing either of these, one-drop Poros, I suppose you can actually get a trade onto Conchologist or onto the Portal Scholar, and maybe that's not too bad as you chump the Rex, and then afterwards, I guess you play King, the other Poro, and the snack, and you just hope for the best.
I like playing Poro Fly because the tough keyword on the Plucky Poro scales much better. Oh, but Puffball Panda has a different plan. Goes for the Poro King just in order to get this snack. So now we have double snack in hand. I think was maybe hoping for Frostbite snack, now that I think about it.
Oh, that's actually a good call. Frostbite snack would have been massive in this spot because it still allow you to block with the Poro King, Frostbite the thing he's blocking, and actually get the kill with it, not actually put him in danger of any spell and Broadmain. But instead, we're at this point where, hey, you really don't want to block with this Poro King.
Yep, so just goes for Poro snack. A 3-2, and finally the engine is online. The next handful of top decks are going to be massive, but now with just the damage around the sides, Rusticles putting up a massive barrier with the second Riptide Rex about to hit.
I'm gonna have to find a way to plunder. Actually, not gonna have a way in hand to do so. But at least there's a little bit of time. But the next turn, the attack token, it's going to be almost impossible for Puffball to stop any damage from leaking, especially because we have the elusive with Skip. Oh, Daring Poro actually is a potential block, so Puffball just can't go wide enough, and it comes down to, can you use the Espresso Poros or the Espresso Snack to actually get something?
Espresso Snacks for Challenger. Gets the Targon Tellstone back from Skip. and go for Behold the Infinite. A lot of stats coming
you
through.
can take out
Broadmain
Broadmain.
also going down. But this is every single game in this series has been so close, and Puffball Panda has just been a little drop of bad luck, I feel like, away from just taking over the game. And Rusticles just hanging on with this scaling removal strategy.
So now Rusticles Broadmain group shot, Broadmain from hand into group shot, gives a way to deal with the king. Has enough damage been done by this Poro King to get Puffball fully back into this, right? You're going to get your Telstones back. You can potentially fish for a new win condition that way if this Broadmain group shot takes down your Poro King. Takes out the elusive instead.
Yeah, just going to ping that down. Has the group shot. Needs to find a way to damage the Nexus to turn on Riptide Rex. There's always a threat of top deck Jhin as well. If he attacks, that's 4 damage directly to the Nexus. The clock is winding down here in this nail-biting game number 3. Both players well loved by the community, putting everything on the line to stay in this tournament. Argon Telstones, Behold the Infinite, Puffball Panda's signature effect. Meteor Shower is tempting, written in stars for third. Poro King gives you fuel.
Yeah, Crescent Strike wasn't bad either if there's a develop, but this is very likely just an open attack, so none of those really helping.
The Meteor Shower is pretty clutch. It lines up beautifully to take out this Broadmain, and if that's not on the field, then Puffball Panda's board is solidified. So we'll see what it comes down to. If this ends up being the correct choice with that clutch invoke. And the Jhin was found!
Jhin picked up, and it's just the open attack going wide to turn on the Riptide Rex, and that should be plenty to close out this game.
Yeah, and then because of Portal Scholar, the Ceaseless Sentry is going to draw a card. That's Impact. So close. Even if we had, even if it was written in stars, you get the Poro stories to draw more Poros, but then you're just drawing cards, and the amount of pressure there is just a little bit too much for Puffball Panda to happen. That first Riptide Rex wiping the entire board was just absolutely disgusting, and Rusticles with the anti-meta lineup able to take down Zalani Bloodweaver in the end. Absolutely
insane. Beautiful lineup here. I love to see Deep coming out, having success, and even that Jhin Nora, such a great deck. I mean, the Broadmain creating so much impact in that game by just basically invalidating the Poro King, invalidating the big threats that Puffball had. And once again, I mean, Puffball, I have to say, a little bit unlucky on these Poro games, not finding her snacks early on enough. Really well done overall, making it to even the top 32 here of the Last Chance Qualifier. Super impressive showing out of Puffball, but congratulations to Rusticles advancing with that really, really sweet lineup, Skarsgård. I mean, it's probably the coolest one I think that we've seen today. I really like the inclusion of Deep. It's a deck that we almost always are like discounting, and then it just shows up and wins a seasonal, or it makes a really deep run in a big tournament. It always appears under those specialists who really like Deep.
Yeah, when the meta moves into the right position for it, it always seems as though players don't realize it until the final time of the tournament. And furthermore, I love the boldness of bringing this Broadmain list. It was a deck a long time ago when Condense was only 2 mana. You could more easily get additional reps of Riptide Rex and Lord Broadmain to fight against these board-based decks. And shoring that up with the Nora package instead to provide more defense and recognizing its pure anti-board, anti-meta potential means that Rusticles is still alive in the world's last chance qualifier.
The Last Chance Qualifier. Well, with that, we've got no more matches for the top 32. That one was, very long duration, so nothing left.
Was a great round.
Of course, we got a banger. It felt like it was going to be aggro, it was going to be quick, and it just was not. It absolutely exceeded our expectations. What an awesome matchup we had there. But with that, we will be heading to a break here in the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. We've got round of 16 coming up next, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss any of this action. Welcome back to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig, and we are moving on to our top 16. There's been some really excellent Runeterra so far, Skarzig. I've been pleasantly surprised with some of the deck choices, not seeing a very narrow meta. In fact, we are seeing quite a big variation of the deck list that we're seeing, even the most popular one being that kind of Jax Ornn, at least from what we've seen on stream, wasn't even in some of the lineups. So very, very nice to see kind of that big variation of lists that are doing really quite well overall. And I mean, Scar, is there any big moments that have been standing out over the first, couple of series that we watched?
I've got to give another shout out, Casanova, to Puffball Panda. The, Behold the Infinite play. I was tunnel visioning so hard on, we've got Blessing of Targon for Teemo, recognizing that wasn't going to be enough to carry. And it was going to be that super sick Living Legends to get another threat. Every one of those games were so close. And honestly, everything that we've seen on the stream today have been fantastic close matches. Whether we've seen it from the beginning or catching the tail end of game number 3 to clutch it out. Everything has been on a very even keel. And I'm so looking forward to what these players have brought, because now we're at the stage of the tournament where players that thought outside of the box and maybe have this anti-meta slant to their lineups like Rusticles did are going to really begin to shine.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's kind of see how we've made it to this top 16 that we are at. We started the day watching a very exciting matchup, and we ended up seeing a little bit of Luigi after our first match that we watched as he took down Russo.
Yeah, the Brazilian friendly fire.
Yeah, I was going to mention, Makos comes in and actually was able to take out Luigi, and Makos making it all the way to the top 16, a player that we've really watched over the course of his career. Makos has been such an excellent player from Brazil. And on the top side of it, Doubtful and Ptash, two American players that had made it very deep runs in multiple seasonals in the past, and constantly near the top of the tables as we jump to this next group here, as Rusticles has made it past Puffball Panda.
And easy to win, fighting peace and peace prevailing. More Brazilians having to face each other. When your region is that strong, it's just par for the course, unfortunately. Rusticles is going to be advancing to face Dolmat. And rounding out the next piece of the bracket, we've got Dan Wynn going up against Void, a strong player from Argentina that we've had our eyes on. Simple and Clean also advancing to take on Kid with the Pig.
Excellent name. Solid. Kid with the Pig. Phenomenal. Absolutely love it. But our featured matchup is going to be Peace versus Alexander. Peace is going to be one of our Brazilian representatives going up against Alexander. Peace took down Easy to win. As we take a look at this last little grouping here. Finally, Winding God from Brazil has fallen to Hawk362, who will be taking on Yrebellion, who was our first matchup we saw going up against Cephalopod. It has made it through Cephalopod, through M-Tux, and now against Hawk362. So playing against some very, very strong North American players coming out of that. Very funny to see M-Tux still representing the Australian flag when he is in fact not Australian. It's been a running meme because his account was made when he was in Australia on a trip, and then he ended up back. So it's very funny to see him getting that flag still.
And when we kind of evaluate the field of players overall for this top 64, these are, again, when we look at Worlds, right? This is the pinnacle of competition, but there's only so many slots. And it's almost no surprise, right, that here in the Last Chance Qualifiers, we're going to have the strongest players in the community that just haven't had a chance to have it be their day. And now that we are advancing into top 16, the matches are going to get even harder. We're going to see high-level play with so much on the line. And that's the beauty of it, Casanova, right? This is pure competition. There's no prize pool here, folks. These players are slugging it out here on the big stage just for these final 2 slots to make it into the Runeterra World Championships.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. And so let's kind of move on to this match in the top 16, right? Big stakes, make it to that top 8, and you're just one game away from that qualifying match. And let's take a look at the decks from Peace and Alexander. Peace has been on a great run so far, taking out Easy to win, having that Brazilian team kill, and Brazil being just historically a very, very strong region for Runeterra. A lot of incredibly good North American players, or not North American players, but America's players have been from Brazil, a lot of the top Americas players, and Peace trying to continue that torch here on that Fizz Yumi.
Yeah, Fizz Yumi, a deck that's just terrifying. We've seen it offered up one time before, and I believe it did get banned just because the list is so polarizing. Kale Teemo, another deck that we've gotten a glimpse of before. Zolani Bloodweaver has yet to hit the big stage, Casanova, but it is an ever-looming threat when you're going up against the Yordle Swarm.
Yeah, and then the third deck is one that I expected to see a lot more of from Peace, and it is going to be that Tryndamere Volibear. That is that Freljord Shadow Isles. And, we saw the Fizz Yumi and the Kale Teemo out of Puffball, but this is a different flavor of third deck. This is actually going to play for that late game, playing for that ramp instead of being a third, more aggressive leaning list.
This is a very novel take on the new War Mother's archetype. War Mother's Call was recently buffed to 11 mana, but this version is not opting for She Who Wanders or even additional Volibears. Is much more defensive with Piercing Darkness, Dawning Shadow, and just playing for the grinding game. Meanwhile, Alexander stepping up to the plate with Seraphine's Set. This is a monstrous value pile, Casanova. We could sit here all day and look at all the different win cons and possible ways that this deck could kill you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the scary ones, of course, going to be the back alley bar and Seraphine. This was like a huge thing when Seraphine came out. It was like, oh no, the back alley bar, all these bar keeps creating all this crazy stuff and the shenanigans that Seraphine could create. So we'll see if Seraphine can continue on that trend. But Alexander also, we just saw a similar list, but this time not going to have the Nora, instead going to play around the Gnar.
Yeah, leaning much higher into the Jhin territory with Sunhawk, Spellslinger, and Avenging Vastaya for that defensive potential, but still the classic Broadmane, Riptide Rex, condensed top end that the deck is known for. And the final list, Teemo Yumi, Elusives, Burn. What more do I need to say?
Yeah, I mean, we did just see a little bit of this as well, right? We saw a little bit of Teemo Yumi earlier on, getting Acorn online early and just trying to make it so your hand is essentially free and just playing with that value. The way that it ends up losing a lot, though, is running out of steam, right? It's able to play out its whole hand so easily that you need to find ways to generate value, generate more cards, and that's where things like Eye of the Storm come in to replace itself, plus an additional one, and Bandle Commando creating Hungry Owlcats, but there's actually only a single copy of Bandle Commando in this version, so not going to have that full value generation. But when we look at the bans here, Skarzig, what are you immediately looking at? Because Peace's lineup has this kind of double aggro core into the ramp deck, but the Fizz is so terrifying if you don't have an answer. Do you feel like Alexander has answers enough for this?
The Fizz is difficult, right? Because you can just get snowballed on, and that's probably just been the goal of Peace's lineup, is forcing the ban on Fizz because I want to play War Mothers, I want to play Kale. I think that Alexander's list is actually incredibly well positioned into the War Mothers, and we'll leave that up. And Kale Teemo, it could go either way. I think that if you are Alexander, you just ban the Seraphine Set because that's going to go complete Greedlord. Ooh. Wow! Surprising.
I was with you.
Absolutely left field bans. These players have studied their lineups. They've studied the matchup, made it all the way here, and we're in completely new territory.
I was with you. I kind of thought it was going to be a Seraphine ban. Just get that out of the way. I feel like the other two decks are pretty reasonable to play against, but maybe Peace just kind of knows the matchup well enough and feels like that's something he can deal with pretty easily. And we see the War Mothers kept against the Jhin, feeling like, hey, this deck cannot go fast enough against me, right? Its bombs are Broadmane, Riptide Rex, dealing with my big things later on. It's not going to deal with me early game, so if I can just get the War Mothers down, that's massive. But this portal is
god
huge.
Portal.
That is like maybe the best thing you can get, because you know that Peace is just going to clear anything small, and they don't care that much.
Another one!
Big units? What? Are we just playing an
Do it again!
Noxus
Do it to him! The portals! Oh my god, Alexander is completely ridiculous!
It's going crazy. 11 damage out of nowhere.
This is turn 5. There is a grasp of the Undying in hand. You got to take the damage first. And now Peace is in a really awkward spot. I guess the play might be Flash Freeze, Wild Mysticism, but this is always the trouble when you're playing Freljord Shadow Isles is, you put your healing off until later, and then by the time you actually need to heal, it's too late. It just... horrifying outcome here. The Noxus squad, all 3 of these portals were directly plugged into Noxus, by the way. I don't know if that matters, but Alexander, the check's in the mail to the Noxian High General for sure.
Noxus sent reinforcements immediately for Alexander. Just straight up the gates. He hit up Swain. He said, "Hey, help me out. I got your Riptide Rex over here."
Wow, and then again, the beautiful drop the bomb on round 5, prepping for Riptide Rex, beautifully hits that Wild Mystic, the Feral Mystic, and there's no AoE in this hand, Casanova. It's all in on Quietus and Grasp of the Undying to stabilize from this point. And Alexander's chilling. The portals are just there to give your opponent something extra to deal with while you just chill towards your late game.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. We were talking about how, hey, this deck doesn't necessarily go very fast. It's not really the game plan of the deck is to just burn you down. But when you just hit these portals back to back to back, and they are threatening aggressive units, well, why not? We might as well play aggressive with this board and start to play a Noxus beatdown list instead and create that pressure onto Peace, try and get to that War Mothers, because not able to hold on to the mana to find a way to play it just yet. Gonna have to wait one more turn before War Mothers can come down, and there is actual HP pressure coming through.
Oh, disgusting. Shadow of the Brush. That Avenging Vastaya gonna put a gap into the War Mothers that Peace did have mana for this turn. So now Peace has to deal with this 2-2 first before you can even play the win condition. Another Noxus unit. There is never any doubt. Let's go. 11 more damage from the top.
Yeah, just gonna have to Flash Freeze once again. This time could potentially go for the Grasp, but gonna hold back. Waiting on that, and instead, Order of the Black Ice. Get that countdown going. Your next defensive turn gonna have those 8/8s to help out.
Alexander just making some space in the hand, sacrificing that fragment. Going into this next token. There's the scrappy bomb. Riptide Rex is now online. Peace needs a little bit more board presence to tank the Rex. Eradication comes through, but the Avenging Vastaya is just sitting there. I dare you to play a big spell. What a terrible matchup. The only thing I can think of is Peace is just like, yeah, I'll take my L and then 2-0 on something else. There's no way. This matchup looks so one-sided. It can't actually be this bad.
I mean, it's a one-of, right? This Avenging Messiah is a one-of. The fact that it was found is such a big difference maker, right? Because he just can't actually play towards his game.
Jhin also in the hand to take advantage of Riptide Rex. The stack is completely full. The big pig goes down. And 2 damage to the Nexus besides. Oh my... Oh, the student scales from skills? It's 11-3 now from a portal?
Yeah. Oh,
and group shots
for the portal. What an insane pickup. I didn't realize that that's how that interaction was going to go. And Alexander...
You can't pick better portals!
Oh, the portal diff here was absolutely insanity.
And now you thought, okay, the Jhin deck won't be that bad. Now you've got to try to 2-0 Seraphine set a monstrosity that can flex into so many different ideas and win cons. This Fizz is the true savior of Peace's run here. Top 16 in the Last Chance Qualifier.
Like, how tilted are you already if you're getting RNG'd by all these portals, and now you're playing against Seraphine, who's just gonna make a bunch of cards, and you don't know what's gonna be there.
And it's Ionia, so the War Mother's also going to be very awkward to even set up safely. Showstopper just being a 0 mana obliterate against any of your big threats. Peace, unfortunately, has staggered into the worst case scenario for their lineup.
Yeah, the one of Vastaya that you just know you can't play anything into, and then now you're against Ionia, and there's a one of Deny, and you know they're gonna have it. You know it's the second you play War Mothers, you know they're gonna have it. But the thing that has always existed for War Mothers versus Ionia is you have to make them have it. You have to just play out the War Mothers and accept that you lost if they play it. But if they don't have the deny, you will probably run over the game, because a lot of times Ionia does not have the tools to deal with the big units once that War Mothers has resolved. It's always how that matchup played out in the past. Sometimes War Mothers would have a way to get to the late game and they could play without having to play into the deny, but generally you get into that spot where you just have to let it rip, and sometimes it's better to just let that happen earlier or sooner rather than later. You got to rip the band-aid off.
Yeah, and Peace notably does not have She Who Wanders, so you don't even have that final Hail Mary. The Chime hits on the set. That's guaranteed because this deck is mostly spells. Comes down beautifully in the mid game as a 5/6. Has to be Dawning Shadow. Countered by Tag Out. Already things are starting to go very awry. Because that's all of Peace's stocked up mana as well. No more floating for the War Mothers. This could be a blessing in disguise. If Alexander has less spell mana floated, it is more difficult to put on pressure while also maintaining that deny threat.
Yeah, pretty rough turn cycle here for Peace. Actually nothing to do. You've got 7 mana. Yeah, you've got these freezes. Suddenly something to do.
A 5/5 off the portal!
All this did was give Peace something to do this turn, because it would have been just passing 7 mana.
Wait,
now you're like, okay, an ephemeral. We'll freeze it, and now I didn't waste a bunch of mana.
All right, so I have a confession, Casanova. I'm over here on my other monitor kind of reevaluating the lineups to see if maybe a band could have been different. Where'd that portal come from in the Seraphine deck?
I mean, it's just some random jank. I mean, that's the Seraphine stuff, right? You just get some random jank that shows up, and then it's like, what is happening?
All right, we get the Palm set coming through. Bodir, the Black Ice, still a great 8 mana play. Gets up 2 throws and thralls so that the next attack token is even better. It's a little bit of chip damage. It's not too bad. Mostly the main issue is that even though Alexander isn't putting on aggressive pressure, it's that Peace is unable to set up a true win condition.
Yeah,
it was a magical journey. Thank you, production.
Peace is still going to have a very aggressive crackback here, right? Volibear can clean up a bit of this board, and then you can just come in with the Thralls and the Bodir. I mean, you're just threatening lethal off of that, right? We've gotten to the late game, and Peace has all the bombs. I think the other big thing that Peace is running that a lot of these decks are not is the Wrath of the Freljord. It's like enemies with 3 or less power cannot block, and it frostbites an enemy. So even if Alexander develops something to block with here, Peace can just play that before the attack and make it really tough. So I do like this Aftershock pull, try and stop some of the aggression, but Peace is still going to be threatening lethal on this turn.
Yeah, I think that we're really getting a preview, Casanova, of what Peace's idea was with this build of War Mothers, where that's not the real win condition. It's this overwhelming board pressure thanks to Bodir of Black Ice and Volibear and Wrath of the Freljord, all of the old gods coming out to really put the beat down on the opponent. 18 damage being threatened here on the open attack. You never really like to open attack into Ionia. Just keep the pressure up.
Yeah, you just cycle another Bodir here and be able to just have another huge wide attack the next time around. Set is a way to kind of deal with this, though, right? Being able to obliterate units, try and stop some of these big threats.
But with the discount of back alley bar, it's a lot of cards that need to be played in order for Showstopper to become active. Avalanche grabbed now to pressure that 2 HP on the set. Is there any way around this? Doesn't seem so in the hand.
I'm not seeing anything yet here.
Oh, Unworthy Soul.
Yeah, on your own set. Get it out of there.
True. I forgot about that. You can Unworthy your own guy.
Well, I mean, this is still rough, right? Like, you unworthy soul your set. I mean, you bring it back, and you can't afford to replay him.
Yeah.
So
there is the bouncer, the bodyguard. Play that as a 3/3. Get an additional block so you don't take 16 here. Bout security, yes, that card would have actually been really strong. You know, if to hold that for a later turn, to just give you a ton of great mana to spend while only giving up one card to proc your set. That's out of the way. And the timing of Bodier Black Ice as well means that the next attack is going to be even stronger because the Frozen Thralls are advanced to 2. It's like you have a Buried in Ice that's about to hatch, putting your opponent under immense pressure. It's up to Seraphine now to double down on all of these cheap spells and give Alexander something gargantuan in the hand. I was secretly hoping for Behold the Infinite.
Yeah, this is kind of like Alexander has to find a way to try and like wipe this board, and then you still are gonna have to deal with Thralls the next turn anyway. And there's still threats in Peace's hand, and there's a Vengeance in Peace's hand that can be played. It's pretty scary at this point, right?
Okay, it was. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in shambles. I was totally doubting that Peace would be able to get there, but the raw pressure of I don't need War Mothers. I'm just gonna play a big guy. That seems to be the pickup. Buttering Song Spinner.
Let's mix up the set list, yeah?
Is the grab, Mystic Shot, Hate Spike. A lot of great options here being doubled up by Seraphine to slowly chew through these HP pools.
Yeah, I mean, the removal's getting there for sure. It's a lot of spells. Here's Piercing Darkness. Just, all right, say goodbye, Seraphine. Unless there's anything that was picked up to actually protect her.
Oh, yeah, finally
get
the double, all being used to wipe the board. Hate Spike doubled up to clear. Wait, does that actually... I guess that does work. Wait. I'm... sorry. My brain is kind of gumming up because Hate Spike kills the target in order to deal its damage. But Volibear is already getting pinged, so the first resolution already clears. The second one would fizzle.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
okay.
That's what I was. That's what I was trying to fathom.
What are you tripping up on here? Because there's just, I mean, there's a lot on the stack. It's a lot of damage.
That's what I'm trying to fathom.
Yeah.
But
that makes
Husks
sense.
can't block, and is Peace going to try to extend for 16 here, or take the risk of playing one more card?
Yeah, it feels like you can.
You don't get punished by anything by just War Mother here, yeah?
I was wondering, can you safely open? Was Palm played already? It's hard to keep track when
there
there's
was
all
a
this
Palm.
random generation.
Yeah, there
so
wasn't
so
because of
open
Palm.
should just be lethal. There's nothing in this deck that stops you other than Palm.
There's only one Palm.
Yeah, and one Unworthy. Unworthy would have done it, but that was also played. So
yeah, okay.
Yeah, there was nothing left. That was just a safe open with the two. Okay. He's able to get there.
Flabbergasted. Peace. I was thrown for a loop by the bans, but the matchups, the way they line up, set Seraphine apparently isn't as threatening into the War Mother's deck as we thought. The Bodier Black Ice being such a monumental threat alongside Volibear, that's the key, I think. War Mothers has consistently been a deck that's very control, set up War Mothers, control, I win attrition, but the new units that have been printed for Freljord now give it a much more proactive stance that I failed to evaluate. It is on turn 1, terrifying. Turn 2, with Bone Club.
Is Bone Club available? There's the Yuumi to attach.
Ugh.
I mean, this is the scary deck we've been talking about. We really, really feel like this has potential to just be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Maybe Seraphine has some tools to deal with it, though. Have things like Caustic Rift that don't actually target, trying to find other ways to actually get around this Fizz and take him out.
Yeah, Time Trick, Mystic Shot. I'm definitely a fan of the line of full sending. Peace will run out of spells to protect Fizz eventually. You're kind of already on a clock as it stands. And I think that it's just full send town. Mariam to refill some spell mana.
Jana, I answer.
Ooh, draws instead.
Wondering, just looking for champions, I suppose, as a way to try and push your own damage. Find Seraphine. That's pretty big.
Since Alexander's receiving the attack token, there's a little bit less pressure to maybe put the stop on, because Peace has to use a spell first in order to put Elusive on Fizz. And if that's not used, you just chump like we saw. And that means that Peace, every attack token is going to be going -2 on potential spells.
Like you're gonna catch me.
Jersey's off the conch. I like this attack here as well. Pushing through damage, escalating the win condition, maybe seeing if Peace is going to greed and block, activating a powder monkey.
Seraphine decks are always so crazy, right? It's like, okay, now we have powder monkeys.
I wouldn't have played around that. I've got a chump block in case they get powder monkey, so a little bit of extra burn.
Gives it a chump as well, right? As you said, you have to play a spell to get the elusive. You're gonna see that happen this time, though. Portal Palooza can proactively get that
Instant portal into the Scholar for a challenger. Oh no. That means that if Alexander's able to random into an elusive blocker, the Scholar's going to pull that to the side, sets a potentially great way to answer Fizz, or at least, again, put on that pressure. Alexander has yet to put any spells pointed at Fizz's face, and now it's scaled up to a 7-5, and things are getting dire.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing here, right? Is because of the Yuumi, Fizz is actually still out of reach of this set just taking him down. So Peace doesn't have to respond yet. You can just be like, okay, you get to deal 4 to my Fizz. But when you are actually actively trying to kill it, that's when I'll actually respond. And that's what we see.
So this turn, 7 mana in Alexander's stockpile, can go for a Caustic Riff, Rocket Barrage potentially, and Peace gets to chill with Inner Beast to put regen on Fizz, or Sky Splitter for +3 HP, has Bone Club, double sharesies. This is a horrifying hand.
Oh, there's Inner Beast. You're talking about just give the 1/1 and look for the regen.
+2/+2 bear stance. I don't need regeneration because I'm immortal.
Just gonna threaten lethal this next turn is what Peace is gonna do, right? You actually have these 3 sisters. You can play that first spell first, right? 1 mana, give Fizz elusive, and then now you just have the threat of the buff. You have an additional spell in your hand that you can always utilize.
And I have to make a note here. The Explorer's Blunder is the 2 mana spell you get off of your Explorer to strip the keywords away from a target. But because Fizz gains his keywords conditionally, it doesn't actually stop him, if I am recalling this interaction correctly.
Okay, we do see it cast by Alexander.
It does still get used. Another portal, because of course, into another elusive unit, because you put a Bone Club on the Winged Messenger. This is horrifying! Wow.
Yeah, diversify the threats now. But yeah, here we see it. There's the elusive, 3 sisters. There's the start. Fury of the North. You actually can just cast this, threaten the lethal.
Wow. And Peace slugging through with Fizz, a deck that we thought Alexander would ban, getting the win in game 3 against Seraphine, a deck that I thought Peace would ban.
Yeah, Peace gonna keep the hopes of Brazil alive here, find the win, move on. Unless we've got a way on the Telstones, Ionia.
Ritual of
Here's some
Renewal.
healing.
And what
okay, maybe not over yet, right? Because Peace is not fully incentivized to full send.
Yeah, didn't want to go for an aggressive line with Bone Club onto the Messenger, opening up potential of counterplay for Alexander. But it's only a matter of time. Fizz is still a 14-9.
Yeah, and I still don't think there's really an answer to this Fizz. So, as much as, hey, okay, Alexander did hold on. Unless Alexander can find lethal.
Pursuit of perfection.
I don't know.
How close
happening.
are you? That's the only way. But
I'm going to guess not that close.
yeah, and then the Scholar as well. Picks up the Blunder, doesn't even pick up the Excavate, but that's another way to just threaten against back alley bar, etc.
11 of 20.
It was just, even if Alexander had gone for the line I was kind of speculating about of, I'm going to get a bunch of cheap spells and just try to answer Fizz over and over again until Peace runs out of spells. Look at this hand. Every spell on the deck has been drawn. That would have failed gloriously.
Now there's just another massive elusive because of the Bone Club. Much as we were calling this match early, I don't know that it was too early. Alexander just trying to fight back, though. Do everything that he can. He has an elusive blocker now.
Sharesies puts the Bone Club on the Scholar to make it survive this Aftershock if you really care about having a third body in play. You need the Challenger, actually, to get rid of the Blockling now because it's an elusive blocker.
So just gonna Sky Splitter to protect.
Oh, yeah, that's also an insane option. This is, wow. All the way down to game number 3. Set Seraphine, a deck that can outgreed, outscale, generate random spells to find an out for every situation, except this one. I have a gigantic spell-shielded, nigh spell-immune monstrosity, and it's knocking on your front door. Peace advancing into top 8 of the Last Chance Qualifier.
Yeah, Peace just has to go through the motions. You play a spell, give the elusive. Here's the Sharesies.
Really putting on a show for the people. This is what we like to call 8 ways from Sunday. As the tag out in order to bounce the Fizz into Concussive Palm to get this thing off of the board. Just going to have one last chance of, hey, do you have one more spell, by the way?
Yeah, and the answer is always absolutely. Got one for you right here. Level up both champions.
A little bit of a spooky bait, right? The Shen emote piece extending with the preemptive Sharesies into, haha, I actually do have 2 spells. But just in case the rest of the hand was unplayable, Fizz is indeed going to use that Tidal Trickster ability to get around those spells and swing true.
Oh, Peace going to move on to our top 8. Just going to be one match away from making it to that qualifier match.
That set was worth it just to see that first game, though. Holy moly.
That was so sweet. That was actually insane. I'm glad that we actually got a chance to see these decks as well, because as you and I both thought, right? We thought there was going to be a ban on the Fizz, ban on the Seraphine, but both of them come through. He's definitely recognizing that the Seraphine was a deck that could be preyed on by his lineup. The Fizz definitely having a good time into it. And even the War Mothers didn't feel like it was in too much danger during that matchup. It felt like the Seraphine set couldn't get off the ground quick enough. It just wasn't able to outpace the War Mothers. And even though there wasn't a War Mothers resolved, you just get to that late game where you've ramped up, you play your 8 drops, you play your 9 drops, you win the game.
I really think that East was saying, okay, you know, Fizz is going to get the win, or Alexander rather, Fizz will just get the win and I'll 2-0 the other deck. And the calculations, as they say, best laid plans never survive first contact with the enemy. But we're going to jump into another game now, Casanova. We can catch the tail end of Yrebellion, who opened up the stream, versus Hawk. So let's jump in and see how this match is resolving. I'm not sure if this is game 3, but that's fine. Boros. Then this is, again, the Targon version. Has colorful snacks to try to survive this attack, maybe. It's a 7/7. 1 HP. This is game number 3. Poro King is still alive and kicking. Going into game number 2, there's double Moonlight Affliction in the hand with a snack. So this is an AoE buff. And then go ahead and peel all those blockers, why don't you?
Yeah, is there enough mana for it all too? Not quite, right? It would be 1 short of double Moonlight Affliction, but still being able to peel some blockers by playing one of them out is a possibility, all at burst speed. Could just look to the full send.
And that's a spicy snack, if I recall. I think that's the one that gives impact.
Impact, yep.
So that is We already have a challenger. Removing 2 with the Moonlight Affliction. Hawk just doing some quick calculations, decides to extend. This opens up Yrebellion to use this Face Breaker from the second set to get 2 stuns here. Will it be enough?
Yeah, it felt like Open was looking pretty good considering those burst plays, but you do have to consider there's a lot of fast speed shenanigans that the Seraphine deck can handle, and so Hawk trying to play it slow has a really big lead, right? 20 HP to the 9 of Yrebellion. So just trying to play really solid and clean to close out the rest of this game.
Yeah, this has got to be the proper way to play because you're getting value out of Poro King as well. This is going to make every other Poro you draw and play that much more threatening, even when the Poro King goes down to a potential showstopper or just raw P&Z removal. And as long as you just keep developing, you're forcing Yrebellion to make a choice of passing to maintain defensive cards or developing into the board, right? Could be a weird game of cat and mouse where Hawk ends up not attacking because Yrebellion is not advancing set or getting a showstopper. And every time Hawk gets an action on a new round, that's another Poro snack for the hand. And I feel like I'm droning on, but you can just see how far ahead Hawk is because there's so many ways to slice this game, Casanova. 1 or 2 more points of mana means the double Moonlight Affliction is going to be the blowout.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, right, you've got 9 mana, you can just send everything. Moonlight Affliction can come through. You should be able to push around almost anything, and if you can't push around whatever Yrebellion does in response, it's going to have to be a very asymmetrical spend. Yrebellion's going to have to spend a lot of mana to stop not a lot of damage overall just because of the HP. Eventually, you will just out-resource with the Poro King with these just immense buffs going on to the Poros.
And I like this idea, overriding one of the stunned units. You're still getting your value. Preemptives the pepper snacks. I was thinking that Hawk was going to hold the snack, actually. See where the blocks lined up, and then spring that trap to maybe if Yrebellion's trying to be very greedy with the blocks, then suddenly we have the extra threat of 2 or 3 points of impact damage that wasn't counted for.
But instead, I mean, Espresso Stack's just going to be added as well and going to protect the Poro King by pulling the Seraphine and then using the quick attack on the set and just trying to take out the 2 major threats. And at this point, it doesn't even feel like Hawk is trying to 100% commit for lethal, right? Just hold back on the silences, keep the Moonlight Afflictions in case there's any shenanigans, and from there you can just leave it. But no, okay, here we are. Actually, just gonna go there. I thought he was gonna hold it back, but they're still just presenting lethal. Say, okay, you've got 7 mana. I've used everything. Just use what you've got to defend yourself.
Yeah. Now this is an excellent fork. You've got to stop these Poros from hitting your Nexus, which means you probably won't be able to protect set, which means Poro King survives, and you can see how this set Seraphine, this is another game where it's getting punished. Concussive Palm comes through to stop 5 damage from the Lonely Poro.
Lonely Poro for 5, not something we said much before Poro King, but now, now it is quite commonplace with Poro King coming to Runeterra. I mean, that's enough to keep you alive. You can save the last 3 mana, try and hold on for something else in your next turn, but this is going to be going down to 3 HP, no champions on board, nothing much going for Yrebellion.
Yeah, lose it out on the Seraphine, so no doubled up spells to kind of reach these new HP totals. And Rebellion used this a Face Breaker, so that was a second copy of set. Very low chances of having the third, or maybe just not having third whatsoever. And it's 3v6, second Moonlight Affliction in the hand, a card that has been lurking in Targon's card pool for a very long time. There's only been a handful of opportunities throughout different metagames where a properly aggressive Targon build has been able to utilize it.
Didn't you play that card Nightfall a bunch?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that your jam? Wasn't this? I feel like this Moonlight Affliction card is something I have heard you talk about at length.
Oh, I love this card. Yeah, it was great in Nightfall. Winding Light used to run it as a one of here and there. And the old aggressive Leona Noxus deck, I think, used to pack it as well. So it's shown up from time to time, but whenever it does, we're always reminded that we live in fear of burst speed, remove 2 blockers.
We're reminiscent of the old days of Ash freezing our board and not being able to block, and we hate it.
I love the tag out here on the tail of the dragon. It becomes concussive palm when it's recalled. An interaction that's very rarely utilized, but it could be the way. With Moonlight Affliction on the open after this snack, it's too much damage coming through. I'm almost certain that this is going to be Hawk taking down Yrebellion, the player that knocked Cephalopod out of the tournament, showing us that the Poros are strong. Puffball Panda gave us a taste and got a bit unlucky, but that just goes to show that she was on the right track.
I mean, if you get those snacks early, right, you just see the power that board creates, especially once Hawk able to establish a Poro King, not a way for Yrebellion to remove it. Poro King absolutely dominating from that point, and Hawk gonna grab this 2-1 and advance to our top 8 as well.
We've got another set of players I want to jump into as well, Casanova, to lock up one more slot. It's Rusticles back at it again versus Dolmat. And these are 2 players that are fighting tooth and nail once again for these remaining World Championship slots. Let's jump in and catch the tail end of what I assume is game 3.
Feels like it's got to be this late into the round. See if Rusticles can actually handle it. I mean, you know, we saw the deep earlier being very, very good, but will it end up eventually being a weak link? We're not going to see it in this matchup pretty early on, right? Turn 4, it says even game 2, so it is actually must have had a very long game 1, but Dolmat was able to come out on top in that first game, and now it's Jax Ornn being played by Rusticles, which we did see banned away from him earlier.
And this is a very interesting matchup, one that I wasn't expecting to see. This is the Galio Jarvan Warden of the Tribes build. This is a deck that just goes above and beyond all other board-based decks. But the caveat is the fact that Jax Ornn pops off like 1 or 2 turns earlier. So there's a lot of back and forth for the early mid game. I've got to look at Rusticles' list as well, because we did see a Jax Ornn early in the tournament without Buried in Ice. I wonder if that was Rusticles going a little bit greedier.
Does not have Buried in Ice, so it might have been Rusticles' version we were looking at. But yeah, there is no Buried in Ice here. And actually, notably, I know you were mentioning potential Galio for this Jarvan version. This is actually just Gnar Garen Jarvan. And I know we were expecting to see a little bit more of the Formidable package, but this is actually quite a few Freljord cards being brought here instead of leaning too heavily into the Formidables, and as you called out,
that makes sense.
Warden of the Tribes existing here as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, of course, with the Warden, because you get Elites, Weapon Masters, Gnar brings Yordle to the field, Glacial Saurian gives you Reptile, and of course Omen Hawk. The Warden of the Tribes is just beautifully positioned for this region combination with all the birds and beasties and special people, even Cultist, right? Ranger Knight Defector. So this Warden is going to be gargantuan, and it's up to Rusticles. I think Rusticles to... hopefully this Ornn is leveled, is all I can say, by the time that comes down.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way that you can deal with that in a sense, especially if you have attack token. It gives you a way to get pressure. If you can get your Ornn on attack token and he's leveled as a way to respond to the Warden, or before that Warden turn, you can actually create the pressure that you need, and as you said, pop off a turn earlier than this Warden version. So we do have the Ornn in hand for Rusticles, and that is at least going to be boding well for him. And it actually looks like token will be on the Ornn turn, right? Turn 7. So it's kind of exactly what you need in this spot.
Yeah,
Champion strength drawn.
Beautiful outcome as well with the Shepherd's Authority. The unit can't block, but it gets a massive spike in attack power to turn on Fish Fight there. Jarvan comes through beautifully on the even attack token to pull a 3-2. We've got chumps elsewhere. Rusticles coming up with Jax, another part of the puzzle to result in this deck's dominant early mid-game pressure. It's not just about having the Ornn, having potential for Buried in Ice. It's your mid-game spike is threatening enough to force the Warden deck to trade down so that once the Warden comes through, it's not as threatening. Not a lot of weapons, though, to count for Jack's level up from this point.
A couple in hand, but a little bit hard and janky to get them out. Turn 7, you kind of want to establish this Ornn. There it is.
Gonna forge that Shepherd's authority. I love this just all-in strategy, right? If I'm blocking, then I'm losing because I'm trading away my board and my opponent's just slowly running away with the game. So by making your units even more threatening, you're forcing blocks instead. And this is just aggressive defense.
This is like if you get an Ornn on your team on Summoner's Rift and he's just dodging all the skill shots that are in front of you, and never tanking anything for his backline. That's this Ornn. He's going all in. He's diving the backline here with his no block.
Hard carry AD Ornn. You've seen the build here first. Go ahead and log into Poro Fester and try it out yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. And this is great too because Ornn, like a true carry, is going to fulfill his own level up condition this turn. And has the prophecy been fulfilled, Casanova? Where Rusticles is forcing the block down, and now Champion Strength and Warden aren't very satisfying plays for Dolmat.
Yeah, I mean, the lethal is threatened, right? So you at least have to put something in front here, but the fact that Ornn doesn't have Overwhelm, I suppose you can just throw one unit in front of this and then potentially still look for a Champion Strength on this next turn. You can even establish one more unit. So you can be 4 wide Champion Strength, and the Ornn doesn't block. So that 4 wide Champion Strength is pretty massive to come through, and I think Dolmat probably has that on the mind as the likely play to go through.
Yeah, the Warden of the Tribes is absolutely huge. And when you know your opponent doesn't have Buried in Ice, you just go crazy.
So here we go. Turn 8 Champion Strength, and then turn 9, you still have the Warden.
Beautifully done. Rusticles does have one option to overwrite Ornn's weapon to allow him to block, but even then, Jarvan is threatening to level. The threat of Cataclysm to just eat a unit every turn means that things are going to spiral into Dolmat's favor very quickly.
Considering just the open, no Champion Strength at all, because this Ornn can't block.
Yeah, beautifully done.
Jump down with the whole board.
Let me see. You take 9. Jarvan has Overwhelm from the Fishoak, my lord. There is a Flash Freeze or an Entomb. Catch! Oh my goodness, I didn't even spot that in the hand, Casanova. Ornn can block after all.
Oh, I didn't see it either, but that is tricky. Rusticles gonna be able to use the catch, get the Ornn to unequip from the Shepherd's Hook and actually be able to block here. There's still mana to go for these 3 sisters and potentially find another line as well.
Yeah, so I like this trade as well, where Jax is able to survive, take a unit off of the board, and if you can save the Flash Freeze, it means the Champion Strength isn't as detrimental, because now Rusticles is going to get the attack token back on 9 before Dolmat is able to set up Warden of the Tribes. So you can see this dance of death between these two players, how taking an attack that looks good at first blush can suddenly get completely flipped on its head.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, it is weakened this Champion Strength quite a bit. Do get the Jarvan level up, however.
Second Jarvan was drawn. Dolmat could try to go ham with the Cataclysm to get this Ornn out of play so that there's no open attack threat from Rusticles.
You could even just Cataclysm this 1/2 and just try and go for lethal.
Puts the Shepherd's Authority back on like a Giga Chad. Says, okay, Champion Strength isn't even a threat from this position. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just having access to the flash freeze that makes all the difference here, right? Because Dolmat has two big options to try and present lethal, right? You can champion strength, use the overwhelm with the rally to push through, or you can just judgment the 1-2 with the Jarvan and try and push through that way, or even onto, Jax, right? This is another
Right, because
opportunity.
of the overwhelm.
Yep, because the overwhelm, you're presenting lethal here. But now there's the ability to just freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at least this is protected. Dolmat has single combat, can utilize combat cook and still protect the Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan's going to grab barrier from his ability now that he's leveled up. Commits the flash freeze. Entomb! Once again, just saying, that's a second Jarvan, by the way, so you're now down a blocker. There's no way around this. And Rusticles manages to fight it out here at the 11th hour when Champion Strength and Warden of the Tribes are starting to take over the game and loom over the board state.
Second time today that we've seen Entomb be such a massive blowout, and Dolmat at least having the single combat to answer this, take out an Ornn, try and buy some space. Rusticle's gonna have a lead here, but it's not over yet, right? 5 mana remaining. Dolmat actually going to be able to establish another unit to the board if he wants to, and he certainly will.
Wow,
Has actually opened up a potential to still win this game because he was able to deal with the Ornn.
Yeah, instead of going for the flash freeze, goes for the Entomb instead. Now things are very tricky. We've got a 5-4 Glacial Saurian potentially getting rallied with the Champion Strength. Dolmat can just play the Warden of the Tribes now.
Yeah, and now
is it going to be big enough for Jax?
12 power overwhelm from Jax is a Sky Splitter as well, but there's a big buff up from the Glacial Saurian and from the Warden of the Tribes. It's a 12-12.
Was that just because of the choice for Entomb over Flash Freeze?
I think so. The blowout wasn't the Entomb after all. It was the single combat being able to deal with the Ornn, because not being able to swing with the Ornn, create the ram, go wide, it leads to this opportunity where Dolmat is able to come back.
Got a big swing coming through. I think I like the potential lethal. Like the Blacksmith is a 6/6 and can't block, so you just attack. If it goes unblocked, if Dolmat is trying to greed, you have the Sky Splitter, so it forces the block. Gonna fish for an extra option with Castaway.
Any takers?
Still looking pretty dire. There's one Sky Splitter in the hand. You can retain one blocker by keeping the Innovative Blacksmith behind, but because there's 2 Overwhelm threats in play for Dolmat, Rusticles has to top deck another Frostbite, I think, to even exist for this next attack token. Not to mention Champion Strength.
Yeah, big buffs coming through on this swing. All the equips this round. The huge Jax. Sky Splitter going to have to be committed. You need to keep this Jax alive.
Both of these units still cannot block. The return swing is massive. Dolmat correctly blocks with the highest HP target because of the Overwhelm, so it is one less Overwhelm threat to deal with. A Frostbite off the top keeps Rusticles in this game. Another Champion Strength off the top.
Not there. It's not there. Open attack would do it, but there's the threat of the freeze.
Yeah. And because there's no Buried in Ice from Rusticles, Dolmat could even do something really insane, like just go for a Naka here. And then just have a 4-wide attack. There's still, Shepherd's Authority ends up being the incorrect swing. And Rusticles not bringing the Buried in Ice because he was not expecting to actually have to play against Warden where it would be important.
And not able to deal with this, not able to get the pressure through in time. Dolmat outlasts and endures and makes it towards our top 8, taking down Rusticles. It looks like Aatrox able to grab the win in the game 1 over Rusticles Jin, and then the swap over to Jax, not able to get it done there. Dolmat finding that 2-0.
Wow, that's impressive that the Aatrox was able to take on the Jin deck because of the broad main. You think it would do so well into a board-based list like that, and I can almost tell you exactly what happened. Ranger Knight Defector has tough, all those Bandle City pings can't damage it in order to get broad main online, and it probably just ran him over in that first game.
Yeah, it can be an absolute monstrous card into, you know, the ping-based decks that we've seen in the past, or especially, you know, old Noxus control lists when they were trying to turn on Flock. They had a lot of trouble against Ranger Knight Defector because you couldn't just get that first damage that you needed. So tough keyword. Always, it's pretty rare that we end up seeing tough keyword, but it feels like when it's on attached to a card that has a lot of other things going for it, it becomes a problem. It becomes very, very scary. And Ranger Knight Defector has been a card to abuse that quite well. But Skarzig, we're moving on. We got top 8 coming up in just a moment here. We're going to go to a short break, but then the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier will continue with the quarterfinals. So don't go anywhere. More Runeterra after this. Welcome back to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig, and we are moving on to our top 8. Skarzig, our quarterfinals. This is the match to get you into those qualifying matches, right? You know, usually it's like, oh, the hype to, oh, this match gets you to the final, but really the final, there's nothing on the line. It's the semifinal matches are really like that big moment. And so with our quarterfinals coming up here, we are rapidly getting towards that end game. And I mean, Skarzig, I kind of want to jump in immediately and look at the bracket, see how we got to this moment, and see kind of who our remaining players are fighting for those 2 world championship spots.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Tracing the journey these players have gone through, all of the heavy hitters they have to take down in order to advance. Ptash and Makos going to be bringing up our next run. Hawk, who we saw very briefly on stream taking down Yrebellion, who in turn had taken down Cephalopod. Things just get more and more stacked as we keep going.
And, you know, we see a good representation across the board here, right? We've got our 3 American players, Ptash, Sam Sands, and Hawk. And we've got 2 Brazilians left, Makos and Peace, as well as Void from Argentina, and then Dolmat coming from Australia. We've got, you know, a good smattering of players across the board here. And I'm very excited for our feature match, which is going to be that Ptash versus Makos. These are 2 players you and I have been watching for a very long time.
Yeah, 2 storied names in the community, and this is exactly the sort of match you'd expect to see in a last chance qualifier. All the players that didn't get a chance to shine earlier in the seasons and all of the other competition we've had so far have all been funneled into this death bracket, top 64, single elimination, and the players have been playing out of their minds. Every single match we've seen, every tail end of every game 3 we've been able to scope out has been absolutely glorious. And I hope that every competitor here today can, you know, leave the table with, you know, pride that you still put on a great show and a great game. Even if you don't make it to Worlds, the fact that you can still leave your mark on the competitive scene as a name that someone else in the bracket was absolutely shaking in their boots to be matched up against is something you have to appreciate as a competitor.
All right, well, with that, let's move on to their decks. Let's take a look. Let's see what Ptash and Makos have brought here to this top 8. Makos, we're going to start out with Red Gwen. Riven Gwen, we saw this earlier, still incredibly powerful list.
Yeah, this deck, I underestimated how aggressive this deck can truly be. You don't get tricked into thinking that, oh, there's no Katarina, there's no rallying, it'll be fine. They've made up for the fact that I can't attack you multiple times by just making each attack hurt that much more. This version, differing from one we saw earlier on stream, does not have Kato the Arm.
Yeah, Kato the Arm missing from this one. And next up, I was wondering when we would see her. Jinx has made the first appearance on stream. I've seen this deck absolutely run people over. It is very quick. It is very explosive. And of course, the rockets just do so much damage. So Makos can get online early and really put the pedal to the metal and take some big, quick wins with this Jinx cannon.
When the tournament's on, all the Greed Lords come out to play, and we're looking to punish with massive tempo and burn. And then Jax Ornn, a great deck number. Either it's your deck number 1 that you build your lineup around, or it's the 3rd deck that's going to bring home your lineup to just have a great consistent threat. Very solid into pretty much everything. The list has a lot of play because of Fish Fight, Sky Splitter, and it really forces the opponent to build to counter it rather than beating it straight up.
Yeah, and I want to just point out that Buried in Ice, you know, we saw a couple players staying away from it. We've at least got the one of there in Makos' lineup. But Ptash, not going to go for the Red Gwen with the Riven, not going to go for the Teemo Kale, but instead Teemo Riven. So this is a pretty spicy list from Ptash. Just a bit more aggression leaning with the Noxus.
I guess Enraged Fire Spitter is a pretty strong card. You know, a powerful challenger, deals some direct damage to the Nexus, opens up a lot of play to swing through with big damage. And because it is a unit that has a skill, Jhin gets to bring it along to the party with the Broadmaid and the Riptide Rex.
Yeah, Ptash saying, this is an Enraged Fire Spitter lineup. This is what I want to play this card in as many copies as I can, but not actually. It's just going to be the one of. in the Jin list. We see that one of Avenging Vestai. We saw that just win a game earlier by drawing it into a War Mother. So very cool to see that as a one of for Ptash, and gonna round it out with his own version of Kennen Jinx. So here's where the Jinxes were. They made it to top 8, right? We didn't see any earlier on, but the players who brought it have been finding success and having this aggression. As you said, a lot of people, the greed comes out to play in these tournaments. You know, you feel like, oh, people aren't just going to be jamming aggro down like they do on ladder, but we've seen time and time again aggro lineups be able to find their way to top slots in tournaments.
Now, just not a lot of healing, not a lot of AoE, and you have this fantastic fork, right, for Ptash's lineup of 2 aggressive decks, and then a deck that beats board-based things that maybe could give you a run for your money. It forces your opponent to ban that out. Like if you're playing the Jax, Ornn, Aatrox, very mid-rangey lineup, it forces you to ban those and then take your chances versus double aggro. Meanwhile, Makos also kind of taking the same approach of 2 aggressive lists and then a solid third lineup rounder with Jax. And I wonder if it's going to be Jin ban, Ornn Jax ban, and it's just going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, I'm curious if that ends up being the case, or if Makos actually thinks that there's good gameplay into, you know, this Jin Nora, or if he's worried about the portals just creating too many blockers early on and then, you know, running out of steam in the late game as the removal comes through.
The Gwen, Riven, and the Jax Ornn have a lot of overwhelm potential, which a lot of these lists can't deal with effectively or dislike playing against. So I could definitely anticipate one of those 2 being banned. But with that being said, in tournaments, players really hate playing against Jinx because of its high roll potential. You'd hate to do all these calculations and just lose because Jinx on 5 hits your Nexus with a bunch of rockets and you just don't have any counterplay.
Yeah, that could be a big consideration as well, right? Do we end up seeing both the Jinxes banned away because this deck is so explosive? And that is also, you know, very much a possibility here in this matchup between these two. And we'll just have to see. If you had to put money on it, what are your 2 bans here? What are you throwing out? Bold prediction.
I'd ban the Jax Ornn.
You ban Jax Ornn from Ptash's side, and then from Makos side.
If they're channeling the true, what I like to call the aggro soul, the primordial force that every aggressive player taps into for lineups like this, you're going to be confident in your ability to win an aggressive mirror match, and then you just take out that wild card where, you know, Ornn plus innovative blacksmith with just that little drip of healing could really spell doom for you. And they don't even need to get to Ornn, right? It's just Jax into Glacial Saurian, 1-2 punch.
There we go. Jinx and Jax. Okay, so you were right on the Jax Ornn. That does get banned, but the other call out you had made about, hey, maybe you don't want to leave that explosive Jinx up, just letting her, you know, high roll you. Makos decides, hey, I don't want to deal with that. I'd rather play against the Jin Nora, bans out the Jinx, but Makos will at least have that. So we are going to see Red Gwen first up, though, from Makos, and then Riven Teemo on the other side. Both very aggressive decks, but the Riven Teemo a little bit more burn-oriented, very, very fast.
The burn's going to be great here as well, where you don't have to worry about the attack token. Makos has a lot of open attack potential with Opulent Foyer and Gwen, which could outplay some of that. But overall, great early hand after that mulligan of the double enrage flame spitter. Ptash keeping the dukes up, keeping a blocker in play, knows that every point of damage I take early, I will recoup later on by blocking a much bigger threat down the road.
And the Redeemed Prodigy going to be a very nice early play, right? Just generating more value by, summoning the Ghastly Bands. But Ptash going to say, hey, no thank you. Here's an Electro Harpoon. Get that out of my face.
And generated that fodder from the Yordle Squire. Great way to answer that with tempo and not give up too many valuable resources in the hand. Makos also respecting Ptash's damage output, keeping this 2-1 up, not wanting to trade the board away when Ptash is receiving the attack token.
Explosives primed.
Saboteur now being developed. This is 1 free damage. Makos sniffing out a very aggressive hand, right? Maybe there's extra 1-drops in the hand. I'm not going to go all in with a big Riven. I'm going to play a 1-drop into a 2-drop to stay wide. The early turns in these aggro mirrors always come down to how well can you read your opponent's hand quality.
And there's 14 1-drops on the side of Ptash. So you have to be able to stay wide, right? Because if you don't, if you play the big unit, suddenly, oh, here's 3 1-drops and I'm attacking your face. It's very scary to play around that.
We've all lost to that one, Casanova. What do you mean my opponent drew 6 1-drops and I died?
It's my favorite deck to play. Just play every 1-drop.
And this is very threatening. A 2-1 challenger grabs a fragment. Riven coming down next turn with the attack token gets a fragment. This means Makos has 2 shots to get quick attack. And if you get a challenger unit with quick attack to swing the board into Makos's favor, where suddenly the board parity is no longer there, he can run away with this game.
All right, but Squeaker comes down. What's going to be the grab? Get the cheap Mecha Yordle.
Bouncer and Bolt, Challenger, 3-2. Great way to pressure and, again, respond to the 2-1 Challenger on Makos' side.
I have to hold back the attack, though. Not looking very good. This is the funny interaction you see when it is 2 aggro decks that go up against each other, is you end up having a bunch of 1-drops slammed and then playing for board. And it is not how these decks usually like to play.
Here it is. Quick attack fragment was indeed got off of Riven. Ptash has the second Electro Harpoon, but doesn't want to answer the challenger. Says, I'm going to develop a tough unit. Get another Mecha Yordle. Ptash with Bandle City means that if this continues to be a board development stalemate, we'll win the value game.
Yeah, there's some big bombs that can be picked up here, right? You could pick up Trump Tecker, which is going to give, buffs to the board, but also Earthshaker is a really powerful unit on its own, being able to double that power, continue to get stronger. But once again, Ptash wanting to stay low to the ground instead of look for bombs. I'm actually curious about this decision because part of me kind of likes the concept of playing for a bomb because this is double aggro and you just go a little taller than them, right? And that's usually a good way to beat aggro. That's why mid-range feasts on aggro a lot of the time.
It's maybe just a little too up in the air. If it was a bit later into the game and that Earthshaker was going to come down soon, I would like to see it. If Ptash had a 4-drop or something to weave in, I think it would have been a much more attractive choice. Mecha Yordles, they're definitely oddball invokes is probably the best way to put it, where so many factors go into which one you can take, and realistically, if you're able to weave that in. But Rune Squire still finds a fantastic target, getting rid of the arena promoter. No more tough unit, no more value blocking.
All right, another Squeaker, so potential to invoke once again, but having Mecha Yordles to play, no more fodder really for Squeaker to get through, so would want to draw something a little bit nicer to discard, unless you're not feeling one of these Mecha Yordles you picked up earlier.
It feels bad to discard the Enraged Flame Spitter because it's such a powerful card. You're missing 2 burn damage, and that would just be in exchange for getting another body, getting another idea. With looking across the table, right, you see my opponent has 2 shards. They're going to have the potential for the Blade of the Exile. There's no Hallowed stacks yet, no Opulent Foyer, so not too much to go. Wow, just develops board. Just go Squeaker, no discard. I'm going to go wide instead. Wants to keep that Enraged Flame Spitter. This version does have Vision, potential for Might, so it's definitely Ptash gambling on the top deck quality here.
All right,
Pass back from Matos. That's a big telegraph, I think. Wanting to float mana into the attack token means that Makos is all in on this Riven, has a lot of combo pieces.
Mecha Yordles can come through and actually just keep buffing up these Squeakers. You actually end up creating a pretty decent board for this attack token.
Yeah, really unfortunate having the Soul Harvest there to answer Bouncer and Bolt. Ptash almost had the Gambit of the Geode Mecha Forcer to buff up that Challenger to get rid of Makos's threat. Now when all is said and done, Makos does still need to block this down.
It does get a good value block though onto one of the Squeakers. Good Mecha Forcer is still going to be on the board threatening unless We see a commit to Might, which would not really make too much sense on a defensive turn.
You will not break me. No looking back.
Yeah, just maybe double checking the deck. Okay, there's one Pie Toss. We've seen one Electro Harpoon, and I believe the second was discarded. So could drop this Riven down to 1, but there's also Enraged Flame Spitter that deals 2. And because of the awkward board now, Makos is transitioning into a combo phase of I need to have one big unit in play, buff it up to the high heavens, and go for the throat.
Yep, playing around this Riven, playing the combo. 9 mana to go, and completely set this up. Gwen gonna come down first.
Yeah, very smart to value trade with the Riven and not get blown up by Enraged Fire Spitter here, dealing 2 damage. Still seems like a great play, though. If you're P-Tash, you feel great at 17. You get a big unit in play to still block versus any potential Might plays. And Gwen has no Hallowed stacks. This is just a pure Chumperino.
Yeah, I mean, this is down to Bandle, Tellstones, and the Fire Spitter as kind of the only 2 options here for P-Tash. And there's really nothing on Tellstones that feels very good in this spot, right? Heroic Refrain, help up the board. If you're on an aggressive turn, Heroic Refrain would be pretty okay. Then your contraption to try and refill is nice, but it doesn't really help you against what's happening right now, which is this Riven getting leveled up, being terrifying, has Overwhelm, and then Might also being in hand. So there's ways to buff up both of them. And in fact, Blade of the Exile onto Gwen to make her incredibly powerful.
Yes, that's 2 massive Overwhelm threats coming through. 2 mana still for Makos. Has another Fragment or Thread the Needle. I think I don't know if this is still lethal, though, because, again, no Hallowed stacks. 9, 10, 11, 12, Noxian Fervor. You put the Fragment on Riven, right, because of her effect. Once she's leveled up, she doubles her attack. But I guess you doubled the Hallowed stack instead, and then Gwen doubles that. Mathematically, this is correct. And if you're P-Tash, you can't drop down to 1. So
yeah, you die to way too many things at 1. To take it, though.
I mean, blocking, getting rid of your board, and saving 4 extra HP there or whatever. Very small difference between having 1 HP and 5, considering the way the attack tokens have all lined up. Now, P-Tash is the one that has to calculate. Do I just Yordle Contraption here to get bodies? Or is it a Flame Spitter into Heroic Refrain angle because of the Challenger? At the end of the day, it's just Noxian Fervor, and there isn't anything in P-Tash's list that can deal with that.
Got no way to survive it. It's just going to be Fervor finding the win. Trying to look through to see if there's actually anything at all. But no, if it's cast on the Gwen, there's nothing that's going to deal 5. There's nothing that's going to stop that.
So game 1 goes to Makos. It was a very methodical development in the early mid game, but the breaker ended up being the Riven and Gwen comboing together with Blade of the Exile for a double Overwhelm turn to precisely establish this lethal. P-Tash just calling out any burn here. Try to fish for something, even with the Heroic Refrain to back up this attack. Wow!
Bro, just passing it?
Yeah, Makos does not respawn. I actually really like that idea to say, well, P-Tash isn't threatening lethal. I can wait for them to extend to get one more clue about what's in the hand before I Fervor, because there's a second Gwen in hand, right? You just develop and then open attack with Snip Snip for the lethal because of 1 HP. Beautiful patience by Makos there to guarantee the lethal.
Well done. Ends up finding the victory there with the Noxian Fervor. Makos 1 game away from getting to that top 4, that coveted top 4 here.
And now P-Tash has to roll the dice into Kennen Jinx. this incredibly aggressive, incredibly burn-focused list that if you mulligan and come up empty on your early game, or even if you establish but don't have an answer for Jinx, those are 2 auto-lose conditions, folks. Etash now jumping into the game, drawing much more into the Noxian discard side of the deck.
Yeah, gonna want these Grenadiers probably gone. Saboteur still finding some good 1-drops.
Yeah, previously it was a lot of Mecha Yordles, a lot of very difficult discard options, but now with Reborn Grenadier, potential for Fallen Rider, much better ideas for discarding.
Yeah, I even have this Scrap Heap to turn on this Reborn Grenadier. Push that through, and Ptash for now, happy to trade 1-drop for 1-drop, push the 1 damage.
And of course, you develop Saboteur with the attack token to get that. Makos has the option now for Jury Rig to just also deal 1 here, which I kind of like. Goes for Squeaker, goes for the slow development. Trumpetecker, very attractive from this position. Von Mech gives you discard fodder, but it also potentially gums up the hand to make it harder to flip Jinx. And as we know, P&Z discard with Flame Chomper, etc. can go very wide very quickly. Ooh, but goes for Dune Hopper Mech. That generates 2 Sand Soldiers when it attacks. So, an even better idea to just get that damage around the sides.
Okay, and just going to do the discard to get the Reborn Grenadier to block instead for Ptash. Get rid of the Squeaker before he can get increased at all by this augment. Once again, Geode Mecha Forcer as a potential. Or Bouncer and Bolt. Once again, very, very solid 2-drop. Just get the Challenger. 2 for 3 Challenger is quite strong.
Yeah, Dune Hopper Mech's also an interesting idea, because if you're just going to commit to, I'm going to trade down the board every opportunity, then Dune Hopper Mech is a board and 1 card. Opts for Geode Mecha Forcer, though, is going to try to go for board dominance instead.
More discard fodder, not so many discard enablers for Ptash currently. The Fallen Rider as well as the Vision.
I like the development here. The Geode Mecha Forcer, because of its support buff, is just way too much potential damage to turn down rather than open attacking with a 2-1 into a potential Jerry Rig or something.
Yeah, and if it's just a Squeaker on defense, this is actually quite good. Ptash can just send it forward. Squeaker can block, but it's not going to be that much. And at least the Squeaker is bringing out this chump in the form of the Jury Rig. So this little crab is going to be able to find some blocks.
And this is a beautiful break turn, right, in the mid game, where you're forcing your opponent to chump down, running out of cards potentially. Ptash already starting to wither on the vine, however, in terms of pressure.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, Ptash has this board, right? But it's not that scary. You know, the Geode Mecha Force is pretty good, but you look at the hand, and as I was saying, right, Fallen Rider, Vision, these are 2 discard targets, not enablers. Here's another discard target, not an enabler, and a Might, when there's not really that much power on the board for Might to be too scary. And now Smash and Dash gets to get thrown down for Makos. Makos is actually grabbing those kind of bigger Mega Yordles and using them because he knows, hey, this is an aggro mirror. If I'm just a little bit bigger, if I grab these mid-range Mech Yordles, I'm just going to be stronger on board. I'm going to be able to win this board over time.
And Ptash thinking, okay, do I still play this Fallen Rider down just to get a block? I think you've got to. Get a 3-1 to trade into the 4-2. Try to find a ping. Let me take a closer look at this deck. There's 1 Pie Toss in the deck. Electro Harpoon also helps even things out. But Makos has the Dune Hopper Mech. Very stellar. I think the big difference here was for sure Makos had a lot more natural cards and developments for attack and defense, allowing these greedier Mecha Yordle picks, where Ptash had to take Mecha Yordles that were more consistent with the curve at the time. So losing out on that overall value.
And now just going to keep buffing up Squeaker. It's a 3-3 now. Not able to actually block these Fallen Riders, but still can get some value trades onto this board. Riven drawn for Ptash. It'd be nice if he can try and slow down the game a little bit, but everything else has been going go, 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 and go, go, go is not going to win versus Makos's board, so trying to find a way to play around this Riven seems like the best bet.
Yeah, Riven with the help of Geode Mecha Forcer, maybe there is the Quick Token. Opts for the open, which I actually really respect. Forces more defensive plays, maybe if there's a buff or a mystic shot or something. No, Jinx won't be able to be developed this turn. Also just sniffing out, that, oh, my opponent has one more Mecha Yordle in hand from earlier. Could be something very mid-rangey that I would get walled by. So as it stands, offering up a very tasty value trade of the 2-4 into the Scrap and Dash. Will P-Tash extend with Might to clear this threat?
See, if these are the blocks, it's a little bit easier to just go with Vision, but if it's on the Geode, you have to consider Might because you need to try and get back on board a little bit, and you can't just allow this value block. So it feels like Might, you get 1 damage through, you clear this away, and now you're left with, what, a 4-1? A 3-1, but instead just going to push as much damage as possible. P-Tash has evaluated and decided that the win condition from this point is just to try and push through to Fate. We know there's a lot of burn in this list. 6 is a dangerous number, but it'd be a lot more dangerous if P-Tash had 1 burn piece in hand already. There aren't any, and I suppose not many have been drawn this game, so there are a lot for him to pick up.
This wouldn't be the first time I've seen an aggro deck pivot towards the burn out and just completely go blind down that path and just get the cards. This is also exactly the sort of trade that Makos was hoping for to set up for Dune Hopper mech. Develop it right now. Your open attack is disgusting. 3 guaranteed damage from impact, and then the Sand Soldiers come through, also threatening even more.
Fire Spitter, that's a piece of the burn puzzle here. Being able to get 2 more damage. If Makos develops instead of attacking, it's going to be a bit of a punish, as it will be able to take out the 4-2.
Just taking a quick look in the box with the Scrap Heap at burst speed. I absolutely adore the open attack here.
Right. Yep. Goes for it. There's the trade. Just going to try and stop some of this. 3 damage. Unfortunately, not able to do enough to the 6-6, to this Dune Hopper, for the Enraged Fire Spitter to take it out. So actually not going to get value from the initial attack there.
Fire Spitter deals 2 to the Nexus, softens up this mech just a little more. Riven next turn maybe grabs Overwhelm Fragment for the Fire Spitter.
Has to be. Has to be Overwhelm Fragment. There's really not much else that can actually get there. Is Makos still going to be able to develop more board? And if Makos can live, it's likely that he'll be able to finish this off.
Any 33%ers in the chat?
Oh, it is going to come down heavily to that. Mystic Shot picked up, potentially.
Again, only 1 copy of Might in the list, folks. Could be something buck wild, like top deck Scrap Heap, maybe get another really strong late-ish game Mecha Yordle.
Harpoon! Harpoon! That's 2 damage.
All right, Riven. We need the Overwhelm Fragment.
What gets made? Quick attack, that's not it.
Quick attack fragment does allow the Fire Spitter to get a nice value trade. Live to fight another day. Makos floats. As I know you ain't got it.
Here's Electro Harpoon
for Vision.
When you do this, I think you need to hold the fragment because you can get another Electro Harpoon on the next turn. You have Bandle Tailstones and you have Electric Harpoon. You have 6 copies of Electro Harpoon in your deck. You need to hold on to a fragment.
Very smart to call out that future play, Casanova. And it just comes down to Makos having enough burn as well. We've got 2 elusive damage that's going down to the Enraged Fire Spitter. Hearts Made Whole is another burst speed development of a blocker, potentially, if Returno Wrench is the top deck. But that's just card draw as well to find burn. Cannon goes wide. Scrap. The dash is 2 impact. The math is getting very, very close. Makos is right on the cusp of sealing this up in a 2-0 to advance. And Ptash fighting for his tournament life here. Just 1 or 2 draws away from lethal. With Makos down to 2 HP, all is needed is 1 more Electro Harpoon.
There's still much to answer for.
Ptash is considering the pass, but he knows that this is 2 damage he's taking if he does so.
Put conflict away.
And I mean, if you pull, right, the Clockling Mystic Shot onto your dragon is so what? There's no
It's 2 not
Noxian
going to your
Fervor in
face.
this deck. It's just going to be a block into a block. Forge Chief rewarding Makos with 1 spell mana.
Studied every fighting manual.
It's to play down Kennen.
Goes for the discard right away. Doesn't care about the body. Just wants to draw cards. There's the Returno Wrench. Just a little bit too late. The Zonai Urchin does draw 1 more. Honestly, I kind of like going for the Mecha Yordle here instead into an open for 2. Or with the Mystic Shot.
Try and find 3 more.
Blowback is there with enough cards in hand. Augmented Clockling gets you there.
Here's Elusive. That draw on the other side, just finding a Blade Squire, that's not going to do anything for
Yeah,
Ptash.
You lose to Electro Harpoon either way if you develop, so Makos is going to extend here. After the pass, we'll know that there is nothing there. Augmented Clockling comes through. That's 4-6 damage. Just needs a little bit more. Augmented Clockling can find burn or nice fodder for Urchin.
Yeah, find anything, and then Urchin goes. There's
There
Electro
it
Harpoon,
is.
that's gonna push
Makos
it.
sees the math. Mystic Shot Electro Harpoon removes a blocker, clears a path. Ptash only has a Blade Fragment in hand. Didn't get the Overwhelm when the time was right. And the Jinx deck, the wild card, comes through with its classic style to elevate Makos to the next stage of the Last Chance Qualifier.
I gotta shout out Ptash for sure. I was definitely a little critical of not going for more of the higher power Mecha Yordles to try and play for the board, because that's kind of where the matchup was going in the double aggro kind of mirror. But Ptash actually did find a line. He played to an out. He's running 6 Electro Harpoons in his deck, right? He's got 3 Telstones, 3 baseline. He had only played 1. He has 5 left in the deck, and playing towards that out, playing towards the burn, pull the Fire Spitter. He could have pulled another Fire Spitter, right? That would have done it too.
True.
So he's essentially got 7 outs left because of the way he played it. And yes, he did find the Fire Spitter. He needed to find 2. He needed to find 2 out of the 7, and he can get the win. And I think the way that he played that line actually was quite good. And there was a really solid chance for Ptash to find the win.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a classic case of drawing the wrong half of the deck. In game number 1, it was all Mecha Yordles, but not a lot of good discard fodder like the Grenadiers or the Risen Riders that give you nice payoffs for being discarded. And then the second game, all the discard cards, but no enablers.
That was the big issue there. And with that, Makos going to be, representing Brazil in the top 8. Makos, long-time top player from that region, somebody who we've been excited about in many tournaments, and seeing Makos in yet another top 8, not surprising whatsoever. Taking down Ptash to do it, you have to be a beast to do that. So congratulations to Makos. I'm excited to see if he can qualify. One more match for him to qualify to the championship.
Worlds is on the line. It's becoming more and more realistic as these players advance. You think, oh, I'm going to play in the Last Chance Qualifier just to see how far I can go. And if you weren't already heading into this tournament with the full intention of winning it, this is where these players are starting to wake up and say, okay, this is a real possibility for me to be one of the final 2 slots for this year's World Championship.
All right, well, with that, that's it for our top 8. That's it for our quarterfinals, but we're going to go to a short break, and then we have the semifinals coming up. This is where we get to send 2 people to the World Championships. This is the big moment of the Last Chance Qualifier, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this. Welcome back to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig. As we move on, Skarzig, to our top four. These are the matches that determine who will make it into the World Championship. Skarzig, I am so excited to jump in.
Pound for pound, every single round, every single game has just been a treat. Been so fantastic, not only to see these players advance and get closer and closer to the World Championships, but just to see the diversity of decks and quality of play. I really hope that everybody who's watching this stream right now from home has been as entertained as I have been.
Oh my god, it has been so incredibly good. And I want to kind of take a quick trip down memory road of our top 16. Take a look at the bracket, see who has made it into these top final spots. It's going to be two matchups between Brazil and America, with Mekos versus Kid with the Pig and Peace versus Hawk. And I mean, Skarzig, take me through the journeys of some of these players.
I mean, Mekos is a heavy hitter from Brazil, one of the strongest regions in the entire game's history. Had to take on P-Tash. I mean, just a extremely powerful, seasonal regional hero, advancing all the way up to fight Kid with the Pig, a player who you and I agreed had, one of the best names in the tournament. Actually took down Void, our solo Argentinian player, to advance here to the top table. But Peace versus Dolmat, Peace has been fighting tooth and nail, took down Alexander, took down Dolmat, keeping Brazil alive in the tournament alongside Mekos. And this is after these Brazilian players had to do a lot of friendly fire earlier in the bracket to whittle down the field. And Hawk, meanwhile, took down Yrebellion, and this was a player that took down Cephalopod. And so you know that these players are no slouches. Even if you don't recognize the name, the skill is there.
Yeah, I mean, Peace had to take down Easy to win early on. That was one of the team kills that had happened, which is another really strong player in Runeterra. And Kid with a Pig, I want to call out somebody who's actually been quite high on ladder. I believe he's done really well in some of the opens, but didn't quite make it into the World Championship. And now, once again, going to have a chance to slot into that World Championship through the LCQ. Just has to win one more series. And speaking of him, we're going to jump into decks. The featured matchup will be Mekos versus Kid with the Pig. We just saw Mekos playing with that aggro lineup, but we haven't seen Kid with the Pig yet. So I want to talk about these decks a little bit here, Skarzig. We'll start with Mekos because, we did just see these. We know he's on this Red Gwen. We saw the aggression that came out of this.
One Shadow Isles Telestones for utility, one Quietus just for a little bit of early game spice. Helps you maybe take out a chump, push through that 1 or extra 2 points of damage that we've already established can be the difference maker for victory. A couple Noxian Fervors at the top. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the big play out of Mekos, though, in the aggro mirror, playing around that Riven, building it up very strong, and then using it as more of almost a mid-range deck in that specific matchup, right? And now the Jinx. This is a very, very powerful deck. Very explosive, goes very quickly. We even saw without drawing a Jinx, Mekos was able to find the win with that. And that's not something you're able to see every day.
Yeah, the burn output for this deck cannot be understated. And the utility of the Mecha Yordles when you have great discard targets means you just get premium units that let you win the mirror, rounding it out with the classic third deck, Jax, Ornn, making the smart choice of Buried in Ice. I do want to say that Rusticles had a very powerful read on the meta that I won't need Buried in Ice. If I'm in a position where Buried in Ice is my out, I'm probably already losing anyway. Just for this exchange of getting an extra card in, right? Because if you don't have Buried in Ice, maybe you run that third combat cook. Maybe you have second parts made whole or third fish fight.
Yeah, and with that, we're jumping over to Kid with the Pig. This is going to be Teemo Tristana, another variation on the Teemo, and this one, again, skewing very aggressively, right? 3x Might, 3x Noxian Fervor. We even see Whirling Death mainboarded here. Gonna be a very, very aggressive list trying to push through, and even one of Treasured Trash is gonna be a neat inclusion.
I like the idea here of using Swarm to counter other aggressive decks, right? You're just going to chump them down, force them to have Overwhelm. Treasured Trash is your Hail Mary. And wow, completely left field, Echo Jinx. This deck also very deceptive anti-aggro potential because you're developing your board very swiftly, very cheaply with drop borders. The threat of trading down your opponent's board and rallying with Chrono Break makes it so your opponent can't swing on you the way they would like.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good anti-aggro tech, and the fact that we've actually seen a good amount of aggro as we've gone through kind of makes sense. Honestly, it's very likely we don't get to see the Jinx C play, make us very likely to ban that away. So instead, another red Gwen. This time, a couple of tech choices. We see the Kato, the arm in here as a 1 of. We've seen it as 3 of. We've seen 0 of them, and now we see 1. And also Strike Up the Band, going to be an interesting 1 of inclusion to get those ghostly bands, try and get more hallowed stacks.
Yeah, a Strike Up the Band and 3 copies of Opulent Foyer tells me Kid with the Pig really values having those hallowed stacks, combining that with Overwhelm to get these burst lethals. And with Strike Up the Band and Foyer, you have such great grind potential and blocking potential against a lot of other lists rather than going directly for the throat. You have this scaling, and it's prominent throughout all of Kid with the Pig's lineup is I'm going to chump you down and eventually take over the game.
This match has such high stakes, Garzig. The winner here will lock in their spot at the World Championship here for 2023. And these bans are massive, right? Makos, I don't know if you're with me on this, but I'm thinking we're getting a Jinx ban. And then on the other side, I guess it's just the Jax Ornn. I guess you just got to take that away.
It could be very understated. Jax Ornn, there's a potential to leave that up, right? The idea of, well, I'm just going to go very wide against this deck that's going to play 1 threat per turn. And by the time Ornn becomes an issue or a threat, I have burn potentially. Comes down to what are the odds of double Innovative Blacksmith for healing to offset aggro. And Jinx is, again, it's a wild card champion, a wild card pick. Echo Jinx, we've seen it brick from time to time, and sometimes they get the perfect curve into Echo leveled up in voices. And overall, I definitely don't like the odds when you're playing against these decks, right? Because Quicksand also means that the overwhelming condition of Ornn, the overall win condition of Gwen Riven is off the table. I think you're right on the money, Casanova. The Echo Jinx has to go.
Yeah, and it's so unique, right? It's one of those wildcard decks where there's probably matchups where this Echo Jinx starts to feel like a liability, but lining up against Makos here, this is kind of exactly who you wanted to hit with this deck. And so it just shows, okay, does Kid with the Pig have so much confidence in their Red Gwen, in their Teemo Tristana, that this thing's getting sniped by the aggro matchups? Do they feel good playing these kind of more aggro mirrors, especially the full-on potential mirror match of this Red Gwen? How does Kid with the Pig feel in that matchup? Are there tech choices here that actually stand out for the mirror specifically?
I think that Kid with the Pig has correctly identified of going for like aggro plus. You have the aggro slant, but you're a little bit greedier, as we saw in Makos' earlier fight, where playing for board becomes so much more important for mirrors or pseudo mirrors. The Kid with the Pig has the edge there. I'm wondering if you ban, right, the Gwen Riven, if you're Makos, take the L to Echo G, and then 2-0 the other.
But here's the ban. Wow, okay. So, hey, you said it. Hey, maybe you just try and go underneath the Jax Ornn, and Kid with the Pig is going to take that bet, banning away the Red Gwen from Makos. And now we're going to start off with Red Gwen versus the Kennen Jinx.
Leaving the wild card up. Potential for Jinx. We haven't seen it yet on the stream, but opening up with a strong option of Kennen, Forge Chief, and some fodder for the scrap heap in Returnal Wrench. Double Wrench means that Makeup is always going to have a lot of options to activate discard ideas. It's a bit awkward if Jinx becomes the true line to victory. Opens Forge Chief on turn 1 to get that free spell mana with the attack token.
I'm just going to look for early pressure, but we do have Kid with the Pig being able to develop immediately with this Phantom Butler. Won't be able to be blocked, so more damage to be pushed through, but it does feel like the Red Gwen does initially want to be a little bit more defensive in this matchup than the other side, right? Makos is very much just going to be pedal to the metal, try and push through, get the Jinx online, discard the whole hand, and then start firing away. Whereas Kid with the Pig does have the way to play slower with the hallowed stacks onto Gwen and with the Riven. So we'll see if the hand lines up for that, but Makos definitely needs to start putting the pedal down.
I was debating if Mystic Shot would come through for just a clean 4 damage open attack, opts for the Scrap Heap to get rid of Mark of the Storm. When Return to Wrench is discarded, it automatically equips to a unit. But so there's very small difference there as opposed to having an extra HP on something. Mecha Forcer is a great pickup, rewarded with the Scrap Heap to get a cheap Mecha Yordle instead. Already, Kid with the Pig falling a bit behind on board, but has the beautiful Opulent Foyer. I love playing this landmark on your opponent's attack token like this. You get a chump blocker and then another ephemeral 2/1 created at the next turn for your open attack that boosts your crackback.
That's going to be huge, especially with the Gwen in hand already. So being able to set up as many hallowed stacks as possible early on, get this Gwen absolutely ramped up, and then you start running away with it. You get to heal a little bit, you push the extra damage, and Makos just won't be able to chase you down with the Jinx. Red Gwen actually very good anti-aggro tech as well. In general, this lineup, right? Red Gwen with the Echo Jinx, having a lot of ways to deal with other aggressive lineups, and Makos being on one of those is certainly going to be struggling here.
Yeah, Gwen on curve with the even attack token, a couple hallowed stacks already in the mix, translates to additional healing. Makos is going full tilt, going to go as wide as possible, discards Returnal Wrench with Parts Made Whole, gets the Acathia Mirage, a 3-2, and now, Boom Baboon, Flame Chomper, Jury Rig, it's going to be a 6v5 here the next turn.
Yeah, just trying to
I wouldn't
push
even
as
block
long as
here, just
possible.
take the hit.
Yeah,
Just go buck wild.
I mean, it's just the 1 damage potentially. I think that trying to save a little bit here is probably important. You need to push as much damage as possible, but
yeah, I'm flying too close to the sun.
This is the first speed. There is a discard available, another wrench, so you will be able to get the draw once again.
Parts Made Whole gets a challenger. Gwen's not going to get a value trade, so now we've got with Mecha Forcer. Hang on. Let's do some quick calculus, chat. 3-6. Oof.
I mean, there's a lot of damage here.
Like 14 damage with this Parts Made Whole off the top.
A lot of damage to push through.
17?
Oh, Mystic Shot found.
Wait a second. This is just lethal. This is insane. Double Lightning Rush, double Mystic Shot. Kid with the Pig has to open attack with this Gwen and get another Snip Snip to try to stabilize this. Too many actions redeveloping the board means you're too far behind on tempo. Once again, this incredible Burn Swarm list doing what it wants to do.
Yeah, Makos just finding all this damage so quickly, and we are going to see Kid with the Pig commit to stopping some of the bleeding. You can't just drop down to 6 immediately.
Even recognizing that developing a second, attacking with Gwen, developing a second Gwen is going to be too far behind. At the end of the day, preventing 3 damage now is the same as healing for 2 by attacking with Gwen. Now we have 2, 4, 6, 8 damage in the hand with these lightning rushes. Is it going to be another full tilt might? Plus hallowed stacks, plus the glinting fragment, plus Elixir of Wrath. Is the combo there?
Is that
Kid with the Kid with the Pig has double Mystic.
Yeah, you can stop it if you use your burn, and then that's enough, right? You would gain the board at that point. You should be able to find the win. So it feels like Makos has this game in a really solid spot. Just all the burn showing up in the hand. I mean, all the extra cannons, to be fair, but yeah, it's all the burn.
Yeah, it was maybe double checking there for Overwhelm Fragment, trying to go wide. Makos, and this is the scariest thing when you're going against a burn deck and they just start passing at you because you're like, oh no, my opponent's just trying to save their mana to kill me next turn. Can I deal 11 damage is the question Kid with the Pig is asking themselves right now. Overwhelm Fragment on Riven. That's step number 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4-ish hallowed stacks. Riven potentially up to 7. Has to cover 2 HP by being blocked by Kennen or Flame Chomper.
Raise your din.
Maybe saves the might to see where blockers are placed.
Now this currently would present lethal if committed, but
No turning back
only
now.
3 mana being left over. Gonna use the fragment just to get the +2 immediately.
And now 11 being presented. Kid with the pig. The other question is, do I extend with this Riven and get punished by double Mystic? Or do I take my 9 damage and hope that I get 2 off the top? Analyzing Kid with the pigs. This is the same thing, right? That Ptash had to do. Analyzing, trying to play towards a line of finding 2 damage.
The only direct damage that Kid with a Pig has for Makos's turn would be Noxian Fervor. That feels a little dangerous to leave it up to that if you think you're in danger at your total at 9 life. So potentially that informs needing to commit, but Makos can blow that out.
Hesitation.
And the other side of the coin is essentially if I die to double Mystic here, and also my Noxian Fervor loses a double Mystic, I have to pull the trigger now because that's 4 burn not going to face, and maybe I can block effectively.
And Makos, I really like this, right? You actually just get yourself out of Fervor range, and then you don't have to commit any of this burn. If Kid with the Pig just lets that go through.
Oh. But by blocking with Kennen, you lose out on the lightning rushes.
Yeah, you will lose some damage here.
Wants to keep Geode Mechaforcer alive because of that additional buff potential.
Okay, well there's the might just to try and push him down to 1. Doesn't actually kill.
Makos also being offered a very interesting Faustian deal. Go down to 1 because you have double Mystic that beats Noxian Fervor. And then you just win through burn some other means, and then the double Mystic gives you that out to stop Fervor from stealing the game against you on a swing. I think you just double Mystic the Riven right now, yeah?
I'm wondering if
there's
you use one Kennen spell, 1 Lightning Rush, 1 Mystic might be better. Just gonna let it through. Go down to 1. Fervor can beat you, but you have Mystics. You have insurance against Fervor, right? You can stop Fervor from going off.
Yeah. Hawk is 1-up versus Peace. Just a quick call out for our audience today. Plays the second Kennen. Still has Lightning Rush.
Good steel and a good future.
Currently 3v3 on board. 1 impact damage from Geode Mechaforcer with Lightning Rush and Mystic Shot to back us up. Even if there's a Jinx off the top, you can see this hand is starting to get really gummed up. Can't empty it for Jinx right now.
Yeah, it's rough because you want to keep discard fodder, but you also really need to just get some of these things out of hand in case you draw a Jinx. I actually like just seeing the removal of the Riven. You know there's no protection.
Wow.
And now you can actually use the Kennens to clear more of the board. This is really, really well done from Makos.
Incredible foresight from Makos, taking full advantage of the triple Kennen draw, especially with Kid with the Pig not having Noxian Fervor. Opens up for a gargantuan open swing. Another Flame Chompers. I think this still buys
And this should
Kid with
do
the
it.
Pig a little bit more. Let me see.
Block 2, you go down to 3.
Yeah, because of the
Double
Mechaforcer
Mystic.
buff, you have to block. So that would be 2, 4, 6, 9.
Flame Chompers get played. Now you actually get to develop 2 blockers. Does that make a difference?
Strike up the band. I think it does.
It's 2 blockers now.
Trades the whole board away, and then yeah, it's just going to be the strike up the band, the Ghastly Band being developed out of Opulent Foyer for an open attack plus might, which gets scooped by Mystic Shot into Mark of the Isles, into second Mystic Shot. This is every time we think the game is over, or is it in one person's ball, like completely taking over the game, these players continuously find outs and ways to bring the game back from the brink. Even buffing the Flame Chomper to get a nice value trade here.
And now you put the blocks out, you still got 7 HP. 2 Mystics will not do that, but Kid with the Pig has nothing on board. The problem is, if they can't find a good attacker, they can't get there, but they get one automatically from the Opulent Foyer.
Right.
So they can still present lethal.
Second Foyer! Blowback, double Mystic. Oh, yeah, this is definitely Makeoff's favorite then. Because Kid with the Pig has to preemptively commit. Actually, no, because it's 1 HP. You just attack with the Foyer. And then Makeoff has to block. Then you might. Yeah,
And
so it's just double might.
You eat a Mystic.
The double Mystic, even with Mark of the Isles, double Mystic covers. And so Makeoff is going to get this at the end by being incredibly, I want to say greedy, but that's not the right word. Specific with these Mystic shots, holding them for lethal, but also holding them as counterplay to Kid with the Pig's outs. Recognizing the board position at the time allows a longer form take on the meta.
What is this shard? Is this not Overwhelm, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's Quick Attack Fragment. Just attacks. Both things have to block. Yeah, Makeoff is feeling very confident now by having double Mystic Shot, can beat this Mark of the Isles. No Noxian Fervor for Kid with the Pig, unfortunately. And this was just so down to the wire. I'm flabbergasted by how close every single game has been.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any more potential outs. But it feels like
if this was an Overwhelm Fragment, then we have 2 Overwhelm threats plus Mark. And once again, another aggro mirror kind of coming down to lacking that key Overwhelm Fragment.
Mystic, and then you play the Mark, and then second Mystic comes down.
Mm-hmm.
Now Makeoff is losing a lot of reach, but with the Geo still living and Kennen still being alive and Blowback in hand, that should still get there, right? Or I guess Mystic Shot in hand. That still gets there because, yeah, Blowback's going to do some damage to face as well here.
Mm-hmm. And going for the Blowback here over the Mystic is nice. Just committing. Having a card that you can play for freely without needing to do extra discards, especially now when you have so much extra mana, is just a great min-max. So Kid with the Pig, 1 HP away from victory. Scholars will comb the, this match frame by frame to see if Kid with the Pig could have gotten one more damage somewhere.
Makeoff's gonna find it once again in these aggro matchups. Scraping by. Finds the win on Jinx. Yet we have not seen a Jinx drawn by Makeoff in these last 2 matches.
It's
but
just there to
Jax Ornn to try and close this out. And this is a deck that is so consistent. If you're back against the wall, you need to find a win. Or not even back against the wall, but if you just need 1 win in 2 games, Jax Ornn has got to be one of the decks you have to be most happy to be on.
Oh God! And the double innovative blacksmith prophecy. That's the healing you need to stabilize against these aggressive lists. And if any of these opulent foyer plays get really big, these combos get big, frostbites come through. The flash freeze in hand. This is a perfect hand. What's off the top? Jax? Another weapon? Yes, this is going to be an uphill battle for Kid with the Pig, to say the very least.
Yeah, I mean, you get a buffed up combat cook off of this Omen Hawk. Omen Hawk on 1 just been so good for so long in this game. It's even better nowadays with the ability to block elusive, and Weaponsmith Apprentice is going to be here as well, just giving more blocks to the board.
And Makos, maybe from this position, just does not get any good cards for the rest of time. Innovative Blacksmith, picking up a scout weapon. That's cheeky. I actually kind of like picking up the scout weapon when you're up against an opulent foyer deck that relies on a lot of ephemerals and a lot of small units that want to swing on you by forcing more blocks. It's a little bit better for you overall, but Overwhelm is just raw good, so no downside to taking that. Wow, not even going to swing into that. Keeping this 4-3 nice and healthy.
There is so much to see. Where do I start?
First Gwen going to hit the board here.
Combat Cook is going to be massive to chump this down. Makos just doing a quick consideration of Flash Freeze into a free block on the Gwen. I think Kid with the Pig has to put the boosted damage onto the Phantom Butler. But yep, instead goes for the combat. Was that Shepherd's Authority? Okay, I think it was one of the choices. I think I saw a quick one-frame glimpse of that weapon.
I think it was there too. I think you're right. I think that was the option that was not picked was Shepherd's Authority. It's like, yeah, I think blocking's pretty good here, actually. I think I'm okay with blocking.
And gets rewarded by the Pot of Pain with Tough. Beautiful value trade here. Jumps down against the Gwen, is going to try to save this Frostbite for as long as they can, because Makos already has a preview of Kid with Pig's list, right? Having the massive buff into Overwhelm, Hail Mary combo finisher. One Frostbite is all you need to shut that down.
Wow, Entrancing Lure off the top. Entrancing Lure off the top as well is going to allow Makos to find a way to deal with this Gwen. It's going to be massive to be able to pick that up, and you can even continue to develop while you do that. So Makos just definitely a very good spot when dealing with the board. He's got all the early game units that he wants to just control the board and make open a path for Ornn.
I was even expecting maybe Scholar there to get the Excavation to destroy the foyer, stop that scaling, but just opts for a much wider swing instead. Because Gwen needs time to scale up, even with the help of Opulent Foyer, Jax Ornn, just by playing bodies on curve, gets offense and defense. And I'm just getting word from production, folks. Hawk goes up 2-0, cementing his claim to the World Championship.
That is one win for the USA over Brazil in these semifinals, but Makos is making a very big statement for Brazil to take down Kid with the Pig here, as it does feel like he has a pretty massive lead in this game and has the game up from game one as well.
Next turn, going to be very defensive. Can play another Innovative Blacksmith for even more healing. Once you're in the mid game, Makos is beautifully positioned at 18 HP, and Kid with the Pig with one Gwen down and range fire spitters, the only threat in hand. Just a little bit more time before Makos takes this over. Wildclaw Ferocity and Omen Hawk, the dynamic duo.
Beautiful combo of cards. 7 mana Wildclaw, but you also buff the next 2 cards of your deck +1/+1. Not bad. I'm down.
Yeah, they printed a card similar to that called Glacial Saurian, which is also in this deck. Yeah. Build your own Saurian. And another Innovative Blacksmith. If you're Kid with the Pig, you've got to be shaking your head at this point. Like, they got the double Blacksmith. This healing is too much. And Fire Spitter gets buffed. There is a Might in hand, but still, the 3 Sisters. Every time I think Kid with the Pig has a play, Makos has a counter play.
Yeah, because I mean, the big thing I was looking at, right, is like Might, Elixir of Wrath. You've got this 8/4 challenger. You can just win on the spot, but 3 Sisters. Right? This is a Freljord deck. It has access to that flexibility, that power. 3 Sisters, such a strong card.
And just with a little bit of blocking down, Makos keeps the 4-1 up. This is the part of the game where it becomes a little awkward, right? Where Innovative Blacksmith is going to heal you for 3 or 4 points over the course of the game. versus what if I just block now and save 3 HP? It's almost the same. But we've been talking a lot, right, about how Kid with the Pig is struggling to end the game, but it is also sitting at 20 HP. Makos has not put up a lot of aggression as yet. There's no Jax in play. Orin won't be leveled. Wild Claw is cheeky for, you know, an extra little burst of damage. But at the end of the day, Kid with the Pig just cares about whittling down that Nexus.
Yeah, that's completely true, right? This is actually getting a lot closer than it initially felt. The Opulent Foyer continuing to just present value after value and get these hallowed procs in. And so now, because hallowed is so incredibly high, these ephemerals are just so threatening, and Makos is running out of answers to deal with them.
Mm-hmm. And because they're created right at the start of the round, this gives Kid with the Pig strong tempo, strong open attacking potential. And it means that Makos is forced to underblock in exchange for having a something to chump a gigantic Ghastly band.
So
and
now,
finally,
Excavation. Get it out of here. Get it out of here.
I've had enough of the Opulent Foyer. Turn off the band. Shut down the show. Scholars here to just read a nice quiet book instead. But doesn't play it, right? Has one more round before committing because no Ghastly band will be created this day. Has Omen Hawk into Wild Claw,
Hunters, they said.
but doesn't go for it yet.
Yeah, it still feels like you need to play the Excavation this turn, right? Like you probably should deal with the foil.
Yeah.
Like you want to get rid of that.
I would definitely play Saurian, right? And then you still have mana for the Excavation, a little bit more overwhelm threat here.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think that'd be quite solid. You also still want to keep developing like bigger blockers. Blocker with a big butt, as they say, as well would be good. Saurian, you know, it's only 4, but it's still, you know, a relatively good number. You're at 10. Being at effectively 14 against Overwhelm feels a lot nicer.
Yeah, a lot of options to consider. The saving grace, I think, for Kid with the Pig is even though the pressure is starting to evaporate, especially with the Excavate clearing the Foyer, there is only one Frostbite in Makos' hand. And that means with one swing that forces a Three Sisters, the next swing has a much higher chance of connecting when it needs to.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one Frostbite in Makos' deck, right? This Three Sisters is a one-of. So there's not actually a lot of ways to deal.
Oh my goodness, thank you for looking that up.
It's crazy. It's an incredibly valuable one-of, right? Because Makos has this one right now, right? It's very likely to actually win the game for Makos. But you have to think about, okay, once this is gone, if you don't close the game, Kid with the Pig has a chance to still finish the job.
And Makos, you can see, develops the Saurian after combat, was
Ooh,
trying to
one.
just go for an open attack, force Kid to play some combat tricks, see what the situation was. And by developing a strong attacking threat post-combat, it definitely signals to us, right, that Makos is playing a much more defensive game.
Now, Fish Fight found for Makos. Pretty nice to be able to try and deal with these 8-4 challengers. There's some more burn coming through from Kid with the Pig. And yes, there's that one freeze. But now there's multiple threats if Kid with the Pig can actually find another might, find another way to push that damage.
You can let this go through. There's Shadow Isles Tailstones potentially. Wait, is that enough? Crumble did get buffed to 4. Very cute. It's slow speed. I'm actually trolling, but
well, Spirit Journey is interesting. Would that does that disjoint it?
am I miscalculating the mana? Yeah, you can kill your own Enraged Flame Spitter. Just gonna go for Mark of the... Oh, this is very cute. Because Fish Fight's a one-sided strike, it doesn't pop the dragon from it having Ephemeral. And Makos, another point I gotta point out, right? Had kept the Innovative Blacksmith alive, making a bet on its long-term healing potential rather than cashing it in to block 3 or 4 damage. And now it's gone down before it was able to recoup. And so now these Enraged Flame Spitters dismantling the Jax Ornn deck. bit by bit, brick by brick. Jax is in hand, but there's no other companions to help him out.
Yeah, and the question for Kid with the Pig becomes, how do we do these attacks, right? Because you could just send the ephemeral. You're always sending the ephemeral, right? You try and take out the Saurian. Do you commit might and say, hey, have an answer, and then try and survive a little bit longer and look for your next attempt to attack, your next time that you can use this 8-1 dragon? Because if you send it now, it just dies to an Omen Hawk. It just dies to a 2-1. It doesn't actually get anything done unless it has might equipped.
With this board potentially traded down this turn, Makos has weathered the worst of it, and Kid with the Pig has a massive buffer with 20 Nexus HP to top deck 2 or 3 cards into the next few rounds. Maybe even a second Opulent Foyer would be absurd, begging the question every single time he receives the attack token.
It was make him have it. It's a one of. Is it there? It is. We know. It's been there all game. The Three Sisters. You get the freeze. Board is gone. Kid with the Pig has no units. Just a Quietus and an Elixir of Wrath. Needs to find another big unit. Needs to find the third Enraged Fire Spitter.
That's the perfect scenario that Kid with the Pig was hoping for. You force that Three Sisters, and now every other attempt you have at closing out the game will be lethal.
Now here comes Jax. Here comes Ornn from Makos with an attack token. So that 20 life we were saying, oh, Kid with the Pig is pretty far ahead on life total. That's not going to last very long.
Already Makos closing the gap with a massive swing here. 15 HP being presented. A little bit more, right? Because Ornn's going to Forge. Quietus got to destroy that weapon. Staunch some of the bleeding. Also keeps Ornn from leveling up, which is very important. This is the classic outcome versus a lot of aggressive lists. You now have taken over the board. You have the presentation of lethal, and it's just a matter of having the time for the attack tokens to line up for you.
And at this point, I think there's no combination of cards.
And Ornn still levels because he forges even when he doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah. There's no combination of cards that Kid with the Pig can get over the top here, right? He doesn't have Overwhelm to do it. I guess this has Challenger, Kato the Arm.
There's 7 hallowed stacks.
Yeah, needed Overwhelm, but... Oh, this is the Overwhelm?
Wait, Elixir, is that enough for Blade of the Exile?
He forced Overwhelm. He forced Overwhelm. That does it. No! He forced Overwhelm. There's no
so we're going to game 3. That was an Overwhelm fragment.
I didn't think it was. I thought he had the other 2, but he had the Overwhelm fragment at the bottom, so he gets there. I thought he needed the Kato top deck because I can't recognize the fragments. They look so similar.
I'm in the same boat, and I've played so much Riven that I just can't tell them apart at a glance. I only know that the +2 is the actual tip of the blade, and the other 2 look too similar. Riot, please.
I thought he needed Kato, but he didn't. He had the Overwhelmed Fragment. He had all those Hallowed stacks, and he had the Elixir of Wrath if he needed to push over the top a little bit more. But he knew the one freeze was gone. It was guaranteed at that point because the Omen Hawk was on board.
And, you know, I'll give a special shout out right now to our smug Riven mains in the chat who spotted that fragment a mile away and knew that the writing was on the wall. Much love to the Riven enjoyers in the chat right now, living their best lives as Red Gwen keeps Kid with the Pig in this tournament. One more game to decide which of these 2 players locks up the final World Championship slot here in the Last Chance Qualifier. Jax Ornn versus Teemo Tristana. We've got a lot of Swarm, a lot of chumping, the potential for a scaling Tristana and Overwhelm threat versus Makos. Mulliganing into another beautiful early game suite of bodies, but with only 1 flash freeze.
Yeah, double might draw to start out with Kid with the Pig. You didn't really want to see those early. You do want these in the matchup. As we saw, there's only 1 freeze in this deck for Makos. So, you know, might is a very valuable card, being able to push over the top, but would have liked to see a little bit more early game. At least there's some manifest, can continue to just find stuff. And if you just keep top decking a bunch of units to play, Works out for Kid with the Pig. Whirling Death. This is another big combination with Might to push the damage, right? This is, you know, a classic combo from Noxus Aggro is to have that Whirling Death with the Might.
You can make an argument
with that and be able to push through.
Oh, very true. I was going to say, you can make an argument for all three of those picks. Kid with the Pig goes for Grandfather Fae. This is more Owl Cats. This is more Wide Swarm. How do you beat the big chunky mid-range deck? You go around the sides. Open Castaway.
There wasn't that much early game in this hand from Kid with the Pig, but he's been able to create it, right? By manifesting into these units that are being able to go wider and wider with these Grandfather Fae, having the Mayor, just really putting together such a wide board to then utilize these Mights, this Whirling Death with the Dragon as a finisher. This hand looks very good for Kid with the Pig to actually find a win. And Wildclaw Ferocity with Scout, Makos gonna turn on the Jets.
And Kid with the Pig didn't attack into that. Wanted to keep that scout weapon stranded on a mediocre body that could be chumped down. But Makos pulls the zipper on the back of Filth Open Castaway. Sorry, but this was actually a Wild Claw in disguise. Whirling Death comes through to deal a little bit of extra damage to this big cat to soften up the blow. A 9-1 coming right back at him. Kid with the Pig
recognizes you have to deal with this immediately. He's got the pie in hand, so just getting it down to 1, being able to throw that and deal with it. Gonna stop that bleeding, but that was terrifying. Makos is like, okay, you're going wide. I need to end this game now, and tries to go for the Alpha Wild Claw. Not quite gonna do enough. Just gets that big chunky 9 damage through.
Yeah, being very prescient, right? Recognizing that aggressive line, that potential to just get so far ahead in this game that Kid with the Pig would have no hope of survival. But with the Whirling Death and Pie Toss, two fantastic utility techs for this list, Kid with the Pig is keeping his tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, and it looks so dire in that last game, but finding any unit off the top was so important, right? Being able to give it that overwhelm from the shard and get through. Now Kid with the Pig able to find an answer with Whirling Death to this early Wild Claw from Makos that he was using to try and punch over the top. Now Kid with the Pig with a wide board and a lot of different overwhelm options. 3 Mights to start using, trying to get that damage through, and then the Dragon to finish.
Oh, I love going even wider with the Armed Inquisitor. This deck doesn't have pings. I can develop all the 1 HP units I want, and picks up the Malfunction to destroy a weapon. Jax comes through, is leveled up, gets an extra bonus thanks to the Apprentice. Stats are all lining up. Kid with the Pig doesn't want to use the Malfunction, has got his eyes glued to that scout weapon in hand, is waiting for it to enter play before it's destroyed.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, right here, you might even just want to pull the trigger on one of these Mights. Start getting damage through, right? You've got 4 damage on this Hungry Owlcat on this side that's trying to get through. You know, you can push an additional 5 here by popping that Might, make us down to 10 when you still have 2 Mights in hand.
I think with Kid with the Pig at 11 HP, after seeing how aggressive Makos wants to play this game, I love taking out the Jax here, that overwhelm threat.
Do with Jax, push one more Sky Splitter in response.
Jax lives to fight another day. A big overwhelm threat still coming through. Now that he's leveled up, the scout weapon could be the option, forcing Kid with the Pig to spend mana on that Malfunction rather than developing additional threats. That's 1 Might out of the mix too. Makos has to track each point of damage, each combat trick to know exactly when the right time is to block an attack.
Yeah, but Fire Spitter lines up really well here. 3 mana left for Makos. There's actually no answers outside of Sky Spitter to deal with that, but you just saw one. Yes, there are multiple in the deck that could have been a big blowout, but you have to take that risk at this point.
And I'm getting a crash course at how powerful this new Dragon is. Its potential to 2 for 1 or 3 for 1 in a tempo deck is completely unprecedented. Scholar is now entering play. There's a little bit of healing potential with refreshments. Explorer's Blunder is not going to be as great, because of the overwhelm being granted by combat tricks, decides to take the healing after all.
Just going to clear around that grandfather. We have double might. We have the dragon. You can pull a small unit, use a might, whirling death. The combo's all here.
Yeah, the hand's all spells. Gotta give it up. The only option as well, there's no way to really take a slow play. You can go for the Perilous Pastry to clear the 2-1, see if Makos is going to develop Ornn, do something else instead.
There's no answer in hand, Skarzig. If he goes for it, this is just game. And there's the might on the stack. He's played it. There's no freeze. Block comes in. This can be a whirling death. Or just another might. Just missed by the threats. There's lethal. And it's just going to go through. Kid with the pig going to take out Makos from the jaws of defeat. Kid with the pig turns it around and shows his might as he qualifies for the World Championship. Beautifully done in back-to-back games.
The boldness to call out and say, this is my moment. This is the highest chance I have to close out this game, and put that double might on the stack. Makos made it so far in this tournament, took down so many other powerful Brazilian players to make it this far. But when you are constructing your lineups, you have to make concessions. Only had the 1-3 sisters that came up huge in game number 2, but in game number 3 was nowhere to be seen. Big congratulations to our 2 final players that have qualified, Hawk and
Kid with the pig.
Kid with the pig. I'm blanking because I'm actually super excited for a show match. Both these players have already made it into the top 2, the finals of this tournament, but are already qualified for Worlds. But what else is there to play for? And that, my friend, is bragging rights. It's glory. It's for the point of saying, I am the best of the best in this moment. I'm riding high. This is my day. And, get a little bit of extra mental damage on another player that qualified for Worlds as we headed to that final championship for Runeterra.
Heartbreak for Brazil, heartbreak for Peace, and Makos getting so close and not being able to get over the finish line there, especially, Makos in that game, almost finding that win, just can't quite get enough, barely going down to those overwhelms, but incredible runs from both of those players. Both Makos and Peace should be very proud making it that top 8 of the LCQ, and I know we've been seeing Makos' name forever. I know we will see him on a deep run once again in 2024. So big congratulations to Hawk and to Kid with the Pig, moving on to the World Championship. We are going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have a show match between those 2 players as they play for the bragging rights for the title of winner of the Last Chance Qualifier. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig, and we have our finalists, which means we have the two players who have made it to the World Championship. It is going to be Hawk362 and Kid with the Pig. Skarzig, this has been a monumental day here.
Absolutely.
Sending two people to that championship.
Yeah, the fact that, again, I have to really drive this home for the people at home, that these players have been grinding in the competitive scene for such a long time, and it happens every time with tournaments and limited slots for big tournaments. You can't have all the best players make it in, and having this final opportunity for some of the players that have always shown up for these tournaments to be able to get into Worlds has just been a massive boon for the competitive scene and the community. And once more, the games that we saw today and the deck diversity we saw today makes me very happy for what we may see moving into the World Championships themselves.
All right, well, let's take a look at that bracket. Let's see how we got here, Skarzig, because now we have our final two, but they had some big journeys to get here.
Yeah, 64 players started the day, and now we are all the way down to this bracket. This was our top 16 players. P-Tash, one of the hopefuls, had to go up against Makos, who took him down 2-0. That was still a close best of three. Don't get me wrong, it felt like. Every single set, even if it is a 2-0, the games have been so close, been down to the wire, players playing towards the most narrow outs I've ever seen. And even Rusticles, right, making it so deep into the tournament after designing a card with the devs. And even seeing a little bit of that card C play earlier on in today's stream was just a great bonus for this tournament, Casanova.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, Rusticles making a deep run with deep, because we always love to see it happen. And, you know, down we got to that final matchup that we were watching with Makos and Kid with the Pig, and just how close it was between those two on a knife's edge. And it was just the edge of a knife, given that overwhelm, helping Kid with the Pig push over the top. And now it's a bit of a show match between these two players who have made it to the end. You know, we have a Kid with a Pig, we have a Hawk, and I got a cat. And we're going to be able to jump into that game soon enough. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at their deck lists so we can see what we will have in this final matchup. We did just see Kid with the Pig playing, you know, that kind of triple, almost anti-aggro lineup. And Hawk here on Poro King took it all the way. We saw, you know, some struggles out of this deck throughout the day, but we also saw some triumphs. And Hawk was one of those players who came triumphant with the Poro King.
So far, the Zilani Bloodweaver, it's always that final hurdle that you just kind of have in the late game to say, okay, I've got Zilani, I've got a big overwhelm threat as the final boss, which is very fitting for the list. But the Double Moonlight Affliction has been clutch, combining that with even more Targon Ferocity. The Kale Leona, a bit of a blast from the past. This deck was so powerful back in the day. Crimson Pigeon's been nerfed, Pirouette's been nerfed. But all you got to do is add more strong Noxus card and a ranged Fire Splitter back to the mix to bring this one back to prominence.
Absolutely. I mean, this, you were talking about this list earlier today. You were saying, hey, Galeona has been a list. I didn't actually know we had one of them, and it actually made it all the way here to the final where Hawk has taken it. So beautiful tech from him. And now a Jinx. Jinx kind of in a lot of the top players lineups here today. Jinx maybe a bit of an all-star coming into the LCQ, and you know, Hawk's version just going to be on the Jinx, no other champions like we've seen from other players, right? The Jinx Echo being run on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, the Otterpuss swapping in for Kennen means you get a few extra spells here and there to kind of help out, maybe find some additional burn. Very, very cheeky swap. I like it a lot. And again, Kid with the Pig, we got the Teemo Tristana, which we know is very potent with its swarming ability, the threat with Whirling Death, Might, Noxie, and Fervor, and the wild card, Treasured Trash. If things get dire, if the game goes too long, could find that final piece. Kid with the Pig, a win in this show match and some final bragging rights before the World Championships.
Yeah, and that's going to go alongside this Echo Jinx. You know, we alluded to this, we mentioned it. Echo Jinx being very good at kind of staunching some of the other aggro matchups, and it felt like aggro, or at least, you know, at least these kind of quicker, more tempo-oriented decks were kind of leading the charge, right? We thought mid-range might have been king, but it ended up a lot of these slightly faster decks were doing quite well, and it's kind of interesting because usually mid-range does a good job of staunching aggro quite a bit, whereas in this spot, it felt like these, lower to the ground decks were getting there.
The tempo is real. The fact of the matter is, when you are putting a big overwhelm threat in play, you are forcing decks like Jax Ornn to have that flash freeze, those three sisters, Sky Splitter, something like that. And without those fast combat tricks, right, that the single combats, the concerted strikes that Demacia used to use to great effect to stop strategies like this, you push through way more damage than you ever could before. And because Jax Ornn has been so prominent on the ladder and in tournaments for so long, players have an incredibly fine-tuned clock about where the power turns are and how much time you really have to put the pressure on before it's too late.
And now, we got to talk a little bit about ban strategy. Once again,
who had Poro King on their bingo card?
Yeah, I knew I expected a lot of people to play it. I was very interested to see how it would perform, right? But the fact that it made it all the way here to the finals, I feel like it still stays unbanned. I think it was probably being played a lot throughout. Didn't probably draw a lot of bans. I imagine the Kayle Leona or the Jinx ended up drawing a lot more of the bans overall.
Yeah, with Jinx, we've seen it already, like for the last couple rounds, players trying to leave it up, hoping they can beat it, saying, oh, the burn's not real, but the tempo, the aggression is exceeding even my expectations of what the output of that deck could be. And if you're Kid with the Pig, you're thinking, okay, I've got swarmy decks, I've got attrition-based decks, but can I beat Poros with that list? And maybe you are forced to roll the dice once more versus Jinx. Kayle Leona seems to be the most stable deck, but with all of those stuns, it really throws a wrench into Gwen Riven strategies. Even Echo Jinx, your rallies are very ineffective versus a heavy stun build like that. So this is going to be a tricky decision for both sides. What do you think Hawk should ban?
Well, once again, it's kind of like the Jinx seems like such a strong pickup in general, but I do feel that Hawk's builds are a little bit more board-centric and not so much just like burning you down. And because of that, I guess they line up a lot better into this Echo Jinx than the more like burn-oriented, very, very like super low to the ground aggressive deck. So maybe instead it's more towards that red Gwen, where, being able to just go really all on an overwhelm is a little bit harder to be dealt with. The only exception really just being that Kayle Leona having a good amount of stuns available to try and deal with. Yeah, I think we can like maybe the red Gwen ban out of Hawk.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different builds of Gwen Riven today, and we have to remember that Kid with the Pig's version is the one with triple Opulent Foyer and Strike Up the Band, trying to stack up Hollowed as much as possible. And yeah, it just means that the open attack potential to outplay those Leona stuns is going to be there.
And it is still going to be the Jinx Echo taken away. And we do see on the other side, this Kayle Leona will not see the light of day. Kid with the Pig does not want to deal with that and would rather play against another Jinx.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think that when you can chump down effectively enough with Tristan and Teemo, force the Jinx deck to rely purely on out-of-hand damage, your odds do become a lot better. The really bad matchup is going to just be, am I fast enough to take down Poro King before that outscales me?
All right, so kicking off our finals here, Skarzig, it is going to be Poro King going up against the Tristana in our very first game.
Yeah, Kid with the Pig after the mulligan has a very awkward hand. Weird pieces, Bandle City Mare. I suppose it's okay, right? Puzzling Signpost does line up against Sunburst. The Poro deck doesn't put on tons of pressure early, but Hawk having double Poro King, I think, is fantastic.
Yeah, and Kid with the Pig still get the full mull, finds a 2-drop, and then be able to go into that Bandle City Mayor potentially. But Yeah, as you said, Hawk having the Poro King, so if he can just keep kind of top decking Poros and just ramp into those, so that they're almost ready to level up by the time they actually hit the board, it's gonna be a really, really solid position. As Kid with the pick, having the pie, that's gonna deal with 2 Poros. You know, that's pretty nice. 2 for 1.
Yeah, I really like that. Can keep the Poros under control. That means even if the snacks start to hit, it's going to be less pressure overall. Kid with the pig just going to pass here. Has the Perilous Pastry, can snipe the next Poro. Fortunately, Hawk does have patched Poro bot with Tough. Beautifully done. Even trades well into this Armed Acquisitioner. A 3-1 into a 2-3.
Oh, and that's interesting. Being able to get rid of the keyword, so be able to actually have this guy trade into the patch Poro bot, but it is at focus speed, so Hawk could just choose to not block and get Tough back on the next turn.
And this is actually, I think, really good for Hawk, right? Kid's been playing very defensively, gives away a lot of information potentially. That the hand is awkward, so Hawk can now opt to take things very slowly. Float this 3 mana, set up for an easy Poro snack at a later turn. Just kind of keep things nice and chill. Huff on this patch Poro bot is just so strong.
All right, now gonna be Mayor coming through. Make this Teemo free to play. Set up a potential open attack on the next turn. Try and get towards this Tristana level up as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, it is important to know, right? The Poro King deck goes wide, it scales up, doesn't have as much overwhelm, right? It's just a lot of forcing you to chump down, value trading, maybe some impact damage. And as long as Kid with the Pig can keep up in terms of bodies in play, in terms of development, maybe this Teemo does get there. Treasured Trash maybe gets there.
Splendid, sir. Very mayoral.
All right, Tristana gonna get slammed down. Not yet leveled, but just continue to go wide.
Yeah, just not a... there is the Sunburst, right? Do you really fear Tristana right now? Or is Hawk going to go for Poro Stories, Lonely Poro? Just get more diversity to play towards leveling up the Poro King. I kind of like just jumping down right now. But I'm proven wrong. Hawk does respect the Tristana.
I'm trying to think if there's like any actual other targets really, and it kind of feels like Tristana is your best target. So I guess deciding you don't really need to go wide yet. Yes, you can just like jam all these Poros whenever you want. You can even wait until after the Poro King has come down to start jamming them. Have so many in hand with the double Lonely Poro. So yeah, just deal with it. Keep the board a little small. Try and find Poro snacks before fully committing all of these Poros to the board.
Yeah, just kind of having a lot of future sight there. Saying if Tristana lives now, I develop a wide board, but then she continues to scale, and then I'm on constant threat of overwhelm with her scaling attack power, and then it just means I don't have time to play Poro King ever. So I suppose that overall it's a great opportunity to use that Sunburst for essentially an earmarked target.
We'll find you some friends.
Kid with the Pig also getting very cheeky with the scout weapon. Definitely wants to put that on Teemo at some point.
Yeah, now we're going to start jamming some Poro. Sinister Poro, very scary. Terrifying, going to come through. Actually, only 1 unit available to block it, but, you know, hey, you can just get rid of it. Second Pie going to come through. Take out the Sinister Poro. And we have Plunder Poro in hand as well, so Hawk wanting to be able to turn that on, but just going to be able to play it out anyways, just to get the trigger for Poro King, who just needs 1 new Poro to make it happen.
You can play Poro King, get just a regular Poro snack, then level him up to get the special snack. This is very similar to what we saw earlier in the stream, right, Casanova? When Puffball Panda was playing this list, you've got a ton of Poros, everything looks great and hunky-dory, but no snacks. It's turn 6. And so all the Poros that have gone down so far offer no credit for Zolani. A scout weapon gives Kid with the Pig a chance to just wait and see what Hawk is going to play first before committing into a combo.
Now we've got the Poros to make it happen for Poro King to actually get the level up and start to just generate snacks. If you can't find the natural ones, start generating as soon as possible. And we see, you know, as you mentioned, right, Hawk not having a way for these to be these Poros to actually be buffed up yet and trigger Zolani. So just not blocking, right? There's not enough threat on this board to really care that much about these Poros. You want to keep them alive and then have them die once they've been buffed up.
And Kid with the Pig now sees it's getting really late into the game. I haven't dealt any damage to this Poro deck. And this is the part where Poro King hits, and then it's 1 or 2 snacks every single turn, and you just get outscaled. Kid with the Pig has a hand full of spells. Once Hawk forces their hand, and Kid with the Pig has to trade this board down, that's going to be all she wrote. There is no more defensive possibility.
And it looks like it was a colorful snack immediately picked up. I think that's really, really nice to grab as the first one. It's gonna, you know, be able to give all those Poros 1/1, and then the, you know, champions are gonna get a keyword and the +1/+1, which is gonna really help out this initial Poro King potentially find some sticking power.
Yeah, so already things are getting dire. Kid with the Pig just did not have enough early pressure. The early developments of the Poros, the patch Poro bot with Tough was just an iron wall against all of Pig's early aggression attempts. The final piece is perhaps, you know, Teemo leveling up, getting this scout weapon. I was almost expecting Kid with the Pig to use that perilous pastry on their own weapon master to get the scout weapon and re-equip it to the Teemo.
Yeah, I mean, that actually might be a major win condition in this spot. And then the other thing is we might see this treasure trash resolve, and the question is will you find something strong enough to actually, you know, become a win condition, right?
Got nothing better to do this turn. Not enough attack power in play to really abuse Whirling Death. Only one Tristana was drawn, lined up into that Sunburst, and Hawk made the correct call to deny that threat. The only thing that Kid with the Pig really had going for him at the time. I hope you're all looking forward to playing a lot of Targon Poro King on the ladder, folks, because I wasn't expecting this deck to show up as popular as it did, or to go as far as it did, certainly. But Poro King is in a really good spot right now because of situations like this and matchups like this. Meanwhile, just thinking, do I commit the snacks now? Which one do I want to play?
Colorful. What keyword do we get? Quick attack for the Poro King.
Ooh, nasty. Even opts for the second snack.
I mean, it's so much impact on this turn, right? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 impact damage coming through.
Plus whatever gets in around the sides. This is a 6v4. And Teemo is going to go down. There is second Teemo. Scout weapon will be there. Treasure trash maybe for next turn. There is the saving grace, certainly, with no elusive Poro. Means that Teemo can get in. But double Whirling Death does indeed do some heavy lifting here.
Yeah, you're going to want to stop this one from hitting. It has 2 impact. Save a little extra life. So this is actually saving quite a bit of life. And now you have Teemo, potential Teemo level up. Try and put a lot of mushrooms in the deck, and then Treasured Trash potentially finding an out to get the damage.
Treasured Trash could pull some rubbish. I'm thinking, chat's already thinking the same thing. I hear you. Champion Strength. You know, or something ridiculous like that.
There's the Scout. Scout Teemo.
Scout Teemo. The ancient prophecy. Get him!
The dark
Get
tech.
him, little boy!
Oh, but there's the silence! Treasured Trash can be played!
Oh my god. The Moonlight Affliction coming through to strip Teemo of that elusive.
What garbage did we get here? I saw a 6 cost.
Oh, we've got Revna.
It's like a lot of garbage.
Got the birds here. You get some challengers. Yeah, that's not enough. That is indeed the trash part of the Treasured Trash.
Teemo's just gonna get silenced and die.
into the ultimate open attack skill. He even has the frosted snack, which I'm just now spotting in the hand, can save the Moonlight Affliction. I suppose that if the Treasure Trash did create a buff card, this would be really bad. But Kid with the Pig completely walled out of this game. The Bandle Swarm didn't come through. The Yordle Swarm triumphs and then continues to outscale.
We were born to rule.
Oh, Revna. Maybe. Maybe you start getting some strong stuff on the board.
Yeah, there is still a lot of defensive potential here. Kid with the Pig has to try to buy one more turn. Treasure Trash, meanwhile, even though you get a lot of zero-cost cards in hand, folks, it does limit the number of cards that you can play after it has resolved. That's going to be everything that Kid with the Pig can do this turn, and now it's back over to Hawk.
There's Alani, just an 8/8 Overwhelm.
Yeah, her effect doesn't trigger until she's at least 10 attack, if I recall.
I think it's 16, actually.
Has to go all the way up like that? Okay, well
Yeah,
then.
I think so.
Big Overwhelm.
Yeah.
That's up for Moonlight Affliction as well. Honestly, I probably would have gone for the Oro Pale Cascade into Moonlight Affliction, but that's because I just love that card so much. And then you get a 6v2. Just swing for lethal. But what can Kid with the Pig do from this position? There's Blunder to take Overwhelm off of Zolani. And then you play Tristana to get another blocker. Try to buy one more turn. But with Moonlight Affliction, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Kid with the Pig is very dead at this point. Just waiting for them to go through the motions. Because Hawk will be able to grab this first game in the final for the bragging rights title.
Yeah, both players are already qualified for Worlds. Hawk is definitely basking right now in the glory of having qualified and getting one more extra chance to show off the Targon Poro King. I wonder how confident Hawk actually was in this pick. It was kind of just like, oh, this is actually the most underrated, powerful deck in the metagame, and I'm a genius for bringing it. Or if it's like, no, it's a last chance qualifier. I love Poro King. I'm going to bring it and just see how well I do. The duality of man.
Enough players bring it that I feel like this had to be just a choice that people thought was strong in the meta. Surprising number, honestly. We saw it a lot throughout the day. We even see, I think it's in 10 of the decks out of the 64. So
impressive.
Or 10 of the lineups, which is not bad representation for this list.
Yeah, and again, opting for the Targon version is so important. The Pale Cascade for draw, the Moonlight Affliction gives you offensive and defensive potential, Sunburst lining up so well into a lot of different things in the meta because it's a silence, plus that damage your opponent can't combat trick their way out of it. That's going to be game number 1 going to Hawk. The Tristana Teemo made it all the way to this point. We haven't seen it quite pop off in a fashion where Tristana is the big, overwhelm, scaling attack threat that kind of draws your eye initially. Seems to be much more based around just a generic Bandle Swarm. We'll see if Hawk can bring us home in stellar fashion with this mono Jinx idea.
And I think I've seen Jinx win pretty much every game that we've actually seen it in so far. So we'll see if
without Jinx being drawn, mind you.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Jinx. We actually haven't seen a single Jinx yet. Just the deck has been winning. So we'll see if Hawk can change either of those things. Hopefully for Hawk's sake, not changing the the Jinx deck not winning kind of a situation. But we'll see if he at least finds a Jinx this time. With the Pig on the other side. Has some early drops to get some aggression going. The Red Gwen been incredibly strong all tournament.
See the world from behind a basilisk.
1 mana 2/1. In aggressive matchups like this, you typically like to just attack, but Mystic Shot covers by developing. Your opponent gets a chance to block, but having a Fierce Immune is great from this position besides. Hawk can go ahead and, just develop Squeaker. Discard the Flame Chompers, get another Chump, get a Mecha Yordle to expand those options. Already opting for that mid-rangey Mecha Yordle style that we've seen time and time again with this list. Opting for a block now on the Blade Squire rather than letting the Augment scale up the Squeaker to block Fearsome.
Smash and Dash was the grab for Hawk. This is such a strong Mecha Yordle, right? 3 mana, 4/4 with double impact. One of the best early game pickups, if not the best early game pickup for the Mecha Yordles.
It's crazy, too, to think that this card existed, and then they just printed blocking Badger Bear and said, now you can just main deck a 3-mana 4/4 if you want. But the 2 impact is also so great. Having that chip damage is so beautiful. It gives your opponent that additional pressure where they need to answer this a little bit faster than other types of big stat units that just get chumped down. You're still feeling like you're getting a lot of value because of that impact damage.
Yeah, and Hawk actually just valuing that impact damage hugely, choosing to attack into the Ephemeral, take the 2 damage on to the 4/4 in order to actually just get that 2 damage face. So recognizing, hey, I want to be the beatdown. I want to end this game as fast as possible. I do not want those Howled stacks to get going. Pushing that damage through. We see some burn in hand, right? We got the Electro Harpoon. We've got the Mystic Shot. We know this deck can get there.
And now Hawk has to run some quick calculations. Take 6 now, maintain the Smash and Dash for 2 more impact. And wow, Hawk has already crunched the numbers, Casanova. It looks like they are all in on this burn plan. Electro Harpoon gets Flame Chomper in play, removes the Phantom Butler, sets up for a massive open attack alongside another 1-drop with the Yordle Squire.
Yeah, this is just Yordle Squire into Electro Harpoon. Easy peasy, get a bunch of damage through, start pushing towards playing out this Mystic Shot to face, just trying to threaten as much as possible.
Man, the tempo Flame Chompers is giving me such crazy discard aggro nostalgia. I'm loving this right now, Casanova. Back when Flame Chompers was, on the chopping block of this needs to be nerfed, but Quietus, Kid with the Pig, has a very effective spell now to stop so much of this from coming through. Stopping 2 damage, not that bad. Oh, wait, thinks better of it. Has a sense that Hawk might develop to play and to strike up the band instead. Hawk also doesn't go for Electro Harpoon, had different plans.
And this is finally going to be a Jinx drawn. Everyone, round of applause. Jinx has decided to show up, join us for this tournament.
There's the arena promoter getting another Mecha Yordle Trumpet
Smash
Tecker
and
with a
Dash
wide
again!
board. This is a tough choice, actually. Smash and Dash is guaranteed burn, but Trumpet Tecker is just plays into your curve a little bit better. You could argue for either or.
Shadow Tech Walker, I don't actually think there's any answers to Elusive or Kid with the Pig.
4 mana, 3/5. When you squint.
Yeah, when you squint, it's a 3/5.
Takes the Trumpet Tecker. Wowee. Kid with the Pig getting value out of strike up the band, punishing developments with more ephemerals to power up the strike back. Kato the Arm can also be developed into a nice open swing to buff up that ghastly band potentially, so it gets scooped by a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, I mean, that is what would happen at that point. Now that all the mana has been committed, you could also even make an argument to play out this Electro Harpoon, clear down a little bit, and then actually push damage. Clear one of the permanent units and then swing in. But swinging into the Ghastly Band, of course, doesn't feel great. You could hold back, let these die off, play a slightly defensive turn with your Mystic Shot and Electro Harpoon, and go from there, because at this point, with the Trumpet Tecker and the Jinx, you actually don't have to go that fast. You have the damage, you have the reach.
The only thing I would say is I was expecting Hawk to attack with the Smash and Dash to get that 2 impact with the attack token. Since you're already pretty good defensively, might as well just get 2 more damage in, because Kid with the Pig, still at 18 HP. Hawk was looking to be full pedal to the metal, burn aggro, and then slowly but surely has pivoted into this mid-range Mecha Yordle line once again. Claims another victim.
Yep, Fire Spitter gonna punch through. This one still has, might, and we've got the additional Noxian Fervor, so the reach is actually there. There is threat for Hawk to die. Hawk needs to potentially play around this. Maybe look at Electro Harpoon onto the dragon. Is he actually gonna die anyway? Because if you put the dragon out there and hallowed with...
Yeah, so you Electro Harpoon the dragon now to set up to clear it with Mystic Shot. Halo the Arm putting overwhelm on the dragon is very, very scary with these Flame Chompers just kind of sitting out.
Yeah, because then you're also threatening might on whichever unit is benefiting from hallowed. So this actually might be a fork where Kid with the Pig is actually able to just punch through.
Because if you Electro Harpoon, you have to Electro Harpoon and Mystic Shot the Kato the Arm right now is the ticket.
But then aren't you just dead to might on the well, I guess there's no mana left. There's no mana left.
Yeah.
You can't might.
That's
just Kato.
So that's the
get rid of the Kato.
And then the dragon starts to eat your board alive. Again, the 2-for-1, the 3-for-1. It's kind of crazy. Hawk pivoting. You can see how it's like a treasure map. Hawk is going from point to point, kind of exploring different options, different facets of the deck. Okay, I have full burn strategy. No, I have mid-range Mecha Yordle strategy. And now with the Rummage top deck, the game plan is overwritten once more into, but wait, Jinx though. There is potential to play Jinx this turn after combat now that the Challenger is gone. And then next turn, we've got Trumpet Tecker for an AoE buff. Zonai Urchin, discard whatever the top deck is. Still have mana for that Rocket, which clears the Ghastly Band, clears the Squire if need be, any other 1-drops. So Hawk is actually in a surprisingly poor position from this point, I think. If everything resolves the way I hope it does.
All right, but Trumpet Tecker can come down, make this swing pretty scary for Kid with the Pig. Gonna be Jinx first.
I like the Jinx first because Trumpet Tecker is +1/+1, which buffs her out of range of Noxian Fervor. And Hawk just needs to not greed and play the Trumpet Tecker first, rather than trying to get an extra buff on the Zonai Urchin.
And there it is, Trumpet Tecker. I mean, this swing is just monstrous, and you're gonna get a Rocket.
So Kid with the Pig has mites in hand, has the ticket with the Enraged Flame Spitter, but just has to go for Quietus. Is it going to be enough? Rockets deal 3 now. Trumpet Tecker's 1 guaranteed. We've got 2v6. Wow! Hawk doesn't even want to see what the top deck is. Recognizes I've got enough mana. Yeah, rather than 1 mana draw a card, just turn it into 2 mana deal 2. Now it's 6v4. Noxian Fervor going to have to be used defensively here to save 3 HP. It's not going to be enough. Yeah.
I feel like that's just it. This is so much damage with the Rocket as well. I'm not going to do math. I don't need to. I'm pretty sure Kid with the Pig's dead. I don't need to do math.
Math is for the dearly departed, says Casanova.
Exactly. This is what we call in the business a lot.
But after all is said and done, Hawk has given the people what they've been asking for this whole time. Jinx actually being drawn, actually being played, actually leveling up and creating a Rocket.
All we wanted was 1 Super Mega Death Rocket just as a treat, and we get one here in the show match from Hawk. We're gonna have the Fervor Resolve take down 1 of these many attackers, but the rest of them should easily be able to push through the remaining 13 damage needed. There's only 1 blocker remaining with the Dragon. That's going to do it. Hawk is going to be our champion here at the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. But both Hawk and Kid with the Pig should be absolutely ecstatic because they have made it to that World Championship.
Great tournament, great match, great series for that final showdown of our 2 qualified players. I couldn't be happier, and I know that Hawk is also ecstatic, along with Kid with the Pig qualifying to Worlds. And what a fantastic meta, I gotta say. I think that players were really worried it was going to be Jax, Ornn, Aatrox, or like Jax, Ornn, Jarvan, just lineups mid-range all day, every day. But aggro really showed up earlier in the day. We got a preview of some Karma set stuff, some Seraphine stuff, and I think it's always a healthy meta, right? When we have such a diversity of decks and where aggro is incredibly viable. It's not just I'm running triple aggro to punish, or I'm going to try to high roll. Every aggro deck is playing very methodically, very combo oriented, and a great showcase. Big shout out to Jinx showing up for the last chance qualifier and putting these burn decks right back on the map.
Jinx was well represented among the most alongside Jackson Ornn, and in fact, Set was the most represented champion, so it wasn't even Jax nor Ornn. It was actually quite a wide field of decks overall when I look at kind of all the stats that we've got here. And it's just really nice whenever we get that. You know, I've cast this game for quite a long time. Yeah, I took a bit of a break here over the past year, but we've had so many metas where there's been a lot of the same boogeymen, a lot of the same decks that we're seeing over and over again. But this meta coming back in, there's a lot of diversity. Standard doing a really good job of making sure there's a lot of viable decks to come into this competition. And I'm just sad that I didn't get to see Jananilo, because that's, been my favorite deck to play recently. Been a lot of fun. Of course, the nerfs that hit her deservedly so. It's keep people off of her. But I saw some in the day one, just didn't quite translate. But Scars, what were some of your favorite moments of the day? As we kind of buy some time, we'll see if we can get an interview with one of these 2 players.
I gotta say that one of my favorite moments for sure was just the back and forth. I believe it was the Red Gwen. It all blurs together at the end, right? We've seen so many strong, cool matches, but just having the aggro mirrors be really even and be very aggressive. It wasn't just one side stomping the other. Okay, I remembered now. My favorite moment, the portals. The portals into the War Brothers deck. Absolutely crazy triple Noxus portals. That was so wonderful, so crucial. Getting the Trifarian, the Reckless Trifarian into a Freljord deck, that region's worst nightmare, is just a 5/4 that you can't easily clear.
I mean, just realizing, for me, it was like just realizing that the blade in hand was the overwhelm one was absolutely crazy as well, right? Because we're both looking at it like, oh no, it wasn't the overwhelm. He's just got +2 and he's got a quick attack. He's lost the game. It's just all over.
Attack frag.
Makos is moving on, and then suddenly it's like, oh no, that's overwhelm. Oh no, there's an Omen Hawk, and I'm just fighting the way to fight back into the series that way.
The players were definitely pulling off some big Yu-Gi-Oh moments of all the way over here in my hand. I've got this card that you didn't see. It was great.
Yeah, of course. And then in that matchup, right, it was the one of 3 sisters allowing the frostbite for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We're still waiting on the interview. Apparently, I'm hearing maybe we'll get both of them. Maybe we'll get one. Maybe we'll see what happens here, Skarzik. But we want to have them
all right,
to congratulate them.
It looks like we were able to wrangle Hawk, our champion. We're going to take a quick break while we get that player situated, get everything ready to go, and now we can talk to Hawk, see what their thoughts are about the tournament, about the lineup today, about the matches they played. I'm really excited for that. And if you're excited to learn more about our Worlds qualified player, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back.
Welcome back to the World Championship Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig, and we have just crowned our champion of the LCQ with Hawk finding the win. And both Hawk and Kid with the Pig have locked in their spots at the World Championship, Skarzig, and we've actually got them here for a quick interview. So let's bring them in. Hawk and Kid with the Pig, welcome to the broadcast. How are y'all doing?
I'm doing good. Feels good.
Yeah, congratulations to both of you. We're going to take a quick second just to make sure that the audio is okay for our audience. Looks like we've got the all clear. So let's kick things off. Mr. Hawk, congratulations for qualifying. And right off the bat, I got to ask you, this lineup, was it a hardcore, this is a smart idea, or did you just want to bring some fun, comfy decks and see how far you could make it?
Yeah, I think I was looking at some matchup stats, and Jinx look pretty well positioned, and it's a deck I'm familiar with. Poro King, I was playing that a bit on ladder, so that also looked pretty good stat wise. And then the Leona Kale deck, that was something that I saw was being played without the Kale. I just tried it out and just wanted to try it out.
That's sweet. Well, and Kid with the Pig, you also ended up bringing Jinx. We saw a lot of players bring Jinx. And Jinx, you brought in a different style, right? You brought in the Jinx Echo, and I was curious of that decision. Why going for the Jinx Echo versus the more traditional Jinx that we've been seeing?
Champions, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was like 6 months ago. So I kind of just stuck, like Echo Jinx was something I played a lot. Back in previous, like last year, I think. So, and well, normally I kind of like playing more control stuff, like, I don't know, the Seraphine Karma set kind of stuff. But I didn't really have time to learn that stuff because I only like came back to LOR like this Friday.
Wow, that's very impressive to jump back into the game. And this was something we always talk about for Legends of Runeterra. It's a game that's perfect to kind of put down when you need to and come right back. And even Casanova and I were discussing, that a lot of the decks in Standard right now are, very similar to lists that we've seen previously. Was there anybody, any other players or friends of yours that maybe helped you practice a bit to jump into a tournament setting, or did you just kind of go with what you were already comfortable with?
Sorry, what just
Kid. I was just asking if you had any friends or compatriots that helped you do some practice, or did you just kind of jump in and see how far you could go?
Okay, yeah, so my internet just cut out. Thankfully, that didn't happen during the tournament, but yeah. So, no, I'm not really in the community that much. I guess I'd like to be more, but...
wow, a lone wolf? Okay.
Yeah, but shout out to the Mastering Runeterra team. I use that a lot, just look at decks and ladder and matchups and that. And shout out to Mr. Ikato, goated streamer.
All right. I mean, I appreciate the shout outs, and I'm glad that despite not playing, we do still consider you a part of the community as well. And now, Hawk, I know that it is probably a big surprise to you to hear that your opponent, had not been down in the trenches of the meta game as much as you had been. Was this a particularly hard round? What would you say, Hawk, was the hardest round you had to play on today's tournament?
Oh, that's a good question. That round, I think all the rounds are pretty hard, to be honest. I'm trying to think of if there were any games I barely won. I think I high rolled pretty hard my semi-final opponent against Peace. I had double Poro snacks with Poros. That was pretty good. Without that, I think I would have been in some trouble.
Sure. And well, I mean, the big thing, the elephant in the room here is that you've both qualified for the World Championship, and I want to get kind of your feelings coming into this, because both of you seem relatively calm overall, and I know a lot of times people get really excited and stuff when this happens, but we'll start with Hawk and then Kid with the Pig. We'll have you answer after, but just what does making the World Championship mean to you, right? This is a big achievement in your Legends of Runeterra career.
Yeah, it feels really great. I've been playing the game for a long time since beta, and I tend to watch streams and stuff, so really involved. So being able to compete at the highest level worlds feels really good. It feels like all the time that I put into the game is actually, coming to fruition.
Here, and Kid with the Pig, same question to you, right? What does this all mean?
Yeah, so I remember last year I was like kind of close to qualifying for Worlds. I think I needed to win one more in the last seasonals. And then, yeah, my dreams got crushed, and I kind of gave up after that. But I don't know. I just saw Last Chance Qualifier this weekend, just booting up LoR randomly because we're during Thanksgiving break. And yeah, no, I'm excited.
Yeah, that's a bit poetic, right? You work so hard, you come so close, and just barely can't make it. But then the next year, you try and give it one last try after kind of giving up on it, and hey, it got you there. So you've made it all the way. Scarzik, do you have any final questions for these two before we let them go?
I mean, that's so amazing, right? That's exactly what the Last Chance Qualifier is for. My final question would definitely be for Kid with the Pig. You're going to be going into the World Championships a little rusty, a bit of an underdog. If there's anybody doubting you right now in the audience, what do you have to say to them?
Dang, I don't know. I hope I'll put up a good show. I don't know. But
short and sweet, very well
also,
put.
I have something else to say. If you guys can help me with anything related to the meta or decks or picks or anything, I'd appreciate it, because I have no idea what's happening.
I'm sure there will be people who are happy to prep with you after this performance, Kid with the Pig. Standingly done, and congratulations, Hawk, on winning the LCQ itself. Congrats to you both. Thank you both so much for the interview, and best of luck at the World Championship.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
GG's.
All right, Skarzik, with that, let's start to get a couple of final thoughts from the two of us. We can take a final look at the bracket and see how we got to that final, give some shout outs to some players we watched throughout. So let's take a look there, and then we can start to close out this show.
Yeah, the bracket was absolutely stacked all the way from the get-go, all the way from the top 64. And the big names that we were shouting out all day still came through heavy. And that's what I always like to see as a caster, as a member of the community. And I'm glad that we have some pretty interesting personalities qualifying to Worlds, some fun shout outs, and, once again, the prominent members of the community putting on a final show for our lovely viewers at home.
All right, well, it was a great show, but we'll move towards closing out the day. Garzik, do you have any final thoughts before we close it?
All I got to say is thank you once again to all of our production staff and TOs helping make sure things run smoothly, and our viewers at home making this, I imagine, going to be a clip-filled, hilarious stream. So thank you for giving us your eyeballs for just a few hours, and I can't wait to see you at the next one.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Was very glad to be back on Runeterra. It's been a year. The last one I cast was the World Championship in 2022, but it's fun to come back, see some familiar faces, work with Skarzik again. It's been an absolute blast. Shout out to the production staff. You're just doing a great job with this overall. So it was a fun day. Thank you all so much for watching. Congrats to Hawk and Kid with the Pig once again, and we'll see you all for the World Championship.